Hello, for the 6th week in a row, we're once again back for the weekly FGO servant tier list of 2025, and this week we are talking stabby people of the assassins. And I've been saying this several times already, but this again is now the shortest one of them all in terms of the entries. We'll get to that a bit more later, but before I continue yapping, hey, let's have my lovely co-hosts introduce themselves right now.
Hi, I'm Otto. I'm the first of the three that's giving an introduction. Otto Bino on YouTube, Otto Bino on Twitch. I'm glad to be here.
Hi, I'm Rio Emerald. As the second person to be giving an introduction, that makes me superior to Otto, but I am not inferior to the third person.
Hi, I'm the third person.
Alright, so again, as usual, the same yap as the previous tiers, because again, not everyone's going to watch all these, so the main difference compared to last year's is that, as you could see, we have removed all the low-star servants, so it's only going to be 4 and 5-star servants that we're talking about. Main reason is because these were getting so insanely long that it was really taking a toll on the fatigue side, especially because we tried to do these weekly as well. So even if you guys love the long ones, yeah, it's we had to come up with some kind of solutions, because it's a lot of yapping in one session, because again, these are all done in a single session, of course. But don't worry, after we're done with all the golds of all the classes, chances are we're going to cover the low stars on their own lists as well. So if there's a low star you really want to hear us talk about, then yeah, just wait a bit longer and you should hopefully see everyone covered anyway. And another key difference is that in the criteria of the past years, we kind of always hard assumed MP1 for non-welfare golds, and we don't really do that anymore, mostly because it's kind of boring and a lot of people tend to roll, or try to at least roll, several copies of their favorites anyway, and usually for like 90 plus farming or what have you, you know. Hardly ever MP1 makes the cut anyway. Sometimes it does, but you know, a lot of the times you kind of want a bit boost in the numbers as well. Not saying we're going to hard assume MP5 for like limited 5 stars or anything like that, but you know, there's no like number that we're seriously locked into, just to, you know, be a bit more flexible. And also another comparison is that I'm not really relying on sheets too much this time. The only sheet I will be referring to really is this AoE looping numbers one. So shout out to Opal, JR, and Tamula for compiling this one. It has just very generic numbers, but then also more detailed numbers if you really want to get into it. On another tab for servants and different comps, CEs, you name it. Also, this sheet is for basically average stats among servants and inside their rarities, just to get some, you know, comparison going. You mostly prefer the attack stat, really. So this one I won't be really showing too much on stream, but I do have it open and I do have these numbers written down. But again, it is a thing I kind of refer to just by talking about it. And shout out to Mr. Copyright Suck for making this beautiful template, as always, helping us out very immensely every single year. And big shout out to my awesome triple co-host group this time around for joining me on this, so I don't have to yap myself for like probably close to 5 hours again. Helps my throat, you'd be surprised. Also, insight is always great to have from other POVs. So the links to the sheets, this template, my co-host channels, everything that I just listed will be in the description of this video if you're watching it on YouTube. And also, speaking of which, there will be timestamps as well, because I know a lot of you guys just like to jump around, check specific servants. That's all good, because you know this will be a long video anyway. Some of you guys like to watch these fully, which is awesome, so thank you for that as well. But yeah, if you want, you can just use timestamps there in the description, jump around, easy peasy. But again, do check the final placements timestamp at the very end, because we might shift some stuff either during the list or then at the end we kind of also consider moving stuff. So before you get angry, just in case, check that one as well. So there you go, that's all the disclaimers pretty much right there, so we should be good to go. And again, like I said at the beginning, this by entry wise is actually the smallest tier list, and now I think I can confidently say it will be the smallest of the entire year as well in terms of entries, because Assassin didn't have a lot of servants to begin with, but especially now that we took away the low stars, yeah, it's I believe the actual number is 33 gold assassins, but in reality it's actually 31, because we do have the Summer Valkyries separated, but I'm only going to be placing one of them because gameplay-wise, they're basically exactly the same. So it's in reality, it's like 31 we're going to cover today, and there's actually only one new servant this time around compared to last year's tier list, and it's this boy right here. I wasn't sure if he was in, but I did check, and I did not see him in last year's tier list, so he is the sole new entry as a 4-star. Everyone else was already here. But yeah, there's been a lot of buffs and whatnot.
I thought we did talk about him last year.
I thought so too, but I actually have it open and I'm looking at the final placements. Unless I'm blind, I do not see him in the list. So I don't know.
Look around where the mid is.
I almost remember talking about him too, but I don't know, man. Maybe we talked about it on another list that was like Berserker list or something. I don't know, but I can't see him on the final placements of the Assassin tier list of 2024. So I don't know. My memory is a bit hazy. He could be new, he might not be new, but yeah, he's here anyway, of course. Okay. So again, we will be talking about the servants in order of lower rarity to higher rarity first. So starting with 4 stars, then to 5 stars. And inside the rarities, we go from release date, from oldest to newest. Pretty simple again, if you're watching this right now. It's pretty self-explanatory. Right, all right, let's do this. Probably still going to be a long list, again, even if it's going to be the shortest one, chances are, it's still going to be long. So, yeah, we're going to jump into day 1, because we do have a couple of day 1 4-star assassins. And, yeah, immediately going to talk about Stheno, a very interesting case when it comes to servants. So, what is she, really? Definitely not a DPS. But she is an interesting support, I guess. I guess support is the word I would be using, or a charm machine. It really depends, but yeah, it's Stheno. So, among assassins, her attack at 8.9k is just below average, which is, and considering the assassin, you know, class mod is not even great to begin with. It's not very generous, but again, she's not really a DPS, so it's kind of okay, I guess. Now, when it comes to the deck, she has what we like to call the assassin deck, which you will be seeing from a lot of these servants, because, you know, it's the assassin deck. Triple quick, that is. There it is. A lot of them also have the quick MP as well. She does not, though, but a lot of them do. Go full green. Now, her gains are actually pretty interesting. They're actually good. Like, she's one of the rare servants that has those really awful day 1 numbers for the cards, but it's kind of, sort of made better because her MP gain is actually... I'm not sure if it's the highest in the game, but it's certainly up there as a really, really, really high number. So she can still actually MP gen kinda okay, funnily enough. First skill on a 6-turn cooldown is a targeted drain, but it's only an 80% chance to take down a target at max rank, which is really unfortunate. And then she gets an interesting 27% battery because... yeah, you know, day 1 numbers, we love them. So this could be easily fixed with a buff. Bump the first one to 100, make the second one 30, add another effect. It would be fine, but as is, I hate it. I don't like it at all. RNG sucks. Second skill on a 7-turn cooldown, single target charm against a male opponent for 1 turn, 100% base chance on max rank. Well, there you go, there's some charm lag. It's pretty unimpressive otherwise, though. Lots of downtime, doesn't do anything else, still tied to a gender as well, so... yeah, not very amazing either. Third skill on a 5-turn cooldown, the full party gets 20% attack for 3 turns, and then all divine allies also get another 20% attack for 3 turns, and this is one of the rare special charismas that includes the user as well, because Stheno actually is a divine servant, but it doesn't say like allies excluding self, so she actually gets the 40% herself, which is a cute bonus, I guess. But yeah, because there's a reason, you know, some people could say she can be used like as a divine support, I guess. I mean, 40% attack is still 40% attack, so it's not nothing. So, you know, credit where credit is due, I guess, to an extent. Passives, we got 20% to debuff rest. That's nice because, again, she is never used in any farming, really. So it's a boss passive, so it works. 10.5% star gen, which, again, this will be the assassin passive that most assassins will also have. In her case, it's not the biggest deal ever because her hit counts are kind of doo-doo, but, you know, it's cool to have, I guess. And then she has the good divinity of Goddess's Essence, which the flat damage aside, which sucks. Hey, that's another 30% debuff res. So actually, permanently, she has 50% debuff res minimum, which is a lot for a just a passive amount. In fact, probably tied to the highest. I'm not sure if anyone has higher, but yeah, it's really good. Her anti-append is also a really interesting case because it's actually the absolute best case scenario. There are not many of these in the game. Only, I want to, definitely less than 10 among all servants. And this is one of the rare cases where it's the, full counter class. Because, assassins do 2x on Rider and take 0.5x. So, can't really get better than that, actually, if you actually care about DPSing with her. Now, her MP has been buffed, so it has a... on base MP1, it's 100% instant kill chance on a male enemy, scaling up to 150 on MP5. Then also does a minus 20% defense down for 3 turns on the target. 150% chance to apply as well, which is cool. So it's unless they're immune, they're probably not going to resist that. Scaling all the way up to 30% on MP5. Does a full buff strip on the enemy, so only the charm really is relevant to the gender. Otherwise, the other stuff works. And speaking of the gender, yeah, the MP overcharge is also a male charm, base 100% chance for 1 turn, scaling up to 200% chance. So at that point, they would probably not resist it at least. So, I mean, even if you bring her against males, I feel like she's not going to be the most impressive thing ever, but she offers some utility and a bit of damage as well, granted you pair her with Divine. I don't think she's as hopeless as a lot of people think, but I'll still be honest. I don't love Stheno either, to be honest. But I'm sure Otto, of all people, probably has the nicest things to say about Stheno.
Yeah. I don't think she's really all that bad, because I really like the buff removal on her NP, and then there's like so many divine DPSs that are like top tier, so it's like I mean, you use her NP, and then you have like 60% attack mod for 3 turns, or 70% depending on your NP level. And then it's really not that hard to get her NP more than once, because you just Mighty Chains have helped her out a lot, because you could just stick her quick card before everyone else's, and bam, she gets like 20 or 30% from her crit.
Yeah.
And then if you're up against males, 2 turns, at least 2 turns, that you don't have to worry about the enemy doing anything, and then you can also use her NP more than once, so you can actually get 3+ turns of locking them down. I get why people dislike her a lot, but I think she's an okay support.
Yeah, I'd be willing to agree to an okay support statement. Does anyone else have anything to add to Stheno?
I mean, she's fine. She doesn't do anything. She's using charm lock teams, right? Plus there is if you can take Liz for the 40% attack bonus, you can take her for the 40% attack bonus. And if you need fill buff removal, you can use her NP, and it applies the defense down.
Yeah.
For boss fights, if you set up, it's fine. And you can just treat that 27% like a 25% and take one of the old scope things.
Yeah.
I just really hate the drain chance. That's my biggest gripe with her. I hate that it's RNG.
Yeah.
This needs a buff.
I also like the Buster NP. It means that you can get a Buster starting bonus on your chain, regardless of what cards you have access to. So in that way, she can be a bit of a crit support. She doesn't help you make stars. She doesn't give you crit buffs, but she does give you some things that are good for crit damage, which is a bunch of attack buffs, and then also a Buster starting bonus. Anyways, so guy, how do you feel?
Certainly, you need some stuff to line up to feel like this character is usable as a support. But I already see some chat members mention she is very good against Kamzats, for example, because I believe he's male, and then she can also remove key buffs like the red guts from bar 2 and the guts from bar 3. Actually, they're both removable, so you can skip a big portion of the boss fight if you're able to just remove all his buffs. So It's honestly, I'd say like niche support against males, which is not that niche, and also like obviously you want your DPS to be divine. It really helps that a lot of random good DPSs just have divine. I mean, still, I wouldn't prioritize this support in most cases, but I can definitely see it working out. Like it's a nice little tool to have, just in case there are certain boss fights that line up really well into it. So yeah, honestly not bad.
Like
the
even if,
Stheno
let's
meme,
say, like you
obviously-
want the best case scenario, enemy has to be male, your DPS needs to be divine. It's actually not that bad, all things considered. Like,
Yeah,
it's not the
that bad. You
nichest
have,
things
like-
in either case.
Yeah, you have like recurring charm on the MP, and then you have like an instant charm on the skills. You can kind of shut down the enemy by quite a bit if they don't have like mental debuff immune or something.
Yep.
So I don't know. Like
I'm
middle of the road,
I'm
though,
vibing maybe
yeah.
a C plus as well.
Yeah, I don't think she's that bad. I don't know like what the standard is today. I usually work better if there's a relative scale. Stheno is unfortunately a weird one to start with. It's probably easier to start with a more standard.
Well, we get a more
assassin,
standard
but-
case next, but yeah, it's just the order.
Yeah, probably C. I don't know.
I think I'll start with C plus, and again we'll see because again it's so early on. All right, but yeah, the other day what assassin and someone that looks a lot like our third guy over here for some reason. I don't know,
Oh,
must be a
weird.
coincidence. Yeah,
Must have been
Yeah, it was-
coincidental on their part.
or maybe our
mean, it
third
is.
guy was added into the game, so I don't know. Interesting. But yeah, we're gonna talk about Carmilla next. So single target, the Buster DPS assassin. 9.4k attack is not bad at all. It is definitely above average when it comes to 4-star assassins. She also has the standard assassin deck of triple quick, and very similar to Stheno. While her, face card numbers are doo-doo, at least her MP gain is high, so it's not completely hopeless on MP gain. Obviously, it's still not ideal, but it's better than a lot of the other day one servants, I guess. First skill, she also has the vampirism, and once you know it, it's the exact same skill on the rank. So you get the same 80% drain chance with the 7% self battery on a 6-turn cooldown. Yeah, again, I still hate it. No matter who it's on, I'm gonna hate it because I hate RNG and awkward battery is weird. So yeah, oh well. Second skill, on a 5-turn cooldown, one target gets minus 20% defense down for 3 turns, and that is it. This needs to be buffed. It should be 30% probably if it's single target only, or at least have other effects too. It's something, but it's not much at all. Third skill, 6-turn cooldown, one enemy gets a minus 50% crit chance down for 3 turns, and then she gets 10 stars per turn for 3 turns. Well, with that, they're definitely not going to crit easily, so that's okay at least. And then a little bit of stars per turn never hurts anyone. It's probably the most viable of the skills, even if it's not amazing still. It's like, if anything, it's a bit overkill on the crit chance. Maybe it would have been like 30% with a third effect or something would have been better, but it's just okay, I guess. Yeah, it's not the best skill set ever, needless to say. It's there's like what, 5 effects combined, and one of them can whiff. On 3 skills. Yeah, that's unfortunate. She has a low rank of the assassin passive as the only passive, so 4% star jet. Again, doesn't really do much for her, so it's whatever. She's anti-lancer, so maybe if they're female, there could be some kind of a case, but otherwise, you can probably do better on offense. So the buffed MP then, does single target damage, she gets a 2k heal on use as well, and 20% attack for 3 turns, which is unfortunately after damage, but it is a pretty cool form of ramp up though, so I don't hate it. And then her super effective is 150 to 200 range on anti-female overcharge. Again, pretty common scenario. Let me check how many female riders are there. Probably a good amount, probably more than males, because girls. Yeah, there's a lot, and there's a good amount of Zergs too. So yeah, it's a good super effective. Unfortunately, even some normal mobs actually do have genders. Although, again, she's not used in farming, so most of the time that's not even relevant. I think at least her MP is nice. It's nice. The skill set could definitely be better. And the deck, I'm not a huge fan of the Buster MP combined with the triple quick either. Although I guess Mighty makes it a bit better, but I think she's okay.
It is really funny. Like her original MP, the extra damage modifier was 1.2.
Oh yeah, that's a really irregular amount.
Like it's disgusting.
That's
Like
weird.
so, like almost useless. Like to be honest,
That's not a super effective. That's mildly effective.
Yeah.
it's barely.
Has anyone else ever
effective.
had 120? I don't think so, right? I can't think at least of anyone.
I mean, she
it
was
has,
day
like,
one. I figure this was like, I figure a lot of her kit is like for example, the 50% crit chance down when that is way overkill. Like,
Yeah.
Her kit is just basically like, oh, FGO is brand new and we don't know how the game works yet because we've cobbled this thing together from like hopes and dreams and
This
also
wasn't even day
vitriol.
one. She launched with 2 skills.
Yeah, she's one of the
Same
rare
with
servers
Stheno.
that has 2 skills, and then they added the strengthenings later that added third
Yeah.
skills to the missing
Oh,
servers.
true.
It was horrible.
Yeah. I mean, that arts
so
card though, when you do a mighty chain, it regens NP.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's
We
some
kinda
ridiculously
scrambled.
good quick cards. They don't make stars, but she does have really good gains.
Yeah, she has only slightly worse gains than Stheno. We kind of scrambled the sequence, but
Yeah.
I mean
Yeah.
the character clearly is just the MP is good. I think everything else is bad. The deck is the base game's fine. The deck is bad. The skill is bad. Just only the MP. Surprisingly, I didn't even notice until now. There's still only 2 anti-female MPs in the game, which is kind of crazy.
Unfortunately, they're both
but-
single-target assassins.
Yeah, like you can still use her in like maybe raids because her anti-female is super effective, while the other one is power mod. So this does scale better with like a lot of buffs and whatnot. But yeah, it's just kind of, I don't know, it's a very outdated servant. Outside the MP, kind of worthless. Like even Liz got the torture technique buffed and all that, and this character just doesn't have it buffed. Doesn't have anything buffed. So.
Yeah, but luckily for her, at least, she's still viable because of anti-female, which is a fairly common thing. So at least she's not hopeless.
Yeah.
So
Upgrade MP really is important.
C, C+, B even?
I don't know. B.
I still think she's better than she's like could be more useful than Stheno, but honestly, I'm not 100% sure anymore. I mean, probably in general still better than
She's
Stheno,
easier to use, at
again,
least.
Yeah, but again, like, you know, supports don't care about MP level and all that. There's another advantage for it.
What about Stheno C, her C plus? I don't know if I don't
No,
know if she deserves B.
We don't need to move. Yeah, I don't know if she deserves B. I don't know if we need to move anything. But I do think she is better than Stheno slightly. How about you, Otto? I guess you're the tiebreaker.
We can talk about it later.
So we just settle on the same rank for that.
Then put her in
Okay.
C plus then. It's
Yeah,
fine,
we'll probably talk about it later.
Out
Okay.
of mighty as
Otto
fallen.
has no opinion. Like,
It's like the Futurama
I
meme.
don't
I
know,
have
see.
no strong feelings whatsoever.
Yeah, if I fight too hard on this, though, we're gonna have a really long tier list.
Yeah, we can. If we need
shit.
to, we can just add that to the end. It's gonna be an easy way to extend it.
Yeah.
Anyway, next up, the first welfare servant, and a very cool one too. Both gameplay and lore-wise, we got the Shiki Assassin. So single target arts actually. DPS attack at 8.8k is just below average, but not a whole lot. First assassin to not have triple quick. She's got double arts, double quick on the deck, which I like because then she can also do a full arch with the MP. Her gains are just okay, I guess. They're not trash, but they're not certainly super impressive either. So it's kind of basic. First skill on a 5-turn cooldown, she gets an invul pierce for 1 turn, 50% arts up for 1 turn, and one enemy gets minus 100% instant kill resistance for 1 turn. So it's a mana burst with some added utility on top. The instant kill thing, almost completely worthless, unless you're going up against a very specific boss fight, I guess, but otherwise just worthless. But hey, Invul Pierce is cool. Still not a huge fan of the downtime, but I guess it's a slightly better mana burst, yay. Second skill on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets a dodge for 1 turn, 40% crit damage for 3 turns, and a 40-star bomb. That's a lot. I was very surprised they made it 40 when I saw this buff way back when. It's a lot for a welfare to get on command. So that's cool. Makes the crit damage even better on this skill. And because she's arch, you can sometimes just kind of not care too much about the evasion and just go with like, oh, this turn I have her card, so I'm just going to activate crit damage and basically get guaranteed crits too. How nice. Not bad. Third skill on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets 30% battery and then does 1k damage herself, which cannot be lethal though. So it's not that bad of a demerit really, because you don't even spam it all that much. It just makes it easier to get her MP, which is nice because her MP is definitely the best part about her. So yeah, it's just not the greatest, but it helps in her main purpose at least. I like the skill set more than Carmilla at least. So there's that. It's not completely hopeless. There's some cool utility, a bit of downtime, but it's decent for a welfare for sure. 6% star gen on the passive. She's not too much about stars compared to a lot of other assassins, but you know, it's always nice to have. 10% crit damage, also a cool bonus with the star bomb. So I guess now with that it's actually 50% with the second skill. She's anti-Avenger, which I don't think I would really bring her on neutral, and Avengers are rare enemies to begin with, so not the best append I would say. Buffed MP, which is really rare for a welfare, so she ignores defense for damage, which is great. So you can combo that with the Invul Pierce as well for the fun double effect. She also has another scaling effect on level besides damage, and it's the defense down on the target. It is still 20%, so I feel like they could have just made it flat 20, but I guess it was because of the... Well, to be honest, it's so weird because it didn't used to exist before the buff, but then they decided to... Like, not only is she a free MP5, 20% is the max one, which again could have been just being flat, but it's fine. It's cool to have. Sadly, it's after damage. It is 3 turns, but it's a form of ramp up if you're going up against a single boss. And then the overcharge is a base 100% chance to instant kill, scaling up to 140. So there's not even a whole lot of scaling. So overcharge is basically worthless on her. The overcharge sucks, but otherwise it's a good damaging MP. Yeah, it just works. It's basic, but it works. I mean, she's actually pretty good, still to this day, huh? At least among single-target assassins. If you need some more budget options, she's good.
She can kill the enemy in the first wave of the 90++ in NA right now. That cursed node. Honestly, one of the worst 90++
right, yeah,
to
good.
exist.
I'm actually damaging it myself, but I have some, more tools than most people do. But yeah, instant kill is not bad there. The easy way out. I think as an EPS she's legit. What do you guys think?
I think she's very good. As far as like the 4-star assassins go, is taking them for a DPS outside of the ones that have traits or gimmicks. She's probably the one to take for a single target. Not that there's like a very deep pool of 4-star single target assassins, but she's the easiest to get and she's good. So like, how many are there like that are single target? Yeah, she's probably one of the better ones. Wow, there's really not that many 4-star single target assassins.
There's like 6
actually.
after this still.
Yeah,
So I mean,
just
it's a
her
good
first
chunk.
skill. I like Pierce Envuln, but I don't like how she has like a mana burst. Like, I mean, sure, her damage is really good, but again, it's like a 1-turn burst thing.
Yeah, besides that, there's
like,
nothing to help with the MP damage for a longer
Yeah.
period of time in the kit, which is like the main thing she does damage with. Crits are cool too, but MP is really all that she wants to MP as much as possible.
She's sort of like a 4-star assassin-ly.
Yeah, it's not the worst comparison, yeah.
Very good like quality of life, I guess, for her to be in evocation. If you need to fight against like a rider boss, she can also just ignore defense, ignore invul against certain gimmicks. There's no way to like raise her ceiling, unfortunately. But I guess that's fine because she is more. I guess she embodies like what a welfare is supposed to do for an account very well. And she is one of the better 4-star assassins for sure. One of the easiest ones to use as well. Like there's no gimmicks or whatever team build you have to play into. It's just you grab her and then she will nuke something and then she can ignore defensive buffs. So it's convenient. So I think she's really good.
Yeah,
It
she's
helps
just
that
a
they
good
upgraded her
generic
NP.
DPS.
It's like her upgraded MP puts her kind of above, well, for that one turn burst, kind of above a lot of the other assassins.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then the defense down can keep up the damage afterwards.
Yeah,
Yep.
kind of.
Yeah, she's not tied to any niche. She's just a nice basic damage dealer with good numbers. Especially for a newer account, she's a very good pickup. I would say B plus or A.
I think B plus because I think there are better 4
4
stars than
stars.
her. Yeah.
I can go either way. I think probably A just because of welfare.
I'm
but,
almost
yeah.
leaning more towards A myself as well.
Yeah.
Just because of the flexibility or accessibility rather. Yeah. Well, we'll see. But I'll start with A. Good. The next one. Very similar servant, but yeah, we'll see. So we got Kiritsugu or EMIYA's asset next. Another single target arts DPS and attack is more or less basically the same, 2 at 8.9k than Shiki, which again is still under average a little bit, but you know, not a ton. Same double arts, double quick deck, but that MP gain though, that is now a big difference though. Like Shiki didn't even have the greatest MP gain to begin with. This guy though, they even like not only did they have to nerf the MP gain separately, it has its own lowered MP gain because of the hit count. Even his base MP gain compared to or in addition to his hit count is not impressive. However, he's one of those fun servants that can actually do a little bit of gain with his Buster card as well, being a 6 hero and having an 8 hit extra makes mighties also better. So there is some stuff there, but man, if you have like, let's say you do like an AQQ, you almost just want to cry at that point. It's just so bad. It's like, why? Very, very bad. So it's very situational, but mostly I just don't like the numbers. Speaking of mana burst as well, his first skill also, 5-turn cooldown, he gets 40% arts for 1 turn. So he's less arts, no invul pierce. Well, no one really cares about the instant death thing too much, for the most part. But yeah, again, not good. It's just a very basic, boring mana burst. Second skill, a 5-turn cooldown. He gets 3 turns of invul pierce though. So if it is, he does have it even if it's on a different skill. He gets 50% crit damage for 3 turns, and then party members besides him get 20% debuff res down for 3 turns as a demerit. It's not that big of a deal, unless you're going against a lot of RNG CC that the enemy might have, then you definitely feel it. Otherwise, it's like, yeah, I mean, they're probably going to land their stuff on you anyway. Not a bad skill, actually. Good uptime on the crit damage and invul pierce. Surprisingly decent, despite some people thinking it might be bad. Third skill, a 5-turn cooldown. It's a targeted taunt for 1 turn for one of your allies, and then you get 15 stars on use. It's an interesting skill. I don't really hate it. It's somewhat nice to have a targeted taunt. You might want to even use it on himself sometimes. Like, if you bring you-know-who with him, the greatest servant that has ever graced this earth, then he probably gets the invul as well from a skill, so it's an easy taunt on himself at that point. But yeah, it's cool that it has a bit of flexibility, I guess. Overall, still not too hot about this skill set, especially the first skill is just not much. First passive, 10.5% star gen is semi-okay on him, because he actually has decent star gen at least, even if his MP gain is not the best. 10% crit damage, also cool. More crits, I guess. Never hurts. He's also anti-Avenger. Well, there's more similarities than I remembered. Again, not the best case, sadly. Rare enemy and would not neutral with him. Buffed MP as well, which also ignores defense on damage. Guaranteed tick down. That's really nice, actually. And then on overcharge, 10% crit chance down on target for 3 turns, scaling all the way up to 50%. I really like the MP effects. It's a really good MP. And then it's a 15 hitter, which is... It has to be the highest single target arts hitter,
Yeah.
right? Yeah, by far. So that's why it's
Little bit
nerfed
here.
specifically as well.
Yeah, I think it's tied with Herc's 15 hit, but his is a Buster NP, so it doesn't
Yeah.
matter.
It's a great
Guaranteed
MP
drain on
FX-wise,
an
though.
MP.
I don't think Kiritsugu is as bad as people give it credit for. I still prefer Shiki, definitely. Like, yeah, I would probably pick Shiki every time over this guy, but he has a lot of the same stuff, and some things, like this tick down is in particular is very cool. But
Well,
otherwise, because one is in the welfare shop, you can always get free MP5. It's kind of hard to like pair them up against each other like that.
It's cool, but you can't use it ever because his MP gain is so bad. It's impossible to get his MP back. So by the time he gets his MP back, the enemy's NP'd you twice. I mean, that's hyperbole, but like, it's like, I don't know. It's so, his MP gain is actually just the worst thing in the world. Every time you use him, it's just disappointing.
It's very similar situation to Artemis, where I really like the MP FX, but it's not the easiest to get.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's there's a lot of similarities between the two of them now that I think of it, because they also both have same issues with their card game, but they actually do refund NP pretty easily. Because
I think he definitely needs his mighties, otherwise it's doomed.
Even though even though he has the gimped modifier on his NP, he still has pretty high refund for a single target. But he's all right, I think. I really like the taunt skill. It's very flexible. You can use it to help him get his own NP, because he's an assassin, and you're probably going to put some NP gain buffs on him, and then he's also going to likely prevent the enemy from critting. Yeah, and he can also just like choose someone dies. Yeah,
And yeah, you can, like, with that you can kind of cycle a support as well if you're going for like a speedrun or something.
indeed.
It has a bit of flexibility, which is cool. Yeah.
His problem really is how much he overlaps with Shiki. It's just so many things. It's like Invul Pierce, ignore defense, art single target, assassin, and and one of his bigger things when he first came out was his MP hits a lot, and despite it being arts, it makes a lot of stars, and then Shiki clicks a button and it's 40. So like it's just, I don't know, man. It's unfortunate, because you're not even picking him over her at MP5 probably, and she's free MP5. Unfortunately,
Yeah.
I don't see it. All of them are stinkers. He's a six.
I almost want to go C+, but I would feel bad if he's 1.5 tiers below Shiki. Or is B too high then?
I don't think you should feel bad, because I feel bad every time he shows up in the gacha.
Well,
And if I have to feel bad every time, he can feel bad for being in C+.
I mean, yeah. Like if we're going on the basis that Shiki still does get extra points for being free, then I can see 1.5 tiers. Like if
not
we're
just free again,
ignoring...
she's in the shop, so she's always available as a free MP5.
Yeah.
Immediately can just get a free MP5. I feel like if you have some MP levels, then there's more comparison to be made, but because again, Shiki is so accessible though, so
yeah.
Well, maybe we will just go with C+.
Also, Shiki has a battery, and
it helps. We'll see. Again, we'll see how the gap looks like at the end, but kind of brutal for now.
Interesting though that like I see people, and I don't know if it's common anymore, but it is funny though that people would refer to like targetable taunt skills as like scapegoat. Like,
yeah.
I remember when Creed came out, they're like, "Oh, she has scapegoat." And it's like,
I've never used a term like that for them, but I guess it makes sense because of his skill probably starting it.
He was the first targetable taunt, which there's still not a lot of. Like,
yeah,
but
that's his legacy, I guess.
that's his leg. Yeah.
He's like, I made this smiley face.
Yeah, just like me.
All right, let's talk about the next welfare already. So Summer 1, we got Summer Shisho. AoE, quick DPS, and maybe if you're absolutely crazy enough, you can try farming, but I would not recommend. 9k attack is basically the average for 4-star assassins. Full green, MP included, the first, I guess, of the assassins to be full green. Definitely won't be the only one. MP gain is, I mean, it could be worse. It's not amazing, it's not terrible. The one arts card is pretty nice at least. Other than that, yeah, it's just there. Speaking of taunts, first skill on a 6-turn cooldown. I forgot if this was last year already. I want to say it was for sure, but I'm not sure. So. Yeah. So this one is not targeted, but she gets the taunt for 1 turn always, but then she also gets 50% crit damage for 3 turns, 50% anti-divine power mod for 3 turns, and then a 30% battery. Honestly, now it's a good skill. I have no issues with this. It just has a bunch of nice things. The taunt is a bit hazardous on a quick servant, or a quick DPS to use it, but, you know, her other skills help a little bit. Like the second one, so on a 6-turn cooldown, it's a targeted 3k heal and also a 1k damage cut for flat 1 turn. So if you combo that with the taunt, unless they're critting or MPing, you're pretty safe for damage for that turn. You're still going to take some damage, but probably not a ton. Third skill on a 6-turn cooldown, she also gets an Invul Pierce for 1 turn and then 50% quick up for 1 turn. So it's a quick mana burst where they added 1 more turn of cooldown in exchange of getting that Invul Pierce. But I really don't understand why, because if Shiki can have it on a 5-turn cooldown with more effects, why can't she? And she was released after is kind of weird. I don't know, just not a good skill. There's a lot of 5-turn downtime, really. It does not need to be that big. That is ridiculous. I love the first skill. Everything else definitely could be better. And her only passive is the Assassin passive at E rank, so 2% star gen. Pretty unfortunate, because again, she is as green as they come when it comes to cards, so... And her freaking hell, I can't talk. Her hit counts are not even terrible either. So, this is a bit of a tragedy of a passive. She's anti-Lancer, which, don't neutral with her, no. Man, the MP though, oof. No buffs. It only does damage on normal effect, AoE damage, and then overcharge is a 30% base chance to instant kill all enemies, scaling up to 70%. That is one terrible freaking MP. Absolute garbo. Just nothing. Literally nothing. So
At least the instant death is after damage.
Oh yeah, true. I didn't mention that. So that if you actually are crazy enough to farm with her, it won't be a deal breaker in that sense, at least.
I mean, it's 30%. It's not going to happen anyway.
Yeah, chances are. Unless they're bronze, then it could, but yeah.
If they're bronze and you're not killing, I mean, true.
Even her refund is just don't farm with her. Just don't do it. Don't farm with her.
Run away.
I think I can barely do it.
Yeah, it's very ugly though.
With a pen.
I really have a hard time imagining what is this servant really used for. Like, there's some okay things, but why would you ever pick her for anything? I can't immediately think of anything where she would be good for. Maybe, I mean, she's a bit anti-divine, but it's not even that uncommon.
This is gonna sound very mean, but the last time I recall is you know, people were using her as a second copy of Level 1 George. But then, you know, we got like, you know, Leonidas and Chengong and whatever. So you can farm with her, and I think the skill itself is nice. The after the buff, but
yeah, it's like Santa Altar again, where they have that one really nice skill, but is it really enough to make them pickable? I would say no in both cases.
I feel like Cousin Drop probably helped there a little.
Against Divine,
yes.
Against Divine, yeah, but are you really going to card with her that much? Like, she really is only useful against Divine assassins
or riders, rather.
Riders, sorry. Yeah. And as far as Divine Riders go, there's a couple, actually more than I expected.
Yeah, there's some random stuff that they count as Divine.
It's an okay chunk.
I don't know why freaking Ryoma is, well, I guess dragon wife, but
Gets it by osmosis.
He absorbs it by osmosis from his dragon wife. Nah, I mean, it's yeah, no, she's kind of bad. I don't know. It's hard to think of anything positive because like all the like the second skill is useless. It's like just to heal, and the third skill
It has way too much. Both the second and the third skill, for what they do, they have way too much downtime. Like, just so much nothing going on.
Yeah.
5 turns is way too much downtime.
Hey, so if we can bump up Assassin Shiki for being a good free servant, can we penalize her for being a bad free servant? Like it's an
No.
insult to waste your evocation leaves on her.
Then just don't use your leaves on her.
Yeah.
Flushy, it's a joke.
Who the fuck is
It's a
Flushy?
joke.
Yeah, we have
Oh, that's
third
right.
person.
Third person. It's
Never before seen.
never before seen third person.
The brand new
It
host.
is-
I would say C or D plus.
C.
I feel like C. Like she can like kind of farm now, I guess.
I would just only use her divine DPS. I would not touch the farming side personally.
3-turn power mod is a saving grace because it is pretty good. Like 3
Yeah,
turn
50% is not
anti-divine.
nothing, and divine is common. That's the only saving grace.
Yeah.
All right, fair enough.
Ooh.
Next up, yeah boy, the Bat of the Fist. We got Yan Qing next. So single target quick DPS. So we just had the first full AoE green deck. Now we have the first full single target green deck.
Damn, and we're already done with part 1.
True, actually. Yeah, there was not a whole lot of force direction for part 1 of the story. Yeah. Anyway, 8.6k attack. A bit low, unfortunately. Could do better there among 4-star assassins. Again, full greed, so His gains is alright. Again, it's nothing amazing considering, you know.
They're basically the same as but he has different skills, so
pretty much. There's not a whole lot of difference, so give or take, it's like just a whatever burger on gains. First skill on a 5-turn cooldown, he gets 600% absorb for 1 turn, 30% MP gain for 1 turn, and 30% anti-lawful and evil power mods for 3 turns. They're separate as well. So you can get up to 60% if the enemy is lawful evil, otherwise 30% each. Before it used to be terrible because there was not much going on with a lot of downtime, but now it's alright, you know. Again, if you hit at least one of those is not terrible, and if you hit both, it's really good. So yeah, I don't hate it. It's okay. I'm not sure how many lawful evil riders. I think Yvonne is one of them. Otherwise, I'm not sure. There's probably not a ton of lawful evil riders or berserkers. But you know, again, even just one it's something. Second skill on a 5-turn cooldown, probably his best skill. For 3 turns, he gets 30% quick up, crit damage, and star gen for 3 turns. Oh, I said 3 turns twice. Yeah, I like it. It's what makes a quick assassin go, right? It's fine. It's good. I like this buff. It's good. Third skill on 6-turn cooldown, he himself gets minus 100% star absorb for 1 turn and 20 stars on you. So again, for people that don't know how negative star absorb works, is not the same. So minus 100% means that he makes his own star weight 0, basically. So no matter what the absorb is, like let's say his is 100, even if it was like 200 somehow, it would still go to 0, basically, because it takes everything. So this means...
So there are...
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, go for it.
So there are 3 lawful evil riders, and there are 4 lawful evil berserkers. One of them is actually lawful good and evil. But
honestly, more than I thought. If it's 7 combined, that's more than I thought. Okay, thank you. But yeah,
also, I want to mention on the star generation thing, just because it reduces it by 100% doesn't mean that each card's inherent random gather up is removed. So he can still get stars. If it's what is it? Is it 20, 30, 40% bonus?
Yeah,
on random cards.
20.
Yeah, I think it's like 0, 20, 40, 60, 80, something like that. Like one of them actually has like no.
There's only 3 bonuses. So two are at 0% bonus. One is at a small, a medium, and a large bonus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's not a
Yeah,
complete
the way
elimination.
Star Absorb works, it just doesn't work properly because it can't erase base absorb.
Mm.
I hate how the game is like this.
Yeah.
Like, holy
It's a lot of spaghetti
Yeah,
stuff.
Why?
Here's this niche mechanic the game doesn't tell you about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Get used to it.
it's the working society. It's a weird skill because I guess before a lot of his buffs, they were like, oh, let's just make a DPS that's really good at star generation because star generation was a thing maybe people want. But now he kind of wants to be a DPS, so eliminating his own absorb mostly is maybe not the best thing ever. Granted, he's gonna be generating a lot of stars constantly, so. And it gives you 20 stars on use, so it's
Also,
it's not the
if you
worst
use it
thing
at
ever.
the same time as his first skill, they like cancel each other out. So it's
Yeah,
fine.
pretty
Like,
much.
he'll still have absorb if he uses his first skill.
I still hate the skill
it's
though because the
basically
6-turn
just a
cooldown on like it's way too much downtime. I still hate the skill because of that. But
Yeah, I could see them making it like a team battery or something.
yeah, this needs a buff still.
This is an interesting thing. They had like FGO had a phase where they like to make servants that have like star manipulation, like star rate down here, star rate up there. So I can move them around. It's just not worth the effort. Just make 50, dude.
Anyway, the skill set overall, I think it's fine actually. It's better than a lot of the 4 stars out there, even if this third skill kind of sucks. Passives wise, 6% star gen, very good because he's good at generating stars as is. 5% crit and quick up, also great passive. Main card type being there as well. Anti-archer, yeah, don't neutral with him. Just don't. Even if they're lawful evil, I would not put him on neutral there. So the buffed MP then does damage, then after damage, minus 20% quick res down on the target for 3 turns, and then he gets 50% crit damage for 3 turns, and then also the target gets minus 20% crit chance down. Or actually, no, this was the funny one. Crit damage down for 3 turns, scaling up to 40%. So he has the rare crit damage down thingy, which is like, okay, sure. But otherwise, I like the other 2 effects. It is after damage with the quick res down, but it is a form of ramp up. Makes his starging better, MP game better, damage for his main card type better, and ramping crit damage. Again, considering he generates a good amount of stars, even from this MP, despite it being a single target because it's 11 hits, is very nice to have, because then he's not fully reliant on just spamming MP. He can actually try and slap people with face cards as well. I think he's a bit underrated. I think he's actually pretty good. Not amazing, but pretty good.
I don't think saying you'd never use Mr. Lister here against neutral is correct, because Mr. Lister. No, it's anyway. Don't look
family friendly.
So
some old ass reference that I don't get. Thank you.
I'm sorry. But like if they are lawful or evil, I think he has enough stuff that you could use him neutral. Like
I would not do on at least one of them, maybe 2 if it's both, but otherwise you can probably do better.
I mean, the thing is he's a character where if you like him and invest in him, I think he has enough buffs, because like he used to be at one point I would have considered like one of the worst characters in the game. His default kit is one of the worst kits in the game,
and his MP did like no damage without any buffs either.
He was terrible, but they've buffed him, like the quick ramp up, the crit ramp up, giving him a good first and second skill. I think that if you like him and you like invest in him, he's actually pretty usable. And even by default, just as like if you're just putting him in as a normal assassin against riders, I think he's fine now. He's also chaotic evil, and he's like crit focused. So like,
that's a good mention.
Dolman works with him. I don't think he's bad. I think he's on the lower end of good now.
It's also worth mentioning this will be a lot of assassins being chaotic evil, so yeah, especially a lot of them being also quick. So there's some cool Dolman synergy. I mean, it doesn't have to be quick though, but it's even cool. So yeah, that's a lot of assassins that are like this, which is nice. A bit of a boost for the class.
Gosler drop, but I can't do his NP upgrade because I haven't been. I'm saving a fight in Shinjuku.
You're so lazy.
It's for content. It's not
Is
my
it
fault
good
I can't
content,
replay it. Yeah, the Lobo fight's pretty fun.
Which one of the 3 or whatever, how many there are? Is the dodge one the hardest one?
Yeah, the one where he's an Avenger with the evade
One hit
return.
dodge every turn.
Yeah,
Well,
it's a
don't
pretty
worry.
decent one.
Once the assassin class banners come up and his buffs become available for free, you can do it.
Ooh. I mean, it depends on if it's
Uh,
an interlude. If it's a strengthening, it doesn't become free. If it's an interlude, it does.
Doesn't it
Oh.
still lock it behind the story completion?
Oh, and just finish the story. No one cares about the Lobo fight.
Are you? Oh yeah.
I do.
But
Me
okay.
and my chat
And
do.
your opinion's not important, Otto.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's
Well,
why I'm here.
well, to sort of break it up, the character is honestly really like 50% crit ramp up is really good. My only issue with him is he is very heavy on crit buffs, and he, like we mentioned earlier, he works well with Dolman, he works well with normal Scotty because he has 3 quick cards. He like overloads on crit buffs a little bit, but that is sort of a thing, a complaint that you can only make when you are already half decent. So I think he's definitely got a pretty big glow up after the skill buff and the MP upgrade especially. Yeah, he's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of people saying they're praising the crit rate down. Again, it's not crit rate down, it's crit damage down. It's
Yeah.
sadly not as good. Because 20%
Yeah.
probably won't make a huge difference on their damage. Granted, if you ramp it up a little bit, you can help. But again, you definitely prefer just to avoid crits altogether. So
Yeah,
Yeah.
just don't
Yeah,
get
crit
crit instead of
Like you need it to be at least 50% for it to be worthwhile, because like if you just like
it's
if you
double,
put 20% crit rate down on the enemy, it's effectively 50% crit damage down.
yeah.
So
I mean, it's not instant kill,
Yeah.
so it's still better than that. But yeah, at least the other 2 effects are really good.
yeah, just don't get crit like chat says.
Yeah, true.
Skill issue, bro.
Anyway,
Just
Yansing,
save some if you get crit.
could he be an A tier as well?
I think so.
I don't think he's A tier, but
Ooh,
Oh, okay.
Otto the
plus.
tiebreaker.
it's between what and what again?
B plus at A.
I want to say, yeah, I'll say B plus.
Ooh. I'll start with
You know
B
what, I
plus for
agree.
now, and then we'll maybe think about it later. Okay, fair enough. Next one is a really cool one. I like this servant quite a bit. They're usually in my backline a lot of CQs just because of they do a lot of shit with their skills. So we got Wu Zetian, the OG there now, because we covered the summer version last week actually. So now we get to see the OG. So single target quick DPS and then interesting Teeb support as well. Has some cool utility going on in buffs and debuffs. 8.9 can attack, just under average among 4-star assassins. So it's like whatever. Double Buster, double quick deck. Actually very nice to see. First of the assassins that we're covering today that has this deck as well. Her gains are actually okay. Again, one arts card in particular, very good. It's not too bad. Oh, and the Summer Scotty synergy is also there with the deck. First skill on a 5-turn cooldown, single target gets minus 30% defense for 3 turns. They get a buff block for 1 time, 3 turns, and a 1k burn on them for 3 turns. So this just laughs at Carmilla's torture technique because she has the buffed version. Unfortunate, they should do something similar to Carmilla. But yeah, I really like this skill. 30% is quite a bit, and buff block can be very useful too. The burn is usually like whatever. Maybe could be an activator for Honey Lake, but mostly just a whatever thing. The first 2 effects are really cool though. Second skill, she has a buffed Imperial Privilege, which is honestly still kind of rare to this day. Most of them have not been buffed. So on a 5-turn cooldown, she has a 60% chance to get 38% attack and defense for 3 turns. She gets a 2.8k heal. The full party gets 30% crit damage for 3 turns and 10% gauge for everyone. This is really good. That on a 5-turn cooldown is stellar. If you land everything, it's just amazing. If you land one of the buffs, it's pretty good. If you land 0, you're still not too mad, because you still get team gauge and some crit damage. So it's still a much improved version of a base IP, so that's nice. I'm a huge fan of this skill. Third skill on a 5-turn cooldown, full party gets 20% attack for 3 turns, and then allies besides herself get 20% quick for 3 turns. I really wish she would get that quick up too, because she's actually a pretty good DPS, I would say. not in addition to being support, but oh well. But yeah, this is the reason why I was like, oh, she's the first ever quick support, because that was even before she got any buff. So I'm not sure if I would have called her like that back in the day either. But you know, it's something. It's cute. I think it's a very strong skill set actually. It's the reason why I bring her a lot with me as well on the back line.
Also, I'm pretty sure. Well, actually, no. She came out. She came out before Maid Altar. I was about to say because Maid Altar has like a
Yeah.
team quick buff too.
Yeah, I think she was before, yeah. But yeah, for a permanent 4-star, now the skill set looks really nice. Like, actually, just, very good stuff. Only passive is 4% star gen, which is fine. Works for her, too. Could be higher, though. She's anti-berserker in the append, which is great, because, again, she's actually a viable DPS, too. So that's nice to see. Good case there. Buffed MP as well, so does damage, removes all targets buffs. It is after damage, but you know, still very nice to have, especially if it's like offensive buffs getting yeeted. Does a 1k poison on the target for 3 turns, which again, same as the burn, since they don't have any amplifiers, no other synergy. Could be synergy with some other servants, because we have some more anti-poison nowadays, but yeah, for herself, it doesn't really do much. And then the overcharge is 50% crit up for herself for 3 turns on base, scaling up to 100%. So she even also ramps up her crit damage, which can also be scaled up with overcharge as well. I think she's a very legit DPS, and I think she's got a very good skill set for, you know, some real quick supporting as well. I think she's really good.
I think she's the best 4-star assassin.
I feel like that's not a bad take, honestly.
Like,
Yeah,
there's no one better. Her entire skill set is support, but at the same time, I think she's also the highest damaging of the 4-star assassans.
For generic damage, maybe, yeah.
Yeah, this was a big, like, I guess, meme when the MP upgrade first came out. Is it? So like, if it's traitless and she lands Imperial Privilege, she out damages like 5-star assassins. But yeah, so that's,
she does though. Like,
yeah, it's really good damage. But sorry, you keep going. But
I mean, if it's like she out damages, if she hits Imperial Privilege, she out damages every other 4-star assassin by a wide margin, even when they're hitting traits. So you know, it is a gamble.
You sure about one of them? One of them can ramp the poison thing, like Vishone.
Well, Locusta like depends on how many stacks. Like you need like quite a few stacks before Locusta
Not
takes
that
over.
hard. But yeah,
I know, but like,
Auto, you got
Locusta's
anything?
like second.
Because I'm not sure about the sequence right now, so I guess it's Rio, Auto, and then me, right? Just.
I mean, for this
Third
discussion, you can
person,
kind of talk
there's-
in whatever order. It was just for the intro.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
I am the
yeah.
third
This
person.
is just a really solid crit support. She doesn't help you make stars, but she does make she does give you a lot of like just good numbers, like 50% attack off of 2 skills, and then 30% crit, and 10% charge, and so on and so forth. The buff block is also really handy, I've found.
I wouldn't call her crit support. Like, she gives you some crit, but like,
I feel like
the
it's a
whole
testament to how
benefit.
flexible she is. Because I'm not opposed to calling her crit support either, but I think she can do so many
Oh,
things.
Yeah, and then she's also.
I don't think 30% is enough to say a crit support.
But it's all the other buffs too that help with critting, especially if you're a quick servant.
It's just general. It's like so general, like you know.
But in a good way, though, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I honestly, I'd say that 50% attack and 30% crit is better for crit supports these days than 50%.
Yeah, because a lot of servants overload on crit.
Yeah.
And the buff block is good. It's always nice to have.
Very cool.
Yeah, and then she's also just a really good DPS. Yeah, she's just like, yeah, probably the best 4-star on here.
I would A+ her.
I agree.
EX.
She's still one of the 4-stars that I recommend very highly for picking with like an SSR ticket. Just
Or
because,
SR
like,
ticket.
yeah, sorry, not SSR ticket, 4-star ticket.
Yeah.
Despite her being like permanent, I mean, like with limited, there's obviously more options, but yeah, this is a very solid servant for sure.
I mean, if you're just keeping within the realms of 4 stars, wouldn't you say EX though, not A plus? Like if she is
There is a
best?
chance, yeah. But I might start with this for now.
I mean, yeah, if we have to put one 4-star assassin EX, it probably would be her. But yeah.
Yeah, we'll see. But it's certainly a very solid case of a servant. Very good. Right, summertime again. So we're going to talk about Summer, Nitocris, and I feel like they finally did now, compared to last year her MP still did the instant kill before the damage, right? So now that's different, at least I'm pretty sure. Okay.
Yes.
So I don't have to completely trash her this time around, maybe. At least not on that front.
One of the very few lawful good assassins as well.
Oh yeah, true. That's an interesting alignment for an assassin. But yeah,
Usually not nice people.
Yeah. Summer Nitocris, AoE, arts, DPS, and I guess now she can kind of farm too. Won't you know it? Interesting. 8-point attack, just under average when it comes to 4-star assassins. Double arts, double quick deck is back, and on base her gains are not the most flattering, I have to say. Definitely not amazing. But the skills help for sure. So first skill on a 5-turn cooldown, she gets 30% defense for 3 turns, 30% more defense for 1 turn, and then 30% debuff res for 3 turns. So the turn you activate, you get 60%. So that's quite a bit of tankiness. It's a basic skill, but I don't really hate it. It's very easy to use, and it combos with her taunt as well, which I'm about to talk about next as well. I don't hate it. It's an okay defensive skill. It's like a morph, basically, with a different name. I don't really hate morph either, even if it's basic. So yeah, the second skill on a 7-turn cooldown. She gets a taunt for 1 turn, and then a damage cut of 2k for 3 attacks, 3 turns. So when you combo these, you will take 0 damage, basically, unless they MP you. So you will otherwise take, even crits won't really hurt you at all at that point. But 7-turn cooldown though? That's way too much. Way too much. I don't like that skill because of it. Oh well. Anyway, third skill, 6-turn cooldown. She gets 30% attack for 3 turns, 20% MP damage for 3 turns, and 30% MP gain for 3 turns. That's a good DPS skill. It definitely helps with her face card gains too. It's just nice. Just a good DPS skill. Yeah, not a whole lot going on in the kit otherwise though. Skills wise.
It's a lot like Ibaraki Lancer's first skill, except they swap 2 numbers around a little. So it's 30% attack and 20% MP damage instead of vice versa.
Very true actually.
Good skill though.
Yeah.
The other 2 are like a little wonky just because their cooldowns are really long.
The first one is actually not that bad because most of the effects are 3 turns on a 5-turn cooldown, but the second one is like why though? Yeah.
My favorite thing from Chad is like, you should bring her against Kamazat so he's forced to fight with 1 hand.
Oh well. The lore though.
Oh my god.
Anyway, passives 10% Starjet. Yeah, true, it is a thing.
I'm keeping her in first session. Yeah.
It's very haram.
It's just Among Us.
Starjet on her is not the best thing. She, of all the 4-star assassins, she probably Starjet is one of the worst, unfortunately. But you know, it's still nice to have, of course. Better to have it than not have it. Divinity B doesn't really do anything as flat damage is, flat damage. She's anti-ruler, which is extremely unfortunate. Not only is it a rare enemy to fight, you would never do that with her. Never. Upgraded MP, here we go. So AoE damage, minus 20% defense down on enemies for 3 turns. It is after damage, but if you're doing bosses, it's a form of ramp up. Skill seals all enemies for 1 turn. You get a water map for 5 turns as well, which that's very cool considering how the MP looks. It should have been there probably since the beginning. And then a 60% chance on base OC to instant kill enemies, scaling up to 100%. But now, most importantly, after damage. So with this MP buff, she's no longer hopeless. Before this, I think I trashed her really hard last year. Like, she's just, why would you ever pick her? But now, she can actually do some damage. She has some utility in the skill seal, the water map, and she doesn't screw her own farming anymore. So she can do that kind of now too. Because her refund is actually, from what I remember, is not bad, right? It's actually pretty good. Yeah, she can block rail. Yeah.
Yeah, it's. She has very solid refund from what I remember.
Yeah, it was just you just couldn't do it reliably because the instant kill, but now you can. Yay! I think she's fine now. Maybe not amazing, but she's fine,
Oh yeah.
Usable
Oh yeah, she has really
word.
good. She has really good refund.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like C levels about. So she also has the taunt, which helps her loop even more.
Yeah, bosses. Excuse me.
Also, you could probably survive a counter class NP with the combo, the first
Potentially,
and
yeah.
second skill.
Yeah. What that's worth.
So I mean,
She is arts as
that's
well,
something
so
that could happen.
yeah.
I do wish they would. I think she'd be in a much better spot if they gave her a buff to buff her
Second
one of her
skill.
skills and just give her another attack.
Second skill
modifier,
needs a buff so bad.
Yeah, second skill, lower the cooldown by 2, and give it like either like not arts up, but like a power mod maybe.
Yeah, it needs
like
to go down
arts
on
seems to have
cooldown
tons
for
of
one
arts up, so like I don't think we need to add.
Yeah,
for art
the third
servers,
skill
when
already
I'm looking at
covers a
stuff.
lot of her offensive needs. With the MP upgrade, having the defense down too.
Good arts assassin loopers are surprisingly numerous. I don't know why that's a thing in 4 stars, but that's just a thing.
I don't know if I'd say. Okay, yeah, I guess these days
There's 3 of them
yeah,
right over there. I mean, they're identical, but come on.
No, there's also Shining Star. I believe his refund's pretty good as well. But like, yeah, I mean, she really doesn't have much outside. I don't think her tank is like super. It's not bad, but it's not like super.
Yeah, it's just a bonus if anything.
Worth it, yeah. But you know, upgrade MP with good refund is never not welcome. And she also started a very good tradition of putting fields on the top right. Like technically Archwade started it, but we all thought that was a different thing. But like starting from her, you got like Lohi and I guess Dante, but Dante has like his own field. They all put the field on the top right instead of on the servant themselves, which I mean,
Means it
generally
can't be buff stripped.
yeah, it can't be buff strip, but like generally it's the same. But yeah,
unfortunately, it's just it doesn't really do anything for her. So maybe sometime in the future we'll have some sort of support that gets a bonus off of that.
She's like the best water side setter for.
They should make the
Nemo,
second skill do
probably.
buff it and then make it do something extra when there's a water map.
Well, she's a tank character, so she's the tank for the units that you would use that need water side, such as.
But she's got an NP to do it.
And she has no battery either.
Oh.
I mean, she has refund and tank and the taunt. Like if we're talking about like
first NP that makes it a little awkward.
Yeah. So it's still weird. I think she's just okay. Like not particularly good.
I mean,
not
that's still a lot up from being borderline useless.
Last year.
Oh yeah, a lot better than what she used to be. Because like her refund is really good. It's just that she was after Summer Valks. Like I think if Summer Valks didn't exist, people would be pretty hype about her. Because she would feel like.
However, if you do have a lot of MP levels, then she could probably be even better. But as is.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
She's kind of rare though, unfortunately.
Yeah, she's really rare.
But her design is better though. Like
I would say maybe even a B tier now.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
I think she's better than.
At least B.
Yeah. Let's start with that. Sure. Okay. So that was Nito. Next up, now we get more permanent stuff. It's Mochizuki time. So single target arts DPS 8.5k attack. Is that the lowest so far? Maybe. Unfortunately, it's not a ton under the average because they all hover around the same number, I think. But again, especially as an assassin, it's a bit unfortunate. Their class bot is just one of the worst ones. Yeah, there she is in her bandage glory. So double arts, double quick gains. Again, just very standard. Nothing crazy, nothing terrible. Just whatever. Okay. First skill, buffed on a 5-turn cooldown. 1 target, 100% chance to MP seal them for 1 turn. Then she gets anti-Debotic power mod for 3 turns, 30%, and anti-curse power mod, 30% for 3 turns. This is nice, considering she applies curses herself too, and there's command codes for that as well. Obviously, it doesn't scale up for more curses, but it's very easy to basically, whenever the skill is up, you always basically have that up. Also, I think as a 30%, that's 20%. So yeah, it's not 30 like the demonic one. But, you know, demonic also not the rarest trait ever. So there's a lot of many cases where, you know, you get the full 50%, both combined, that is. So it's pretty good. An MP seal on a 5-turn cooldown is also on the better end, I want to say. Most of them are like 6-turn cooldowns. That's nice too. Pretty good skill. Second skill on 5-turn cooldown, she gets 30% arts for 3 turns, and then this on attack debuff for 3 turns, which all her normal attacks now do 500 curses for 3 turns. So the MP obviously doesn't apply, but it doesn't have to, because again, she doesn't need more curses to do more damage or anything like that. She just needs a curse on the target, and then she activates the power mod. So it's fine. And the main card tap up on a good uptime is nice. Third skill, 6-turn cooldown. She gets an evasion for 1 turn and then 30% battery. So I'm pretty sure this is exact same as the Foreigner Hook size skill, but with a different name. There it is. A lot of the times you can just pop it for the battery because she's arts, unless you don't have the best support options. Then you might want to save her the evasion, but you might just pop it for the battery. But yeah, it's an okay skill. A little awkward, but sometimes it doesn't matter. Decent skill set. Not amazing, but decent. Good amount of offense, sub-utility, we get defense, okay. 10.5% star gen. She, of all the assassins, again, doesn't generate the most. Mostly because of her arts focus, but again, it's always just nice to have. She's anti-alter ego, which not really ideal. Not sure how many demonic alter egos there are, but it's a bit scary. Because while she does neutral damage, she does take 1.5x from them, so a bit sketchy.
Well, I can think of one, and I know he's the reason why she has anti-alter ego.
Oh, yeah, of course, yeah. That is very true. Funnily enough, she is chaotic evil, so she has good synergy with the guy. If you want to go down that route, that's pretty evil. Get it? Haha. Anyway, buffed MP. Yeah. Single target damage, does a skill seal for 1 turn, does a curse amplifier for 3 turns on the target, which is 200%. That's pretty cool. It's a high amount. And then does a 10% crit chance down on base overcharge for 3 turns, scaling all the way up to 30%. I like the MP too. Skill seal, mixed value. Sometimes it's really good, sometimes you don't really feel it. And then crit chance down doesn't hurt. It's the better option of the one between her and Yanqing. Granted, it's not a high amount on base, but her MP is very spammable, so you can kind of keep a good amount of it up on the target. Chances are. I think Mochizuki is... she's good, but not amazing. What do you guys think?
So like Punished Mew, like there's no demonic, obviously no demonic, well, there's not a lot of demonic servants anyway.
Yeah.
But there's no demonic rider servants. So she's not hitting that. So it's only on enemies.
I mean, there's 4 berserkers at least.
Yeah, well, there's a couple of berserkers. But if
Duryudana has demonic? Interesting.
Yep.
Yeah.
I don't know my Indian lore.
If you're hitting her traits,
some sort
she's
of
better
than
Shiki. If you're not, well, Shiki only has the 1-turn RSUP, right?
No, it's
like
3 turns.
Similar to,
it's actually good uptime instead of 5-turn cooldown as well.
Oh yeah. Yeah, and hers is also arts with, yeah, their skill sets are very similar. They have a 30% battery, they have a 3-turn arts buff. Yeah, the difference is she has ignore invuln, or she has the demonic and curse. Like, they're very
and the skill seal.
Instead of an evade.
Yeah.
I think that's
the
key difference.
They're very similar, like damage wise as well, when you're not doing trait stuff. So like it's just that one's free, so that it's hard to make the argument for Chiyome when Shiki is free. And like with curse, like once you apply curse, Shiki and Chiyome do about the same damage. Before then, Chiyome did less, but I don't know. They're just kind of the same, except that Shiki's free, and so it's hard to justify Chiyome.
Yeah,
I think she is better than Kiritsugu, and it's not that overlapping with Shiki. She's like a less bursty version. But I do agree she kind of needs to hit that demonic. Otherwise, the anti curse is not the greatest.
Mm.
Shiki
I like the
really
double
is a big
seal.
problem for this kind of units. To be honest, it's just like, but why wouldn't I use the free one that I can just grab out of the shop right now? But yeah, I do think the servant itself is solid. It really is Shiki's problem, more so than her problem.
Or
Yeah.
Shiki is her problem, but yeah.
Yeah, Shiki is her problem.
Not a bad servant,
I
though.
like the NP seal.
Yeah.
NP seal.
Again, on a 5-turn cooldown, it's better than most. On the skills.
Yeah, they almost never go low cooldown
Yeah.
on NP seals.
Yeah,
That's,
but
quite rare.
you also have to take into consideration that one fight in Lost Bolt 5 that you're forced to do, where you have to counter, where she has class disadvantage. And you
Yeah,
just hate
and
that
she-
fight.
And dude, and everyone brings her to that, so she must be perfect.
You're
for it.
forced to take her for it.
I mean, okay, just as a just as a counterpoint, during her super recollection, which is when she got buffed, I did manage to do, I think, super Cerberus with my ungrilled. Like, obviously Cerberus is demonic, rider,
yeah.
but you know, it's not bad when she hits that demonic.
Oh, yeah.
rate.
Yeah, then
Right,
she's
so,
actually really solid.
Yeah,
then
that is the
she's
problem, though. Yeah.
Better damage.
Yeah, the problem is she kind of has to hit that demonic because the anti curse is too small. It's 20%. It's like
They should have swapped the 20 and 30 around to help a bit.
Nah, they both should have been 50.
Oh, that would be insane, dude.
That would be pretty
that would
crazy.
Be nuts. Yeah, that would be nuts, dude. I mean,
because you know, or how about this? 50 curse, 20 demonic. Then we're good.
just
Mm,
remove the demonic.
I
Like
yeah.
genuinely.
Demonic. You're right.
Yeah, like genuinely. But yeah, it's
You
it's
have to be
cool.
careful with that though, because like she's already like
Upgraded MP. Right? Yeah.
yeah, she'd definitely be out damaging Shiki. Shiki is
Yeah.
like 1-turn burst.
Yeah. But is that really a problem? Is that really
Yeah,
a problem
for a
with
gotcha
assassins?
servant to out damage the welfare? Should that be a concern?
I mean, not really, but
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see if they ever do anything more with her. I feel like they could. They kind of like her. Placement wise, B to B plus. I kind of like Yanqing a bit more personally, but I don't think she's bad.
B plus.
Okay.
I do think she is probably equal to Yangqing, but hard to say. Yangqing is more unique. Like that, he doesn't have that.
He's not tied to
looming-
anything.
He also doesn't have that looming like Shiki, you know. But yeah.
So if we do this, there would be a half a tier difference between her and Shiki. Is that ideal?
Yeah.
Or
They're not that far apart. They are very similar characters.
Yeah.
So-
Yes, that's okay. Auto tiebreaker again, I guess.
man, every time. Why can't you guys just figure it out?
It's weird that
without
it can be a
me?
tiebreaker when there's 3 people, which means that it's impossible.
Yeah,
for
now
it
it's.
to be
I feel like now
a
especially
tie.
it's kind of fair because we have 3 co-hosts.
Oh, true. Actually, no, it's two on two.
Are you trying to decide whether to move her up or down?
Yeah, I'm thinking B
Up.
or B plus.
I think B plus is fine.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
She's more in
I
P
don't live
focused
to see
than
another day.
Young King.
All right, we'll go with that for now. Cool. All right, Shibosa time. I guess she already started it, but yeah, now story luck. You got Kato Danzo. Ooh, AoE Buster DPS bodyguard? I don't know what to call her. I've still yet to figure her out. After all these
Trash.
years, I do not understand what she's supposed to do, but yeah. We'll try and work with her here. So 8.9 attack, again, ever so slightly under average among 4-star assassins. The deck is not terrible. The double buster, double quick I quite like, especially with Summer Scotty now being a thing. Gains, they're decent. You know, they're okay. So not too bad there at least. So for now, everything looks alright. Cool. Alright, skills then. So on a first skill on a 5-turn cooldown, she gets 30% quick and buster for 3 turns. I mean, I don't really hate it. It's a bit basic, but the numbers are at least decent for her main card types, so could be worse. Second skill, 6-turn cooldown, targeted evasion for 1 turn and gives the target 45% star gen for 1 turn. Yeah, so that's the thing. For the star gen thing is obviously not the best thing ever, you know, if you target someone else, if they don't really have a lot of stuff like that going on, but you know, it's flexibility, I guess. But then it really boggles my mind that they decided to copy paste the same skill. I don't understand this. So it's the same exact skill, besides the evasion now becoming an invul. Obviously, it's kind of cool that they're different, because if, you know, for some reason you could even use them on the same servant. You would never do that, though. But yeah, they obviously stack as well, because they're different defensive buffs. But why does she need 2 targeted hard defenses that have the exact same cooldown, exact same effects? I don't understand this. This was always really mind-boggling to me. Like, she's supposed to be... She's not even a support, though, right? But she kind of wants to be this protector or something. It's so weird. Like, because of that, I don't really like her skill set. It's just weird. I don't get it. 10% star gen on the passive is cool. It helps her. She has okay star gen. She's anti-alter ego as well. Man, Doman really cucking a lot of these cavalry classes by giving them bad appends.
Yep.
He truly is an evil man.
Characters from Shimosa.
Yeah, pretty much. Alright, the MP has been buffed, so it does AoE damage, then she does a plus 20% buster up for 3 turns on the whole party. It is after damage, unfortunately. I feel like they could have easily made that before damage. And then she does super effective against demonic enemies, base 150 to 200 range on the overcharge. So she doesn't really do a ton of damage. Unless you hit demonic, then you can do some damage. But man, otherwise, there's not... She doesn't really do crits either well. Her MP... What is this? Like, she wants to be a support, but she also wants to be a DPS, and I feel like in either case, she's just not good. I don't get her.
I think without trait, she is the weakest AoE assassin, like a 4-star.
Probably.
What do you mean without trait? She has no trait, so she is just the
no,
weakest.
No, he means the anti-demonic.
Yeah, the anti-demonic.
Yeah.
She has. Oh, I forgot she has anti-demonic. What the?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. By the way, that anti-demonic doesn't help her because 1.5 times trash is still trash. She still loses to Skaha against Divine. What are you doing there? Like and she way loses to the Valks against Earth, which is an easier target to hit. Yeah, no, she's garbage.
She doesn't have any batteries.
Oh,
that's another problem.
She
0
has 2
batteries.
dodges instead of a battery. And Kashin Koji really did a number on this one.
Mm-hmm.
Wait. Yeah, Kashin Koji was...
Yeah, you mean Spider Mom, yeah?
Yeah.
Just...
Yeah, Kashin Koji was just drunk, I guess, making this one.
I just don't understand this. I've never I don't think she has a place in the game. She's just... I would never really bring her for anything. Maybe if you're fighting full, many demonic targets, then maybe there could be a small little thing to consider, but I don't know, man.
The thing is, Fuma does her job better if you want an assassin that can give your character a dodge.
Yeah.
They're so similar.
Or just actual supports too, like big supports.
Yeah.
Yeah. You guys have anything nice to say about her or anything else in general? Because I don't have a lot to say about her. I just don't like her.
Her MP also doesn't look good. And
it's the vacuum.
I don't think she's aged very well. She's just like, I don't know. I mean, I've had times where I'm like, okay, I really need 2 evades or like 2 invulns to go on 1 target. So there's a little bit of flexibility with that. It's just she's never the optimal pick for that, and she doesn't contribute enough other things.
Yeah.
So
I would say D or D plus.
D.
Yeah, maybe.
Ooh.
I think she is the worst of the 4 stars. So
I mean, look, it's still an upgraded MP with an anti-trade. I think D is too low, but
yeah, maybe D plus is fine. Okay.
Well, okay, upgraded NP, but her skills are just garbage. Like, there's nothing redeeming there.
Yeah, that's the same with Carmilla. do you mean?
Okay, but how does she get her NP? She doesn't have like.
What? You rely on the 27 like fucking what is it called? 27
You give her a
torture
case scope,
technique.
because what other craft essence are you gonna give her?
Yeah, pretty much. All right, well, we'll go D plus now. Maybe we'll see if I will do D later. All right, so Summer time again. Summer Ushi. AoE quick DPS. I guess you can even farm with her, but I think she's way nicer as a DPS personally, because you won't get a lot of her other kits or other effects on her kit if you just farm. 9.4k attack is actually great among 4-star assassins. It's one of the better ones so far. That's good.
Stheno told me that she was a pretty good looper, so
Yeah, like refund wise, she's
Oh,
good.
no,
But I kind of like her
Uchi
as more as a
looking.
DPS because you know the buff removal and whatnot is kind of useless on farming. But yeah, she totally can still farm if you want to do that. But yeah,
You talk about that copy pasta. Where,
Yeah.
like,
Yes, there's.
they're
I
like
don't know if
3
you've seen this,
paragraphs.
but there's
Oh my
there's
God.
like it's like a 10-minute long rant someone about how they Ushi loop and it's not looping, it's crit farming, but they keep calling it looping. It's one of the wildest comments I've ever seen on YouTube for FGO.
interesting. I need to see that later, I guess. But yeah, back to Ushi. Triple quick or actually full quick as well. Her gains are actually very decent. They're so much better than Rider Ushi's. That's the main contrast there. She can actually do face guard gains, unlike Rider. First skill on the 6-turn cooldown, she gets 40% battery, and that's it. Pretty awkward, needless to say. And it doesn't do anything else, so I don't really like this skill a lot. It's kind of whatever. Unfortunate. Second skill on a 5-turn cooldown, she gets an evasion for 1 turn and 30% quick for 3 turns. Great skill. The only downside, it's awkward to use because it's her main damage up with her main defense. And the defensive isn't very flexible, but you know, 1 turn evasion also on a 5-turn cooldown is better than most of them. They tend to be 6-turn cooldowns. So it's a good skill if you can time it well. Third skill on a 5-turn cooldown as well. She gets 500% absorb for 1 turn, debuff immune for 1 turn, and then this on attack debuff for 1 turn. So whenever she attacks the enemy, there's a 40% chance to remove all buffs from the target. So basically you only need to hit that 40% once and you're done, which is pretty cool. Granted, there's some downtime to that because there's only up on 1 turn, but you know, it's pretty cool. If you do a Brave Shade, especially if there's no MP in it, you have 4 times 40% chance. If you don't land it, that is hella unlucky. Even with an MP Brave Chain, you still have 3 times 40% to land, or three 40% chances to get the buff removal. Obviously, you probably prefer it to land early in case they have defensive buffs that would mitigate damage. But it's pretty cool. I don't hate this skill. It's an interesting burst utility thingy. Overall, skills definitely could be better, but not the worst I've seen. 5.5% star gen on the first passive is good. She actually dishes out a lot of stars. 11% crit damage complements that very nicely because she's going to be swimming in stars all the time, especially if you MP a lot. 11% quick up is amazing because she is full quick and her quicks are actually good too. So honestly, her passives are really good. Yay. Her third append is anti-assassin, which even if you hit trade, I'm not sure. Maybe if you're a big fat or have a big copy, otherwise no. So the buffed MP then does AoE damage, flat 150% anti-lawful, super effective. Removes all offensive buffs from all the enemies. Guaranteed, very cool. And then does a 20% quick res down on enemies for 3 turns. On base overcharge, getting up to 40%. It is after damage, but again, pretty good effect considering the MP is not the hardest thing to spam, especially if we can do face carding as well for bosses. Now, I believe if you don't hit anti-trait, her damage is not very impressive, at least on the MP. But she's got a lot of good effects, and her, gains are still very solid. I think she's totally fine, but maybe not obviously anything top tier.
I mean, it's above a lot of the other AoE assassins. Now,
Oh, yeah.
Otto, third guy. In as many words as Ushi has frames of animation in her NP, what do you feel?
Oh my god. Her MP looks so bad. Her MP is like one PNG flying around.
Yeah,
on
it's so
screen.
ugly.
Yeah. But I think honestly after the MP upgrade she's decently strong. I've seen like her deal really good damage against lawful. Um and and it's the skill 3 is very interesting.
Oh, her refund is actually dog. Never mind.
Yeah, her refund's garbage. But like the skill 3 is very interesting. She has like if you are willing to like reset RNG for it, it is really strong.
Mm.
And I don't know. I think just she is more of a boss killer. But if it's like challenge quest where there's like 3 enemies and she's able to hit lawful, it's really good. Like I don't know. I actually really underestimated her, and I didn't really look into her buff because I don't have her to be fair. But like after looking into her buff and then trying her out a little bit, I think she's really solid.
Yeah.
I like that she can spam buff removal, even if it's RNG on that skill. Like she also has it on her NP.
Yeah, the
so,
offensive buffs. So she's safe as a quick servant.
And again, I have appreciated quick decks more as of late because the costs are dropped. And
They should buff that first skill to be 50% and give her
Yeah, this is underwhelming.
NP gain up or NP damage up or both.
He doesn't need MP gain. That's totally fine with face cards. Unless you want to improve the looping specifically,
okay,
then yeah.
Like looping. We don't need a loop with phase cards. That's a.
But I feel like I kind of like her as a deep. I don't think she should be made a farmer personally. I would like to see something else besides MP gain instead. Maybe that's just me though.
No, I agree. It's fine.
See, a lot of her kit is anti-boss, like nothing to do with farming.
They could make it so, like on top of the 40% chance, if she crits, it's guaranteed buff removal.
Oh
yeah, fuck you, Dante's.
Right.
Crit
Dude,
to remove one buff.
Okay, full buff removal on crit. I guess it's only one turn. I guess
But doesn't Liang Yu already do that?
Oh, does she do that? I don't know.
Yeah, that was the whole argument that why she
had...
might be viable, because she has like the most consistent buff removal in the entire game if you need a lot of it.
Oh, then
that was Otto's whole argument, I'm pretty sure.
Then
yeah, I'd probably prefer Kim Leong Yu still as support because she at least makes stars.
Yeah. But Ushi's a capable DPS with some cool utility. Some underwhelming things though in the skill set especially, but yeah, not bad, especially if it's that anti-lawful though. B plus? What do you guys think?
Yeah, I'm actually like I think B plus to A, but yeah, probably B plus more comfortable.
Sure.
Seems a fairly unanimous B plus. Cool. All right. So the interesting case next. So last but 3. Yeah. We got Good Shot, aka Consort Yu. There she is. Yu Meiren, all the names. So AoE Buster DPS. If you are one of those in extreme madmen, they have tried farming with her as well, but no, just no. Man, 7.9k attack is quite a travesty to use to pick some kind of word for that. That is a terrible start. She's double buster, double quick. Her gains are actually, at least her one arts card is really good. And they're otherwise not terrible either. So it's alright. She's got that going for her. First skill on a 5-turn cooldown. She gets 10% gauge per turn for 5 turns and a debuff immune for 1 turn. Very basic, but it's a thing, yeah. Second skill buffed on a 5-turn cooldown. She gets 1k healing per turn for 5 turns. She gets this buff removal resistance, 100% for 3 turns. Very important. And then she gets 30% attack for 3 turns. Very good skill, actually. And the attack helps with her god-awful attack stat as well. So this is at least a very good skill. And a very vital one, considering her MP. Third skill on a 6-turn cooldown. 80% chance. We're back to this. This is the exact same skill, the same freaking C rank. 80% chance to drain by 1 tick and then 27% battery. Just why? She's not even close to being day 1. Why did they print this skill again? This was so many years later. It was like 4 years later or something. I don't understand.
His joke.
And she's also AoE, which is weird for her to have a single target tick down. I don't get it. It's mismatched. This skill set, very mid. Just very mid. Could do more. And better. 8% Starjet is okay. Just an okay passive for her. Anti-ruler is a good joke on the append. So the MP then. So then we, first of all, hey, she cleanses all her debuffs before damage. That's awesome, especially if you have some, buffs that could reduce your damage. You can get rid of those as well. But then the other one, you also remove all your buffs before damage. So that's why we have this second skill. Very vital. So you can resist that buff removal. Because that is a big demerit, needless to say, for a DPS to have on their MP before damage. Probably the worst demerit of all DPS MPs in the game. Can't really at least fast think of anything that's worse than that. Anyway, ignores defense on damage. That's cool. Does a 2k curse on all enemies for 5 turns. That's kind of a nothing thing. And also before damage, she gets 50% buster for 1 turn before damage. I think I said that twice, but yeah, scales up to 100%. And I believe this actually happens after the buff removal. So even if you get all your other buffs removed, you still get this for your MP damage. So at least the order of operations favors it a little bit, because it's a free mana burst or more if you have sub overcharge. Like, she's a bit better now because of this buff, right? So most of the time you're gonna have this up, so she won't completely screw herself. But then there could be those turns where you don't have this up, and then you don't really want to MP at all, do you? And if you have a DPS that has a damaging MP, it's gonna feel awkward. And her face cards for damage are not good. They're just not good because her attack sucks as well.
I mean, okay. In her defense, though, like if you're doing normal boss stuff, the turns where the skill 2 is going to be offline lines up with the turns where she's not going to have the buff.
Yeah, it's 3 turns, yeah.
So like, and also they didn't do the stupid thing of making the buff more resist 3 times 3 turns. So this can still be used as a positive effect. To
in case the enemy screws
gimmicks.
You. Yes.
Yeah, because it's just full on 3 turns if they spam anything. She's like a very good self-preservation servant. I think her biggest problem isn't necessarily the buff removal on the MP anymore. It's just her damage is really shit because of her low attack stat, her assassin class, and everything. If she gets an MP upgrade, I can actually see her becoming really solid. And also maybe fix the battery. The battery prevents her from doing
all of these should be fixed. On the just do an update that fixes all Bloodsucker Cs, every single one. And give them all unique effects too. Change them to how they would fit the servant the best.
She can bust her loop. She's a 30 charge.
She just needs a 60% one instead.
Starting charge. Yeah.
Like her effective attack is 7.1k. Like that is like so people make fun of like Saber Lily's attack stat, but it is so actually unbearably low. Like it is 3-star level. Like if you pretend she's a 3-star, you're like, wow, that's pretty good. But like I don't know if that was because they're like, oh well, she gives herself a 50% buster up. You know,
I think they just loved making attack of a lot of Lost Belt 3 servants really shit. Because there was First Emperor, there was Red Hair. Was there anyone else that had really shit attack that came from there? They all had shit attack, those 3, at least.
Maybe, like me, the developers also hate Lost Belt 3.
It's a commentary on how Chinese people are very passive and docile. Yeah, true. Actually, no, she's like the least passive and docile person we've met in Lost Belt.
She explodes to attack.
Yeah, she explodes.
Like, I don't think she's terrible. A lot of people would immediately throw her into like E tier or something. That's way too harsh. She can still be used. Just her damage won't be that impressive, and she has no anti-trait to make it even like actually really good. So
yeah,
it's a shame because she has a good sprite and art and stuff like that.
Yeah.
If she has an MP upgrade, I genuinely think she would be pretty good.
That could make all the difference.
So if they did an MP upgrade and remove the demerits.
I mean, I don't even think they need to remove the demerit.
Yeah, honestly, it is terrible, but she has the workaround now, kinda.
Yeah, it like lines up with the turns, the standard play.
Before the buff to the second skill, it was terrible because we only had that once every 5 turns.
Oh yeah, before the buff,
It was
just, like,
unusable, honestly.
character. Yeah, exactly. But
Yeah, she spams really easily. Ultimately, I think her biggest issue is just her damage. Because like even the buff removal, like if you're throwing in a Koyan, like it's got such good uptime, it's just up all of like she's always going to be. Buff
Yeah,
removal
cooldowns help a lot
resistant.
too if needed.
Yeah,
Yep.
and her cooldowns are really short. Yeah,
Yeah. But yeah, she just needs more damage, and she doesn't really offer any cool utility much either, besides like ignore defense. But yeah, so it's still not the best turn because of that. I would say C plus or B.
probably C plus still.
Yeah.
Just because unupgraded MP and just damage really bad in general.
At least not unusable.
Yeah.
Okay. Welfare type again. Case files event. We got Gurei. So AoE Buster, DPS, and most people probably use her for farming instead. But hey, 9.4k attack, that's a good start. That's a big upgrade to the previous servant, needless to say. So that's nice. She's got a full quick deck, which I have mixed feelings upon, because she has a Buster MP, but you know, it is what it is. And her gains it's the same as a lot of the other servants we've seen so far. Again, he's not amazing, but he's not trash either. Just okay. First skill on a 5-turn cooldown, she gets 30% attack for 3 turns and then 100% anti-undead power mod for 3 turns. So this is the reason why she can actually be paired pretty effectively with Summer Wu Zetian, because 100% is 100%. That's a lot. So it's definitely a solid support option for her. And she happens to be Buster too, which, you know, is even a better combo with Summer Wu. So if you don't have the undead, it's still passable, because it's a good amount of attack on a good uptime. But if you do have the anti-undead working, then we're suddenly looking at an insane DPS skill. So it depends on how you, or who you fight and what comp you bring. Second skill on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets 40% Buster and Quick for 1 turn, and then an Invul for 1 attack, 1 turn. So it's like a mana burst that has a bit of defense. I hate that the Invul is not even like 1 hit 3 turns, that it's 1 hit 1 turn. It's very not flexible. And then she's a Buster Servant who might not want to throw away defensive stuff willy-nilly if you're doing bosses. I don't like this skill at all. I hate it, kind of. Yeah. Way too big downtime as well. Third skill on 6-turn cooldown, she gets 20% battery and then 30% debuff rest for 3 turns. So a lot of people don't even level up this skill because the battery is always flat. Because if you use her for farming, you don't really need to put any levels into it, I guess. As a skill though, weak, just very weak. Again, way too much downtime on something that, you know, is not even that impressive. And 20% is an awkward number for a Buster Servant as well, unfortunately.
Yeah.
You'd prefer that 30.
I just realized that's actually just a better version of that's a worse version of Santa Lily's skill. Huh. It's a higher cooldown, but it's basically the same effect.
And that wasn't amazing either. So yeah. Wow. All you get from this is 10% more debuff rest if you level it. This has to be one of the worst values for leveling up a skill. That scaling is nothing.
Yep.
Oh,
Like
man.
Bedivere. Bedivere skill as well.
At least there the cooldown is better because it's AoE, but yeah, I digress. Not the great skill set. First skill can be really good for DPS, but other than that, I kind of hate this skill set a lot. Alright, 11% crit damage is okay. She still generates an okay amount of stars. 15% debuff res also helps if you're going up against bosses. Has the luxury of having that as an assassin. And then a unique passive of 10% MP gain is just always really nice to have on basically anyone. So hey, easier to get that MP with face cards. She's anti-berserker, which is also nice. Imagine hitting undead on those and then slapping them with your MP and this. Ooh, you can actually do some damage. Upgraded MP, very nice. Rare for a welfare as well. She gets Invul Pierce for 1 turn before damage. Very cool. She gets a 10% refund no matter what whenever you uses MP. That's nice. And then after damage, all enemies get minus 20% quick and Buster rest down for 3 turns on base OC, scaling up to 40%. So again, it's after damage, but, you know, can be a decent ramp up. Helps with her face card gains as well if you go with them quicks, because she has 3 of them. The MP is really good, actually, FX-wise, for a welfare, too. So that's great. I wish her skills were just a lot better. But Gray is... She's not bad. And again, you can totally do the Wu comp as well, if you actually want some really good damage out of her. And her farming numbers are okay, too, for, you know, welfare as well. Hmm.
I mean, it's 100% power mod against undead. Like it's
on a good
lot.
uptime
like,
too.
She has, yeah, and like it's your first cycle is going to be 4 turns. If you because she's welfare, you can get a pen 5 really easily, right? Because she's an evocation. So like, it's not that hard to like keep that rolling, especially in a buster team. Actually, you can double stack in a buster team by the end, right?
Mm-hmm.
So. Because you like use Wu to set undead with double Vich, that's back up on turn 2, and so you're rocking 60% attack up, 200% anti undead. And
it's also a power mod on her skill, so it's on command. And it also affects her face cards too. So if you get some nice crits, they can actually do very big damage too.
Like she actually does output a lot of damage when you like trait with her. Like, and also the 20% battery, she also has 10% on her MP, so it's not as...
Yeah, it's a band-aid for this.
Time. Yeah. I think the combo with Summer Wu definitely makes her pretty viable. But even without it, yeah, it's just big damaging MP. Ignore invul. It's kind of... I mean, I guess not really reminiscent.
It's quite a bit of wrist shred, too. Double on 20% base for 3 turns.
Yeah, the only thing I don't like is her like 1-turn invul skill and the deck. I think everything else is really good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, it's kind of funny. I keep saying, hey, I actually like quick decks. I don't like her quick deck.
Yeah, it's not good at all.
I don't like it either.
Like it fits on like quick servants that have decent quick cards, but her quick cards are just kind of bleh.
Yeah, it's just whatever.
She'd be a lot better with 2 buster, to be honest, but alas and alack.
Yeah. And the skills 2 and 3 are just not good at all. They're just not good.
I mean, debuff resistance, though, like, if you think about it,
it's too low.
Use that.
I mean, it's nice to have, but this on a 6-turn cooldown, it's just not much.
Yeah, it's not good.
It's like you need something drastic, like Kintoki Rider, who has like it's only offensive, but it's 120%. Or like King Hassan, who has like 100%. Like those are the ones that, in my opinion, like really matter. I think this is just a glorified passive, but she's really good.
I think she's still like her DPS is good with the anti-undead, and her farming can be decent too, for what it's worth. I would say B+, probably.
Yeah, I think B+ to A, probably B+.
B+ or A, yeah.
Let's start with B+. Oh, yeah.
I agree.
Like B+?
B+ to A.
Okay, let's start with B+, and then we can maybe consider A later as well.
So maybe you could do A.
That is true.
She's as good as Shiki. Okay, it's not a good comparison, but like she's not as much as an insta buy as Shiki.
We'll consider it later. Okay.
Yeah.
Next up, Summer again, and it's one of my favorite assassins, and I have a lot of assassins that I like, but yeah, this is one of them. Summer Okita, the OG, not the alter version that we covered in the first tier list in Sabers. AoE quick assassin, full green in fact. Attack at 9.3k is pretty good, definitely above average when it comes to her peers. And yeah, much like the Okita pattern, she has a very good face card gains. In fact, they're more than very good. They are excellent, so that's great. Very easy to spam her MP, needless to say, if your face cards are included in bosses. Just really good gains. Crazy. First skill on a 4-turn cooldown, she gets 100% crit damage for 1 turn, 800% absorb for 1 turn, and then she removes 1 latest defensive buff from herself. So, at least it's not a full defensive buff removal, but it can sometimes be a bit scary. because I wish it was just one latest buff. It would be a bit easier to play around, but it's specifically defensive buff. So chances are it's going to be like her own evader or something, unless you plan around a bit better. Or, you know, sometimes it might be nothing. But it's on, again, you can maybe do order of operations to play around it anyway. So it's not the worst
I thought
thing
it was
ever.
all of them. It's only one? Okay.
Yeah, it's only one. It's not a full defensive buff strip. Thank God for that. So it's just one latest one.
Yeah, that's very manageable. Yeah.
It's not the
Use
worst
your
skill.
skills, right?
Yeah, because it's on a 4-turn cooldown. I assume it's because of the demerit. So it's actually not the worst. It's a decent burst skill still. If it was a 5-turn cooldown, I'd not be super hot about it. I still don't love it, but it's okay. Second skill on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets an evasion for 1 turn. What am I saying? Sure hit for 1 turn, and then 20% MP damage for 3 turns. So again, definitely try to use this after the first skill if you plan on using her skills, because then you get to keep your evade as well. Very cool. Sure hit can be useful depending on the fight, and some MP damage. I feel like it could be 30%, but oh well. I don't hate it though. It's sometimes a bit awkward to use though. Third skill, the interesting one. So 6-turn cooldown, she gets 50% quick up for 3 turns. She gets 30% battery, 30% MP gauge, and then she gets a self-defense down. It's starts at 10% minus defense down on turn 1, and then every turn it just gets worse, up to minus 50% defense down. So it can be a bit scary, but honestly, it's still I want to say it's not as bad. Although again, it is treated as a buff, so you can't really cleanse it easily either. Yeah, I mean, it's a thing. But man, this skill does a lot though. When you consider the upsides, that's a crazy amount of quick. It's a battery, it's MP gain. Not that she didn't even need the MP gain for the face cards. It definitely helps with the farming though. But yeah, it's still a lot of really nice buffs though. So she's obviously a servant that has the merits, and we haven't even seen the worst one yet, unfortunately, but I don't hate the skill set though. There's a good numbers in there, on the third skill namely. Passive 7.5% star gen with a minus 10% instant kill resistance. It's good, her star gen is very solid. The demerit doesn't really matter too much. 15% debuff rest with the same demerit of 10%, further 10% instant kill rest down. Again, it's not that big of a deal to have instant kill rest down, unless, because if you're going up against a fight where instant kill is relevant, you know, chances are minus 20 or being at neutral is more or less the same anyway. Debuff rest is cool. Then she has the foreigner passive, which is awesome because you can totally pair her with Van Gogh for DPSing purposes. It's legit. You get 2 stars per turn and 2% the debuff res. So the passive itself is just decent, doesn't do a whole lot, but yeah, that Van Gogh synergy is possible. She's anti-archer, which maybe not the most relevant ped for her. MP hasn't been buffed, so it does damage to all enemies, removes their defensive buffs. It is after damage, unfortunately, but it's still nice to have. Then there's a 60% chance after the MP that she stuns herself for 1 turn. Oh, and then after damage, all enemies also get a minus 30% defense down for 3 turns on base. OC scaling up to 50. So the OC is really strong. It's like they did like a Saber Okita, but they just now it's AoE. So it's good. It's after damage, but it's a lot of ramp up as well for bosses. The stun is the one annoying part. That's the main thing that is can be a make or break. I feel like the skills you can kind of work around with these demerits, but yeah, the stun can be very annoying. Now, granted, we do have like the mirror CC to help with it, especially on bosses. And for farming, it doesn't really matter too much because, you know, it's for 1 turn. So the next turn you go after the MP, you're already going to be good to go. It's mostly just for brave chaining on bosses. That's where the problem comes in. Because her face cards are so good for gains. It's so easy to instantly like you just crit with 1 quick card with the 3rd skill up. It's already like, boom, you just got your MP back. It's so easy. But if you get stunned, it doesn't work like that. But yeah, there are ways of playing it. It's just, you do have to really prepare when you're using her for DPSing. Farming, pretty straightforward. But for DPSing, you do have to prepare. But I still think she's good. And honestly, in the past years, I feel like I've been kind of wary about giving her some credit because I'm always afraid that people are going to call me biased as fuck when I praise my favorites. But I think she's very solid, despite the demerits. I'm just going to say it now. I think she's good. So
It's
what do you
really
guys
think?
funny because, like, of all things to give her, like, like she already had like some of the best quick cards, and she had a
Yeah.
3-turn
This is gonna overkill if anything.
quick mana burst, and then they're like, you know what? We need to give her 30% NP gain in a
Yeah.
battery.
The battery helps with farming, but
I
the
mean,
MP
like,
gain is
like-
not really needed.
Yeah,
I mean, battery
it's
helps.
just so overkill.
But it
Um,
is also funny that they look at it, they're like, man, all these quick servants have a 60% chance to stun on their MP.
Mm.
Might as well. She misunderstood the assignment there.
Mm.
This one is a
It's-
lot
it's
less
still-
bad, but yeah, like compared to like Frankenstein and Tomcat, this one is a lot more.
Well, Tomcats is
it's-
irrelevant because Tomcat has a built-in counter to it now.
Also,
True.
it's honestly it's actually less than
Yeah.
50% because of her passives giving her 17% debuff, right? So it's actually less than 50% chance. It still obviously can happen very easily, but it's
I don't know
not
that.
exactly 60, I guess.
I'm not sure if it's how it works actually, but I'm not 100%
I'm
sure.
pretty sure it is.
This
It's
game's
just a
not
normal stun,
how it
right?
is.
So debuff rest
Well,
affects
it's
it.
not like it's so like it's she has, you said 17%.
Yeah, so it's like
So, yeah,
43%
83. So you have
chance.
an 83% chance for the 60% chance to hit. So it's
So
it's
0.83 times.
49.8%. So it is about 50%. So it's not subtractive. You don't subtract.
Wait, how does the calc go?
You don't subtract 17%.
Yeah.
You multiply
multiply
the
0.
60% by 0.83.
Is that how that works?
Yes.
I mean,
So,
yeah,
like,
it makes sense.
It's 13. So debuff,
So wait, is it the same with debuff rest
Yeah.
down and stuns landing then?
Yes.
Yeah.
Huh.
So like if you have, 30, if you apply 30% debuff resistance down and you have a 60% chance to stun, it's 60 times 1.3, which is a 78% chance to land.
Oh wow.
What? Oh, debuff resist down. I'm
Yeah, because it's the same case
how
as
did it go
and
up?
the opposite end.
Yeah. So it's not 60 plus 30. It's
Yeah.
Yeah.
Only the
now,
multipliers
there is
between each
success
other.
rate. Success rate up is additive. So when you do it's weird, but like resistance.
I bet you calc those Consort of stun chances all the time.
I hate the stun. The difference between what's additive and what's multiplicative in this game is absolutely baffling. Sometimes,
Yeah.
and I mix them up all the time because
It's like
it's
insta
never
kill
consistent.
as well. They have the insta kill calculations weird as well sometimes, and it's just like I saw the equation for it, and it's like it didn't have. It's like more complicated than it needs to be. It's just I don't know why, but anyways, she's good. She's actually pretty good as a quick looper. Like if you want to just use her a quick loop, she can do it fine. And the demerit.
Honestly, I feel like her
not-
farming numbers are gonna do, but her DPSing is legit. I like that a lot because her face guy's also
her
wasted
cards
as
are really
fuck
good.
with the farming.
Yeah.
And this ramp up on the MP is nice because it's just Saber Okita, but now it's AOE.
Yeah. And I do like hyper offense playstyles. I think she's pretty nice. Like
Yeah.
the frailty is a problem, but then again, like a lot of modern bosses would kill you anyways. The only problem is maybe like removing like an evade that you had set up for her. So like I have used like I don't use her that much, but like I remember there was one time when I used her, I have like I forgot what I used, but I used some kind of like soft defense up to like cover after the hard defense, so that can get stripped instead for the skill one, or you can just use it first, right? It doesn't matter. I don't know. She's okay. I think all of her demerits are pretty manageable. Like the stun is annoying, but you're not even that upset sometimes. Like if you're using her MP when you don't have her cards in hand, it's not even that upsetting. So it's okay.
I mean, you can just play around it too. Like,
yeah, you can just play around it. Yeah, it's not that big a problem.
I would do B plus or A myself.
I'd say.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know about A because like Gray is still upgraded MP and all that. I would go highest B plus. I still think like Ushi is better than her though.
I
Well,
prefer
she's
her as a
upgraded MP.
DPS to Ushi
Honestly-
myself.
She's probably closer to B because like Ushi and Gray both have upgraded NPs.
Yeah, I
and-
like Ushi better just because they upgrade MP and anti trade. But
All right. Where would you go, Otto?
I'm fine with like B plus, honestly.
Okay, so this is a tie, by the way. Now.
All right. V plus is the number, but you know sometimes it goes like that, or number, the letter rather. Okay. Yeah, moving on then. Next welfare, we got Kiichi and we got Ushi Sensei. She has a new buff, right, compared to last year? I'm pretty sure. Yeah. It's a pretty cool one too.
Yep.
So AoE, quick DPS farmer, and kind of a support too. She's got some tools. 9.4k attack is a good start. Pretty high for a 4-star assassin. Double buster, double quick deck is cool. I like that. Gains are pretty good. At least the one arts card is good. The otherwise, maybe not the best, but the one arts card is good, as you would hope for when they have one arts card. First cool skill on a 6-turn cooldown. She gets 30%. God, I need to sleep more. 30% quick up for 3 turns. Then she gets an evasion for 2 attacks, 3 turns. It's alright. I like the evasion is 2. It's 3 turns instead of like 1 turn. Makes it way less awkward to use. So it's okay. So this is the buff then. So the second skill on a 5-turn cooldown is a targeted skill. Target gets 30% battery. They get 200% absorb for 1 turn and 30% crit damage for 3 turns. I have no idea why they didn't make the absorb 3 turns as well. I was very confused about that when I also read this buff last year. Very weird. I mean, it's a good skill, especially a good support skill for a welfare. It's good. Targeted 30 and then, you know, synergy with the crit buffs. I just don't know why they... Because it's only 200% as well. It could have been easily 3 turns. Or maybe even up the amount as well with 3 turns. It's kind of weird. Because 200% won't be enough for many classes anyway. For to actually get more consistency well. I still like it though. It's a good skill, but it's just weird. I don't know. Third skill, 5-turn cooldown. Full party gets 20% attack for 3 turns and 20% MP gen for 3 turns. It's just a nice charisma that makes you use MPs more as well. It's good. Basic but good. Especially for welfare. Okay. D said skill set. One of the better welfare ones we've seen so far, that's for sure. In fact, of all the welfare, she actually might have the best skill set of the assassins. Skills. Just talking skills here.
Yeah, probably.
Because the others have more stuff going on, usually with their MPs or something. Anyway, 6% star jet passive, cool. 25% debuff res, very nice for bosses. 9% arts up, well now the 1 arts card is even better. Cool. She's anti-archer, which, yeah, I would not bother too much with that one. Unless you bring her for supporting, but even then, you would just focus your cards on your DPS anyway. MP does AoE damage, removes defensive buffs on enemies after damage, but it's still a cool utility to have. And then before damage, she gets 10% quick up for 1 turn on base, also scaling to 30%. That's quite a sad overcharge, but you know, it's not a dot, it's not instant kill. It's something, but not a whole lot. I feel like she's kind of in a weird spot still between wanting to be a DPS herself and then wanting to be a support. I feel like they could still do more. It's these 2 skills, like 2 and 3, it's an okay amount to give to one teammate. But besides that, I don't know.
I just use her as DPS, to be honest. She can also BG loop now, I think. Against like riders pretty easily with the battery.
Removing defensive buffs after damage might as well not exist. It is so actually useless of a thing to list on there. Like because you're wasting your NP to get rid of the defensive buffs. I'd rather just bring someone to remove buffs instead, or pick a better servant. Then if I need to remove buffs, then rely on this. I hate it in every situation. Anytime someone's like remove defensive buffs after damage, I'm like, into the garbage that goes.
Well,
Yeah,
if you could
remove
trade for another
defensive
effect, that
buff,
probably
that's
would. But
incredibly-
otherwise, it's just, I guess it's still nice to have. But yeah, obviously, you wouldn't want to use your potential DPS's MP to just remove defensive buffs. Unless you have like the fattest crits incoming for her Brave Chain, then yeah, sure, remove that one turn invul with the MP. So it's not
someone who
hopeless.
Doesn't.
Who's used a DPS with a remove buff after damage thing to do this. I hate it and it sucks.
I don't think there is another defensive buff move that's after damage, right? I think that is.
Well, we
really
just had
rare
Okita Summer,
because-
Okita, who does the same
Yeah,
thing.
we literally just had
It was
one.
just
Oh
the
my
one
God.
before.
No. Like, okay, I don't know what they're up with the assassins. It's kind of weird design, to be honest.
Yeah, they're kind of old.
there's also Ash. He has it after damage as well.
Oh yeah, true. Ashwataman, you're right.
Oh yeah, I thought you were talking about Tonellic, and I was very confused because I've never heard anyone say Ash for Aswathaman. People either say the full name or Hot Wheels, because you pronounced like Tonellico's other name as Ash as well. I was very confused.
See,
Ash
that's
the
the only
Savior.
reason. Like, I think it's easier to say Tonalico is because most people that I know call him Ash. Like, I don't hear like Ash.
I think the name on NA is going to be Ash instead of Tonellico because that's what they used in the story translation.
That's going to be in the story.
Yeah.
But like it's when you say, if you just say offhanded Ash, people know, or people might not know. But if you say Tonalico,
calls her Summer Morgan.
Yeah, I get that.
no one calls her Summer Morgan. Get out of here. I'm looking here. Actually, like, yeah, I don't know if there's any other remove defensive buffs that activates after.
Yeah, it's a rare thing. Because,
Oh wait,
like,
hold on. No, Deer Mud.
Yeah,
Oh.
he's there too.
damn, servants we
Oh yeah, both
visited,
of them do
yet-
that because the
Failed
Lance
to-
one
the,
removed all after the
The Mecha Ellies.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, there's still
I thought
some
they removed
around.
their own.
They changed it to before
no,
damage
they
from
did.
Melt, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
Oh,
that
Yeah,
was
but
the
that's
bar
also
DMG.
full buff purge. Yeah, we'll talk about that.
Oh yeah, I guess
sometime.
if you're talking defense
Sure.
only, yeah. Anyway, honestly, her farming numbers are not bad at all. Now that she can Black Rail loop too, she's actually kind of legit. She does have to triple Scotty. She can't actually apparently do double Scotty Oberon. The refund is not enough for that, but triple Scotty still
That's
works.
usually how 30 chargers work. 30 plus a pen 5 and a pen 2, and then yeah, just
So if anything, I kind of like her more as a farmer than a DPS.
yeah. Definitely better than Scathach.
That was kind of a
Better
thing.
Oh yeah,
'cause,
that's
like,
for sure.
Summer
She
Nito
was,
tier.
like- Yeah, Summer Nito tier.
I think B.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, could be B potentially.
She's
Oh,
like
cool.
sort of just a normal welfare, I guess.
Yeah.
Like not like super outstanding, but like not bad either.
Yeah.
Like, perfectly
Yeah, there's-
serviceable for what you're
There's
looking.
not a lot of things to say about the character.
Also, there aren't a lot of like just give someone 30% charge servants. Yeah.
Okay, true.
Yeah, it's
for
it's nice to
for
have.
free people, as opposed to whales who are not free at all.
Yeah. True. All right, next up we jump from welfare to welfare and we're going to cover a package of servants here. So I'm just going to choose Thrud because blondes. Yes. Let's
Wow,
frickin'
the
go.
bias.
Nah, it's fine, dude. So yeah, we got the Summer Valks next. Gameplay wise, they're all the same. You just pick whichever you float your boat. So AoE arts, farmer, DPS. I think is their face cards are god awful. They just live and die by their MPs. I would mostly just consider farming with them. 9.7k attack. Actually, the highest of all the 4-star assassins so far. So that's nice. Double arts, double quick on the deck, and yeah, it's so awful. Ooh. Yeah.
Might as well give them triple arts, because like
Yeah, then they can at least get
The fu-
20% from the arch chase, because man, you're not gonna
Yeah.
generate anything with these cards. That quick alone is, what is that? It's like it's 0.69. Oh! Okay, anyway, first skill, 5-turn cooldown. They get 20% quick at arts for 3 turns, and 100% crit damage for 3 attacks, 3 turns. I think the card types could be 30%, but otherwise, I don't really hate it. I like that at least they didn't tie the card types to hit based. The crit one is okay, because at least it's 100%. I don't hate that, even though I'd still prefer flat turds, but because it's crit and they don't get consumed unless you crit, you know, I'm okay with it. Second skill, 6-turn cooldown, full party 20% attack, full party 1-time evasion for 3 turns, and then full party or Valkyrie allies get 20% MP gain for 3 turns, which obviously they are Valkyrie allies. And is it just them and the Brins, right? Yeah, that's what it is. Both Brins and both Valks are the only ones that have this trait. So not the most usable support thing. Third skill, 6-turn cooldown, they get, or it's a targeted skill, target gets 20% battery, 3k healing, and then you get 20 stars on use. It's okay. For a welfare support skill, it's okay. I don't hate it. Overall, it's an okay skill set. Not as good as maybe like Kiichi, for instance, but certainly better than some of the ones we've seen so far. 8% star jet on the passive. Their MP has quite a bit of hit count, so even though it's arts, it can generate some stars too. Divinity A doesn't really do anything. Anti-Saber, not really. Even with the anti-trait, I'm not sure if I would do that. Speaking of which, the MP, so they do AoE damage. There's a 40% chance to instant kill demonic enemies. It is after damage, so it cannot mess up your farming if there happens to be demonic enemies in there. It's a small chance to begin with. And then it's super effective against Earth attribute enemies, the base 150 to 200 range on that overcharge. And Earth is obviously very common. 10 hits, so that's why their MP gain is god-awful, because they didn't want to separate the MP gain for the MP and the face cards, I guess. I kind of wish they did, because man, these face cards are absolute dog for gains. But the MP, yes, it refunds really well. They can definitely Black Grail farm. And I think, honestly, that's all I would do with them. Just farm. Even if they have some other skills that could help with bosses, I just hate face carding with them in bosses. It feels so bad. What do you guys think about Summer Valks?
Yeah, they are kind of just
Yeah, they're boring.
farmers.
Like, I mean, they're good, but they're just boring. It's
Yeah, just
like an
MP, and that's it.
Like, there's
Yeah,
not
they
really
do
much
this
other than
NP.
Assassin Siege.
True, actually,
You know
not a
what,
bad
you're right.
comparison. It's basically that.
You can run triple Valks. Like I unironically think it's not that big of a meme because like they have targeted battery as well, so one of them don't even need starting charge. Triple Valks, but like it's for like, you know, aesthetic sake. But usually you just use her as an arts looper, nothing else. Yeah, I don't know.
I don't have much to say about these characters. They're not really my cup of tea.
They're anti-Earth as well, and like, which is funny because I'm pretty sure MP1 Summer Ibuki out damages. No, that could be wrong. I don't know.
I mean, I wouldn't be
Probably.
shocked.
Well, to be
But
honest, you're
yeah,
attacking one of the best arts loopers in the entire game against the welfare, but yeah, still.
Yeah, no, I'm saying this because they're in the same event, and it's just like, why did you make them anti-Earth again?
Yeah,
I
I guess that is a bit weird.
There's so many anti-Earths like in the game. Like I know I keep complaining about this, but there's way too many. There's way too many. It's just, can you find another anti-trait? Like they are
Anti-Divine
they
and Earth
are-
are probably the two most common anti-traits.
Yeah, they're Valkyries that shoot you with guns. Like it doesn't have to be anti-Earth. It could be anti-man.
I feel like it's not about
Humans
the
are scared of
weapons, it's
guns.
about the lores, because like they're the ones that, you know, they bring the soldiers to Valhalla who are just normal humans and whatnot. It's like, I don't know, it's weird.
Well, yeah, I get. I don't know, man. This is.
Is it still A rank? Or B plus?
B plus.
B plus.
All they
bro.
do is farm. All they do is farm.
But it's not the worst farming though. Again, especially if you hit anti-Earth, it's not bad at all actually.
They're definitely hyped up a lot when they first came out, but I think damage becomes an issue. Like despite them being welfare, sometimes, especially if you're trying to farm like 90 plus or higher. Sometimes, not always, but sometimes. But yeah, yeah, A to B plus. Like she is pretty close to A, I'd say. Just because she is so good at farming.
Tiebreaker.
Oh my god, every time.
B plus, I guess.
All right.
Why
Go
am I
B.
always the tiebreaker, dude? I don't have strong enough.
Because I want to
feelings on these
push away
characters.
responsibility, like I do in real life as well. Okay, I don't want to deal with this.
Goddamn.
You're gonna have to take the bullets.
Some accidental confession there.
Yeah, I had to let that
I'm
one
not
out there.
taking a bullet
So yeah,
for
I'm not
you
gonna
guys
place the
right
other
now, sorry.
Valks. Yeah. We're gonna just leave them down here, because otherwise the list just gets more bloated. Because their gameplay wise, they're the
To
same.
the end.
Like here, yeah, we can do that. Okay. All right. Still a couple more 4 stars left. The next one will be the new one for NA actually. With the collab happening, we got Locusta. There she is, the poisoner girl, mushroom girl, all the stuffs. Single target arts, DPS, 8.8k attack, just under average for 4-star assassins. Rare full caster deck for an assassin, triple arts. In fact, is there any other assassin with triple arts?
Semiramis.
Oh, of course, because she's caster as well,
the
yeah.
bad.
But at least, yeah, she's
The
meant to be a
bad one.
dual class, but yeah, okay. Yeah, true, that is very true. Anyway, yeah, triple arts, the first we will see of the 2, I guess. Gains on base, not super flattering, unfortunately, but, you know, triple arts is still gonna make it a bit easier to get some, you know, battery, especially because you get more access to arch chains, but on base, they're just not very impressive. First skill on a 6-turn cooldown, all enemies get poisoned for 1k damage, 5 turns. She gets 30% arts up for 3 turns and 20% MP gain for 3 turns. This is her bread and butter. It enables her MP to do more damage, main card type up, MP gain up, because again, her face cards are pretty unimpressive. She just wants to MP and poison, MP and poison, and MP and poison, and yeah, this is literally the bread and butter. It works. Second skill on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets a guts for 1 time 3 turns with a 2k revive. She gets a 5. Yeah, this is a cool skill actually. Yeah, I don't mind that. It's a cool skill really. 500 damage cut for 3 turns flat, and then she gets this poison recovery buff for 5 turns. So this means that all poison damage that she takes is now healing, and it's converted 1-to-1. So let's say a poison would tick you for 2k. Well, now it gives you a 2k heal. It's very cool, and it has a unique icon as well. And it helps when we read the third skill as well. So it's not just random enemy poisons, we have this too. So on a 6-turn cooldown, the full party gets 20% battery. Nice. She gets this on attack debuff for 3 attacks, 3 turns. So when she's normal attacking, she does a 500 damage poison for 3 turns on the enemy. And then she also does a 1k poison for 5 turns on herself with a 500% chance to apply. So you can't really resist it. But again, with the second skill, you kind of welcome it because with this, you can apply this 3 times. So this poison 3 times on enemy and this 3 times on yourself, meaning it's 3k. So she's now going to get 3k ticks of healing for this 5 turns, and both, again, very important, they last for 5 turns. And they also share the cooldown on the skill. So if on turn 1, you apply 3 normal attacks, you already get the max amount. Which is cool. And the poison on the enemy, obviously, very vital for the MP as well, much like the first skill. It's a cool skill set that just works. It's nice. Healing might not always be the most vital thing for arts teams, but I think she even has some solo presence, right, where the healing actually is pretty cool. So that's nice.
Oh yeah, if the enemy spams poison.
Yeah, then
I
she can
use her
just,
against
unless she gets
commons
one-shotted, she's basically immortal.
Yeah.
It's pretty funny. Good skill set, honestly. 8% star gen. In her particular, is not the biggest deal ever. Her star gen among 4-star assassins is one of the weakest. 20% poison debuff success rate is awesome because you really want to land as many poisons as possible. And then 10% mental debuff resistance, always just welcome too. There's some annoying mental debuffs out there, so pretty decent passive there. Anti-Saber, unless you really love her and have a crazy copy, I probably wouldn't neutral with her, honestly. But then we get the Poison Specialist MP. So before damage, she does a 500 damage poison on the enemy for 5 turns. Deals damage, and then the damage gets boosted. 15% more damage per poison stack on the enemy, scaling up to 10 stacks maximum. And then she also does a poison amplifier, 100% for 5 turns. This doesn't increase the MP damage, but it does increase the dot damage. because the MP damage only scales from the actual poisons that do damage. And then before damage, she gets 10% arts on base overcharge for 1 turn, scaling up to 30. So it's a pretty underwhelming overcharge, but again, it's okay. It helps loop the MP a bit better too. A bit more refund. So the NP can actually do some very solid damage. It might take a while for you to get there, because obviously you would dress her up with a lot of poison command codes too, because the third skill and the first skill, still, it's only like 4 poisons you can get from them per cooldown. So you'd prefer to get to as close to 10 as possible at any given point to get that max damage. Because if you add max damage, that is 150%, which is basically a base super effective that you can make yourself, which is very attractive. That's nice.
Oh, it's more.
Oh no,
it's
it's more. It's only after 4 stacks is because it's 100 plus 15, so 4 stacks.
Oh right, yeah.
Is
So it's 250%.
It's 250.
Yeah,
which
so
is
definitely.
a super high modifier.
Yeah, super effective.
It's like Bishone is the exact same.
In fact, Biscotti is like this is Assassin Biscotti. Like they're the same unit. Kind of.
Yeah.
Well, not really, but similar.
She might take a while to get going, but I think she's very solid.
Yeah. She's anti-saber. My headcanon is she's anti-saber because the poison hermit crabs are saber.
Well, the actual reason has to be narrow, right? But
Nero.
yeah.
Yeah.
But I like your theory though. Yeah.
Yeah, dude. Okay, use her in the crab advancement quest. She will heal like 200k a turn or something. It's really stupid.
And then when the buff wears off, she dies instantly.
Oh yes, you have to be careful of that because like you can be like, oh man, I'm healing so much from the poison, and it wears off and she instantly explodes.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think she's very good. Like her damage potential is really high because of that anti-poison. As long as the enemy doesn't have debuff immunity. And the important part is she is the art single target assassin that like really doesn't feel like she's overlapping with Shiki. I think that is very important.
Yeah, their game plans are different.
Yeah, and with poison stacks, she can outdamage Shiki as well, which is important. So I think I think she's really good. Like I don't know if I'm overrating her, but she is, because most people are obviously looking at Beast Nero because like she is the hype one, but I think this character is a really nice like secondary 4 stars to.
It's just a nice banner in general. Both the 4 and the 5 star are great.
Yeah, I would rate her as high as A to A plus, but I don't know about other people.
I think she's on the same level as Wu.
I think I like Wu a bit more, but I could put both in A plus. Unless Wu goes into EX later.
I prefer Wu because Wu does more things. Like,
oh yeah, Wu
she's more one-dimensional.
Like DPS. Like if you're looking at them as individual, as just DPSs, ignoring the support, they are pretty. Well, actually, Locusta might be better in the end as a selfish DPS. Obviously,
Wu can still do very decent DPS too. Just crits as well.
Oh yeah, but like the power mod just. You can't ignore that. So
yeah, I think we'll go with A plus for now. We'll see if we put Wu higher later or whatever. But I think she's very legit.
I'm really happy with that because she's fun.
Very fun and great. All right, so now this may or may not be the only new servant we're going to talk about today. Because again, I can't see him in the previous year's tier list. I forgot if we talked about it in a later list or something. Because I kind of vaguely remember that this could be a Mandela effect as well. Maybe we didn't talk about him, or maybe it was in the Smobcast or something. I don't know. But yeah, we're going to talk the last the 4 star and potentially, again, new to this list, the only new servant that we're going to talk about. Hassan of the Shining Star, or Hassan of the Drip, as he's also called. He's got some fancy
There's another
codes.
one, but I'll
Interesting.
Not the tattoo, bro. Anyways.
Okay. But yeah, we got a AoE Arts Assassin once again. 9k attack is around average, if not slightly higher. He has, despite having an Arts MP, he has a full quick deck, so triple there. And he has a 6-hit quick. Sadly, it's not super impressive on gains though. And man, that one arts card also... You think like when you see one arts card on a servant, you're like, oh, it must be really good for gains. Not this one. Sadly, not this one. But yeah, at least he can dish out a good amount of stars still. That's cool. But face card gains could definitely be better. Now, first skill on a 6-turn cooldown gets 30% quick at arts for 3 turns, and then if there's a dark map, he gets 20% attack for 3 turns. It's a bit conditional. The art's up mostly nice for the MP, because the face card, you know, it's not the most impressive, but it's still nice. I don't hate this skill. Basic, but okay. Second skill on 6-turn cooldown, he gets an evasion for 2 attacks, 3 turns. Then there's on attack buff for 3 turns. So whenever he's using quick cards, before the damage lands, he gets 10% crit damage for 3 turns. And then he also gets 100% star gen for 3 turns. Which, he already was pretty decent at star generation. But with that up, he's going to dish a lot of stars out. For sure. Decent skill. Again, like the longevity on the evasion, not being just flat 1 turn. And crit damage doesn't hurt. It's not a whole lot, obviously. But, you know, it's a bonus. And it's before damage, so it's a bit better. 6-turn cooldown on third skill. He gets 50% crit damage for 3 turns. And another on attack buff for 3 turns. So, again, when he's quick guarding, he gets 10% gauge as well. And then he gets 30% MP gain for 3 turns, which definitely helps with those face cards, being so trash on base. So yeah, with this at least, it's not the hardest to get his MP. Both the combination of the MP gain and the gauge you get from using quick cards, because he has 3 of them in his deck. Good needed skill. Not the worst skills, they're actually fairly decent. Better than most of the 4-star assassins, I would say. 10% star gen on the passive, pretty cool. Even more stars on your way. 8% crit damage, also cool. Oh yeah, he had one of the Avenger passives. That's interesting. The lore. Anyway, it's nice to have. He's anti-assassin, which probably not very relevant for him. Unless they're man, then you have a good copy, then you could maybe consider it. So the MP, before damage, he gets 20% MP damage for 3 turns. Pretty cool ramp up. Does damage, which is also super effective against man attribute. The base 150 flat amount. Words. He does 1k damage to himself, which actually can be lethal, but not the worst demerit out there, honestly. And then before damage, he gets 20% further quick at arts for 1 turn on base overcharge, scaling up to 40%. It's a pretty good MP, FX-wise. I like it. Some ramp up, some bonus damage. Super effective, demerit not that bad. And it refunds well too, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Which is weird because
you would think when you first see the MP again, you'd think like, oh, there's no way can Black Roll, but I guess he can. Because the MP, it's like a Summer Valk situation again in that sense. But at least he has way better face cards, so he can actually be used as a DPS too. He's not just tied to like farming.
Yeah, I don't like his deck though.
Yeah.
I've never.
It doesn't scream damage.
And yeah, it's just it's weird. He ends up being another arts looper. Like when you talk about arts loopers, it like AoE arts assassins really never come to mind, but we already have 3 of them in 4-star category. It is really odd. I am just kind of apathetic about the character because like he has a lot of interesting things in his kit, but he just ends up being an arts looper because of his mismatched deck, in my opinion. His cards are not going to be doing any damage if you're running him in the traditional arts team.
Arts is a bit hard to get the crits going.
Yeah, I mean he makes stars, I guess, with the quick cards, but I don't know. I think this is yet.
It's also nice that his MP is man attribute anti for once and not earth.
Yeah,
that's nice.
Yeah.
But like the second skill only being 10% crit up with the quick cards, like that's not enough. Like if it was a higher value,
well, it's basically 50 to 80% with the third skill active. So anywhere between 50 to 80. So it's just a bonus because your quick cards also generate you gauge. So now they will generate stars, you get MP gauge, and you do more crit damage too. So while I still don't love the deck, at least the quick cards are good to use because they do a lot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they have better hit counts and all that, but I don't know. I'm okay. I'm alright, dude.
It's cool idea, like making your quick cards become arts cards effectively. But
it's like Dioscuri.
They don't make arts chains.
They
Yeah,
don't make
that's-
arts chains. They don't get buffed
Yeah.
by arts ups. That's the problem, obviously.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, because he has an arts MP, so how are you gonna make these do enough damage? Because you want arts buff for your MPs.
yeah, so like
Mm.
what ends up happening is he's just a Castoria looper again, and it's like not awfully interesting, because we have so many of
He
them.
probably should have been a quick MP. He's a Hassan
yeah,
too.
maybe.
I think it would make sense. I mean, obviously we have 100 personas, so it's not like the and King Hassan. But I feel like this would make sense to be quick.
Yeah, maybe it's just interesting idea. There was an attempt, I guess.
I mean, he's still functional though. But
Oh yeah, I don't think he's even close to
yeah,
being bad.
he's
He
better
is-
than
he is
a lot of
decent,
these
but-
servants.
Yeah,
You just put the gold 4-star that says the gold star that says there was an attempt over his art.
yeah.
I
yeah,
would
probably
say B to B plus.
yeah,
By B
plus
plus,
again.
because I kind of would feel bad if I placed them under Summer Valks. Maybe actually.
Would you though?
I don't know
Starbucks
actually.
is free, so
Yeah.
I'm not 100% sure on that.
Maybe it's
either.
okay.
Yeah, I personally think it's okay to put them in the same tier because they're just extremely similar.
So B plus over B.
This is very big though. Like it's obscenely big.
I almost feel bad for having Nitocris Summer being lower than them because I think they're pretty close, but I
Hmm.
don't know. He's all right. He's definitely an all right servant. That's fine.
Yeah, we'll talk about the AOE arts at the end. I think we'll see how we want to pair them together or separately or whatever and where. Yeah. But that concludes the initial placement of the 4-star assassins. Pretty chill, I would say. And now we have 13 SSRs, I think, which is way less than a lot of other classes. But still, we're gonna be here for a while, that's for sure. Right, and, no day 1 5-star assassins, but we do have definitely a year 1 one. Even before the halfway point of year 1, we have Jack the Ripper, the OG. Christmas 1, actually, after London's release. Single target quick anti-female DPS. So, among 5-star assassins, her attack at 11.5k is ever so slightly above average. She's got the full assassin quick of quad quick cards, including the MP. And her quick cards are insanely good, still to this day. Funnily enough, her 1 arts card is just fine, but man, those quicks are really good. Some of the best quicks in the game, if not the best. Are they the best? I'm not sure. They're definitely up there.
The
at
one of
least.
the best.
Yeah.
Yeah, one of the best for sure.
Just crazy gains for both stars and MP. Just wow. That's a big reason why she's still relevant. First skill on a 6-turn cooldown gets an evasion for 1 turn and 50% quick up for 1 turn. I never like this skill too much because again, she's a quick servant, so you can't necessarily throw your defensive skill just for a damage boost for 1 turn. But if you have like 2 quick cards on your MP, especially if you have crits ready, ooh, it's so tempting to just use it for the quick up. It's so much quick up. But there's a lot of downtime as well. And again, you might just want to save it for the defensive side. I don't like this skill. Second skill on the 5-turn cooldown, full buff strip from 1 enemy. That's cool. And then does a minus 30% crit chance down on them for 3 turns, which eliminates most base crits in the game. That's nice. So I don't hate this skill. It's alright. It's cool utility. Eliminating crits and then, buffs go bye-bye. That can be removed, that is. So it's at least okay. Third skill, 4-turn cooldowns. Heals 1 ally for 2.5k, and that's it. I hate it. It sucks. It just sucks. Terrible skill. Yeah, this, how is this skill set still not buffed? I have no idea. To this day, it boggles my mind, considering she's been in the game for like 9 years now. Very confused. But it is what it is. 10.5% star gen helps, because, she's insanely good at star generation. She's anti-archer. If they're female, there could be some merit to this. If not, then no. Buffed MP though. Ignores defense on damage. Cool utility. And then before damage, she gets the 50% anti-female power mod for 1 turn, scaling all the way up to 100%. So while it's not super effective, meaning the MP itself won't get the biggest boost from it, it does obviously apply to her face cards on the same turn. So that's cool.
Correction. Gimped upgrade
up.
MP. What?
Sorry.
Oh yeah, the modifier is not
Yeah,
normal,
the
right? Yeah, I
modifier
forgot
is
about
high.
that. Yeah,
Yep,
and it's bad in a bad
the
way, right?
modifier
Yeah.
is wrong.
Ooh,
Yeah,
that's
it is. It
unfortunate.
is lower than usual.
It's supposed to be
They-
2400 on max, right?
Yeah, they were scared of her MP spam, I assume, because
Probably.
like her cards are like still just insane. Like if you're soloing or something with her, she's MPing every turn guaranteed,
Yeah.
right? But like it is a bit unfortunate because I do think like nowadays it's a strength instead of what just breaks her anymore. So like maybe in hindsight it shouldn't have been that good. It shouldn't
Yeah.
have been gimped, but they could do it again. They did it for
Yeah,
Vlad.
Yeah.
especially
They just upgrade
considering,
again.
especially considering who she's competing with now. Yeah, they should definitely touch up.
Yeah,
on
King
who-
Hassan, right?
Yeah,
yeah,
that one.
That's her biggest.
I mean, to be honest,
Yes,
neither of them have
yes,
super
that one.
impressive MPs. Although Jack still has the better MP by far.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I mean, yeah, we've seen Vlad. They could upgrade her MP.
Yeah.
Which then she'll be. I think she's still good. Like I like to shit on her all the time.
yeah, hard
but
carried by
that's
numbers,
because-
and anti-female is still legit. So that's pretty
Yeah,
much it.
That's because she had a legendary status. That's why I was very harsh on her. But she's honestly still pretty fine. I think. It's just we've got better stuff.
Yeah, if you're fighting a female, a berserker, rider, you can just always pick Jack and expect decent results. Can't go wrong with it.
Yeah.
I know
I
Rio's
don't think
pretty.
I don't think she's like that bad. It's just she's definitely dated. Like, she just doesn't do a lot of things. Her numbers are still pretty nice, I would say, but but yeah,
Like,
there's several things they could do.
Her damage when doing her anti-female thing, like she's still usable. It's just that it doesn't feel that good to like use her. Like
Yeah.
if you're if it's not female, you're not using. So
Yeah, I think I would at that point I probably wouldn't pick her either. But I guess female again, fairly common and it's a legit niche.
Yeah,
I would do B plus to A personally. Or did you have something to add?
I think she still has to be an A. Like, look, I'm not trying to be like a legacy pick guy, but like, I think she is still A. Like, come on.
yeah, I still
Probably.
think the thing is like the SSR assassins, they're relatively good at doing. Well, okay, okay, never mind. You know what? I just looked at the list again and I realized no, don't say a lie. There's some that can still do good damage, but like, you know,
Yeah.
they're fine usually. There's
Yeah,
only like
there
one or
are
two bad
some-
ones.
There are some weird standouts in this class for sure. I don't know why they would keep doing that, but yeah. You think MHX better? That's an interesting argument because I do remember. I mean, we'll get.
They're
into
very
it, like,
compared.
after, but
They're very similar.
yeah. I no longer think. Never mind. We'll take a look at her.
I think I'll go with A
I
for
think she
now.
has to be A. She has like come on,
Yeah.
she has.
Just good fundamentals.
Wow.
Okay.
I'm not shitting on Czech. Let's go.
Yeah, imagine that. So yeah, next up we're gonna talk about. I went way past. I'm stupid. MHX. Yes, Mr. Cernex. Very compared to Jack still to this day. But let's see. So we have another single target quick DPS. 11.7k attack puts her above average among 5-star assassins. Not bad. Not actually full quick. She's double arch, double quick on the normal deck. And while her numbers are not as crazy as Jack, they're still good for gains. Like, she can still MP spam for sure. So it's not like it's a big problem. Okay. First skill, 7-turn cooldown. All enemies get a minus 20% defense down for 3 turns. And then she gets this delayed buff for 1 turn. And after 1 turn, there is an 80% chance to stun all enemies for 1 turn. So it's RNG, obviously not reliable, and it's delayed. So it's just a nice bonus if you land it, really. Can be okay on a bar break, I guess, if you can anticipate that. There, the delay could be cute, but eh. It's kind of weird that it's all AoE when she's single target. I never understood that part, but, you know, I guess it's nice to have, unless it means we got worse numbers, then no, but I don't know. You can never tell what goes in their minds when it comes to game design. Second skill.
XCXEX.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Yeah,
It's
it's-
such a
it's-
good name.
yeah,
it's
it's-
such a good skill name.
It's pretty funny, yeah. Second skill on a 5-turn cooldown. She gets an invul for 1 turn and 20 stars. Basic, but actually not bad. Invul 1 turn for 5 turns, again, decent. And then stars, good chunk. She generates it quite a bit, yes, but, you know, this can be like a Kickstarter. It's not amazing, but it's fine. Third skill on a 6-turn cooldown. She gets a 100% star gen boost for 3 turns against Saber class enemies. 50% power mod against Saber class enemies for 3 turns, and then just generic 20% attack for 3 turns. So with the buff, at least it's always usable. That's at least nice, because if you're not fighting Sabers, it used to be a dead skill. It did literally nothing, besides maybe, you know, have more fodder for the enemy to purge if they purge like only 1 buff at a time or something. Yeah, so at least now it has some use, but if you only get 20% attack for 3 turns on a 6-turn cooldown from an SSR, that's just underwhelming though. But at least it's something. Passives, 12% quick up is amazing, because you know she's still very quick. 10% star gen is basically the assassin passive under a different name, but it's nice. Again, she star gens pretty well too. Anti-saber, of course, on the append. You know, it's semi-legit though, right? That's the funny part.
Well, it is. She's anti-saber.
Yeah, it makes sense. And then the buffed MP. Sadly, a very underwhelming buff. It only does damage on normal effect, nothing else. And then the super effective is 150 to 200 range against Artoria faces. Now, it's not just like Saber class specifically. It's all the, you know, Artoria faces. And, you know, best case obviously would be like Maid Altar or Mordred Summer or, you know, Santa Altar. But there's some Zerks too. And even some neutral cases, it's not that bad, honestly. It can be used, I think. So, yeah, it's super effective. But even as a, like, let's say you use her as a generic assassin against riders, they're not an Arturia phase. I think she's fine. I think she's still okay. Not bad.
Her damage is just a normal like assassin is still good though, because like she does have like it is defense down and attack up.
And
like,
this is a proper MP upgrade, by the way, not GIMP numbers. So it's still an upgraded MP, even if it sucks with the buff.
Well, when they gave that buff to the first skill, like it did change it from, you know, it just being like, oh, a stun to like giving it like some kind of like actual like utility.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think she's good.
Yeah.
I like her.
Yeah.
I mean, ignore the fact I have her grailed and all that and whatnot.
I feel like us that don't have grailed copies can also say she's at least good.
Yeah, like because like here's the thing, is like before Kama's NP buff, if you didn't need the battery, their damage was very similar.
And then the Fire Nation attacked.
Now, I mean, it's unfortunately like there's no comparison, but like.
I mean, look, that's why she need the MP buff. She was threatened by MHX.
Yeah, very much threatened.
They should buff MHX's MP again. Give it a
instead of
buff.
fixing Jack, just give her a buff when she already has a proper upgrade, at least damage numbers wise.
I do think the Jack and MHX comparison is very interesting. Like, obviously, MHX is better without female. Jack is better with female. Probably same-ish tier, I guess.
Yeah, I don't mind that, honestly.
Also, yeah, I do hear chat. Maybe we are putting too many higher because we have a lot of a lot of top tier assassin SSRs, I think. So maybe we could move them down a little bit later. I don't know.
I like low cooldown invul, even if it's a very boring skill. 5-turn cooldown. Yeah.
For a quick servant, it's good.
That's pretty nice.
Basic, you know. You just got like all of the things you need for someone like her.
Yeah, a functioning DPS. We'll go with A again for now, next to Jack, and then again we'll just see if we shuffle stuff at the end.
Yeah.
Right, time to talk about the OG Shuten Doji. There she is. 5-star AoE Arts Assassin DPS. I guess you could even loop with her, but I think a lot of her is not only is it hard to loop, but it's also like a lot of her stuff is just wasted on farming.
With Ocean Flyer against 3 enemies.
Yeah, it's not very
pretty. Refund like 10.
Is that really looping?
It's very low refund. It's basically Da Vinci. It's like Da Vinci if she didn't have the 10% recharge and the extra
Oh.
20% battery.
Mm,
So
yeah. Oof.
yeah,
Oof.
Anyway,
but it's possible. Her damage isn't that bad because like
yeah. That's
Yeah,
that's one thing she actually has going for her. But yeah, speaking of which, 11.9k attack, or basically 12k, is the highest among us 5-star assassins, right?
Yes, it's
So-
one of the highest like in the game, isn't it? Still,
Well, probably not
Yeah, it's the
across all
highest
classes,
assassin
but
in
yeah,
Myst.
there's a lot of 12k attacks in the game. Like probably
Oh, yeah,
more
but,
than
like,
30
sorry,
by now. But
highest
yeah,
assassin in
Yeah.
the
yeah, assassin-wise, yeah, it's
Sorry,
the top. So yeah, that's good. Can't say much more about that. That's nice. Double arts, double quick deck, and her gains on base, they're just whatever. They're not terrible, but they're certainly not impressive either. Okay. First skill on a 7-turn cooldown, 60% chance to charm all enemies for 1 turn, and does a 20% defense down on enemies for 3 turns. So it's basically, like, it's funny because this was already worse than Europa's charm before Europa's charm was buffed, and then it's even worse. But I don't hate it still. The thing is, I hate the RNG, yes, but I like that the charm is universal. It's not tied to anything, and the defense down is also 100% on base, so it's okay. I don't hate it, but now it's a bit awkward to look at it when, you know, they buffed the better one that already existed for some reason in Europa, but yeah, oh well. It's still not the worst thing ever. Downtime is real though, but you know, if you land a full stun, full AoE stun, it's actually pretty good. Second skill on a 5-turn cooldown, full party gets 20% attack for 3 turns, and she gets 30% MP damage for 3 turns. So for herself, it's quite a bit of damage. With this, she can actually do some very nice MP damage, coupled with the highest assassin attack. Take that with a grain of salt though in overall, but assassin-wise, it's good. Buff third skill on 7-turn cooldown, she gets a guts for 1 time 5 turns with a 4k revive and a 30% battery. So the guts uptime is actually decent, considering the skill has a fairly long cooldown, which is unfortunate for the battery though, because 30% is not the most, and then that on a 7-turn kind of stings, not gonna lie. But you know, the guts having a fat revive as well can lead to maybe recovery situations depending on the scenario, so it's not the worst either. Just the skills that could definitely do more. That's what I want to say about it.
Yeah.
Oh well. 6% star gen. Her star gen, from what I remember, is not very impressive, unfortunately. Probably one of the least impressive among all 5-star assassins, but you know, it's still nice to have. Divinity just doesn't do anything. She's anti-berserker, but that's good. Yes, very good case for DPSing. Then we get the very debuff heavy upgraded MP, so does AoE damage, and then all enemies minus 10% debuff res, defense down, attack down, MP damage down, crit chance down, all 10% for 3 turns. Skill steals them all for 1 turn, does a 100% poison amplifier on them for 5 turns, and then on base overcharge a 1k poison for 5 turns, scaling all the way up to 5k. Correct me if I'm wrong, but her poison is still very much a meme in terms of damage, but I like the other debuffs that we got going on. They're cool for bosses, especially if you get consecutive MPs off, because you can kind of stack that stuff. Because on base, they're not the biggest numbers, but certainly some cool debuffs there. And obviously the debuff resistance, while, you know, it's not the best help, it can help in landing the charm a bit too. That's cool. I think Shuten
her
is
poison is actually the worst one now.
Yeah, I think she's fine, but I don't think she's amazing. But I think she may be a bit hated on. Yeah.
Yeah, but at the same time, they're buffing stuff. Like again, like they buffed Semiramis, right? Like Semiramis was clearly the laughing stock out of the AoE assassins, but
Yeah.
then they buffed her with a really solid one. So it's kind
I'm
of
surprised she
unfortunate.
hasn't gotten more buffs. 2 buffs is still a good amount, but man, they really like Shuten, so
her MP's not buffed, right?
it is buffed.
It is.
So
It just buff it again. Once
That's
again,
why it does so much
The,
damage.
the buff was really underwhelming though. They just added the poison amplifier.
I've never heard it before.
Yeah, no, the funny meme buff. Don't buff the damage, but just make every debuff a hit. So it's like a 10-hit NP. Then she'll be better.
Like,
So,
do you
the way
remember? Oh, sorry, you go. No, you go first. I'm not saying anything interesting.
Okay.
You go first.
Okay. Well, it's my opinion that usually what I say is mildly interesting, so I'll take that. So this is a character that looks bad because she doesn't do the thing that everyone else does. She is the uncool kid in the corner that's sad while everyone else is dancing. Okay. Uh, so she doesn't do the looping. She doesn't do the looping. Like her NP refund is non-existent, which sucks as an art servant. But the things that she is good at, I would say, are just not things you would particularly expect. Like she is good for card damage. All of her buffs apply to her cards effectively. I mean, like she's got like 50% attack with one
The
NP.
defense.
And then like it applies to the whole team. She's chaotic evil, so she has some Domon synergy. She has a really high attack stat. There's a lot of things that she has. It's just ultimately she can't use her NP that like I mean she can like her NP gain is okay. It's just she relies completely on her cards. But she's
Yeah.
also got really good at P damage. That's one thing. For a long time she had like really just like above par AoE neutral damage. Of course, the bars moved a little bit by now, but she still does do good damage. She's been pretty solid in multi-core. It's kind of funny, like she fits with double Tez really well because she's got guts
Guts,
and
yeah.
she buffs the team.
Oh yeah.
It's funny.
But,
Yeah.
Mm,
It's just she needs like something else, I think. Like maybe anti-trade, maybe
If she
I
had
don't
an
know.
anti-trade,
Like
she
her
would be more in the boss killer role, which would be fine.
Yeah.
Then you could.
I'd like to
take her-
see her more as a boss killer than a multi-core farmer or whatever. I mean, she still is more of that, I want to say, but I would like to
Give
see
her-
her fully like get more focus on that still.
What about a buff one of her skills so it has like a scaling power mod that scales based on the number of debuffs on the enemy?
I would
that
not
would be
mind more
juicy.
debuff focus on her.
Like
'Cause it's her
5% per
thing.
debuff.
chat,
Like-
stop saying anti-poison. We just did that. Okay, shut up.
Yeah, we just did that
Someone
on
else-
another servant. It's
Well, to be honest, they were single targets,
Also,
but yeah,
poison is
fair
after
enough.
damage.
Yeah.
no, I mean the other buff we got this year for Naomi Assassin. It's
Yeah,
just
I know.
anti-poison. And
I
yeah,
know.
it's, so it's just
that's what I was saying.
yeah, so it's kind of I don't know. She just needs more sauce in her skills, I think. I think maybe the MP is fine because it already does good damage. It just the skills needs to be better.
Yeah.
Like the charm skills really bad, for example. Like what the fuck?
I want to see something like
I mean, it's just a defense down. You can ignore the charm.
I want to say like they should give her something like team charge on her first skill, which I think would be pretty cool if it was like team recharge. But
Yeah.
but then we got like then she'd just like be competing with Tez, and it's like okay. Because
No, I think it could still be good for bosses without seeing too much competition.
Well, yeah. It's just like I don't know. They got to go somewhere with her. Also, fun fact: we are in, like actually we might have just gotten the banner today on NA. Her last banner that she has gotten. So she's got to be
Oh wow.
getting a banner sometime soon.
So you're yeah, okay, I see where you're going with this. Okay.
Yeah, I'm holding that.
Well, good luck with that.
Hope here.
Anyway, as of right now, B or B plus?
B.
B.
B for shooting.
I would put her in B just because there's a chance we'll move stuff down. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a chance for stuff for me moving down, yeah.
You know who doesn't need to be worried about moving down? The next one. You can't get lower than low.
I don't think she's that bad.
I hate Cleopatra.
I don't.
I
don't.
actively dislike Cleopatra.
This is artist bias at its.
Have you used her after the buff? Like, she's pretty good after the buff.
I understand on a theoretical level, but
it's not on a theoretical level.
Disagree on a logical level.
Ugly. Her art is so ugly.
What?
Minus 50 points.
Is it? I think she looks hot in the game as well.
I hate the Danganronpa artist. I'm gonna be honest. I played all 3 games, and I think they're perfectly fine games. I just can't stand his art style in FGO. Like when the entire game is in that style, it's fine. Yeah, I'm not.
Well,
they did get another guy to draw Dante's. So,
yeah, the new Dante's a different artist. Wonder why.
I'm sure it has nothing to do with reception because I'm pretty sure people love the art, but yeah, I digress. Anyway, on that note, let's talk about Cleopatra indeed. Yes, the last pharaoh. AoE Buster DPS Assassin. basically 11k attack. A bit below average when it comes to 5-star assassins. She's double Buster, double quick, and her gains cards on base, they're okay. But they get even better with the skills though. So on base they're fine. But yeah.
Like 4% quick cards. Yeah, that's really solid. Yeah.
Yeah. So even though her deck might seem like, oh, it's not made for MP spamming, she actually does spam really well, especially with the skills uptime or active. First skill on a 5-turn cooldown. She does have a base IP, so 60% chance to get 40% attack and defense for 3 turns, individual calcs, and then a 3k heal guaranteed. So I wish they buffed this because obviously the only guaranteed thing is the heal, and they've been buffing a lot of these. So if you whiff all the buffs, you want to go cry in a corner. If you land one of them, decent. If you land 2, you're loving life. That's always the case with IP. The base ones, that is. So is this new, this buff to this year, or was it last year already? I want to say it's new, but I don't remember.
This is anniversary, right? This is during...
Like last year's? So it should be new then?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
I think so.
Maybe. I can't remember.
Okay, chat is saying it's new. Okay,
this
so
is a good one as well.
Yeah, it's
yeah,
nice.
I mean, it's kind of just exactly what you expected, but like, yeah, it's exactly what you needed. So.
So yeah, on a 6-turn cooldown, she now gets 40% MP gain for 3 turns, 1k healing per turn for 3 turns, 10% gauge per turn for 3 turns, 30% battery on use, and then 40% debuff or buff success rate up for 3 turns. So again, it's, that now your IP just works really well. So you're happy. It is, again, it's the same thing that Aussie has, where this one has a 1-turn higher cooldown than this, so sometimes it could be a bit awkward, but, at least you get that really fast start, because, man, you get a lot of stuff guaranteed at the beginning of the batch, which is very cool. And with this MP gain up, man, does their face cards, or do they regen a lot of MP very easily. So this is now a very nice skill. It was even decent before. Third skill on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets an invul for 1 turn, cleanses all debuff from self, and 20 stars. So it's basically the MHX skill, but you get plus 1 turn of cooldown, but in addition, now you also get the debuff cleanse, which I think is a fair trade-off. It's a pretty decent defensive skill. You get the good protection, and then all the nasty debuffs go bye-bye. Now with this buff, I think the skill set looks a lot more firm, especially because now you can guarantee these really solid IP buffs. Good buff, this one. Passives, 8% star jet is okay. Her star jet is fine. Divinity, not so much. Anti-saber on the append, not really relevant either. And the buffed MP, so she does AoE damage, does a buff block on all enemies for 1 time, 3 turns. 1k damage to self, which actually can be lethal, but still, I want to say not a big deal, especially because her second skill gives her 1k healing per turn as well. And then before damage, she gets 30% buster for 1 turn, scaling all the way up to 70% on overcharge. I like the MP, it's basic, but it works. It doesn't have ramp up, but the buff block is very cool. And you can stack that as well, of course. Because her MP, despite being buster, is very spammable. Because her main problem used to be that, well, obviously her damage is still not amazing, but it used to be like, her damage was kind of whatever, especially if you didn't land the attack from the IP, it was just oof. But now you can at least guarantee 40% attack on a good uptime. That's not nothing, and especially attack on a Buster servant in particular is nice to have. Because the big Buster DPS supports, they don't really, at least the crit ones, they don't really offer that, so it's nice. I think she's. I feel like Rio is probably still not gonna change his mind, but I think she's actually decent now.
I still just look conceptually she may be you may tell me she's good, but emotionally, I hate her.
Oh, and she can loop now as well with this 30%. Of course, I didn't mention that, so that's also new.
Oh, yeah.
As a
Her looping
bonus.
damage is actually pretty decent. Okay, I guess not decent, but like it's okay because the 40% attack up doubled up.
Yeah.
And she's very tanky.
MP
Like she has MP spam. Yeah, upgrade MP. The main issue is you wouldn't really usually use an AoE assassin for nothing, but like if you are looking for an AoE assassin DPS, I think she's like okay at farming and pretty decent at boss killing, so I can't really complain anything about her. But
I don't think she has big issues anymore.
yeah, I would definitely prefer her over Shuten in terms of gameplay, just because
As
like,
a DPS, I think I would too. Yeah. And even farming.
Yeah, it's just I mean, Shuten's better than multi-core maybe, but like yeah, this is single core. She's better. Boss killing, I also think she's better, and yeah,
She's very durable. She spams her NP very well, and she has a pretty decent mixture of buffs for it, because it's like she always has 30% Buster, and then she has 40% attack for it. So, she's missing NP mod or crit mod, but like those are easy things to get generally. So.
Yeah. I like the tankiness points. Like she has most times she has 40% defense. She has a heal on command. She has healing per turn, an invul on command, debuff, cleanse, buff block, and also block enemy buffing their own damage. That's a lot of defensive utility from a DPS.
It is nice that they didn't tie any DPS buffs to the third skill, but she can kill herself on her NP. Think about that.
Nah, there's you did something wrong if you died to that.
Yeah,
that's
dude,
not gonna happen.
That's on you at that point.
She has HP regen.
Yeah.
So like you have to take damage from some other source.
You have to actively try to. It would be hard to even try to do that on purpose.
I guess maybe if she's down at 0 health and then she regens 1k and then you use Vicious skill, then it might be an issue. But
what if you get heal blocked, huh? Like, think about that.
Well, she cleanses it
with the third skill.
Yeah, you cleanse it.
Yeah. Geez, ugly art.
There's the final argument, which is also feel like it's a hot take as well. All right, I
don't think I'm crazy and saying I don't care for the Danganronpa artist. I think it's everyone's one way or the other. Like.
Yeah, it is a very 50. It's like
I think she's at least an A, with maybe our room for A+.
A.
B+. I
don't know about A. I put a B+, but I don't know about A.
B+, I feel B+ is too low.
Could be, but her role isn't that desired, I guess, is a way to put it. I don't know. Weird.
Well, when you think about
she's perfectly fine.
So MHX and Jack both have like traits and niches that they can hit high damage into, whereas she is more just kind of like a general damage dealer.
But she has so much more that she does, though, even if she doesn't have a damage niche. Like, look at her kid compared to those two. There's so much more.
What is this so much more? Like, consistent, like, it's just doing damage. Like, consistent.
And being very self-sufficient in defense. There. That's for Buster, that's nice to have. It's not a given. If you're not doing min turns, it's definitely not a given. It's so nice to have all that defensive tools.
For defense, don't worry about it.
What do you mean defense? It's just a 1-turn interval. What defense? And a bit of HP, I guess. That's not defense.
That is defense. That's the definition of defense.
It's still nice to have more than that.
Look, if we're defining defense as Castoria's NP every other turn,
yeah, but you can keep the invul stacks forever. That's way different to Merlin. That's not even close to being in the same ballpark. And she has a targeted invul too. Anyway, Otto, do you say B+ or A?
Yeah, I'd say B+ or A.
Wait, which one though?
Just pick one. Be
Stop making me decide this. I am like so ambivalent with so many of these. How the
You have
like? Why is it always me?
because it's funny.
yeah, it's content.
Let's see.
No,
who
someone
do
said
we
I'm
have
using
in-
feelings over logic. If I was using feelings over logic, she'd be in like C. But I
That's a D.
understand.
What? No, A.
Oh
Screw you,
shit!
Otto.
You know what? I'm okay with that. I am okay with that. All right, we'll see again at the end. All right, time to talk about one of my favorites again, and this kind of feels bad in lieu of a certain MP buff that happened not too long ago. But yes, we're going to talk about King Hassan still. Nonetheless, of course, the band, the myth, the legend, so badass, very cool design, of course. Love this guy. Single target buster DPS, 11.8k attack is probably the second highest if I had to guess. Is very close to Shuten at least. So that's cool for a 5-star assassin in particular. Triple buster, in fact, make it quad. This man is as red as they come in terms of cards. MP gain obviously still overall not the best because he only has 2 gains cards, but those 2 gains cards are really good. Especially if you mighty, it's basically a guaranteed refund every single time, like a full refund of the MP. So the 2 gains cards that he has are really good, amazing even. So that's cool. Alright, first skill on a 7-turn cooldown, he gets a Guts for 1 time 5 turns with a 5k revive, then this Abyss buff for 5 turns. So whenever you have a Guts active, while this Abyss is active, he gets 30% buster up for 5 turns. Then he gets this on Guts activation for 1 time 5 turns, so whenever a Guts procs on him with this, he removes the Abyss buff, but then he gets 20% battery and 50% buster up for 1 turn. Pretty cool. Very solid skill. I mean, mostly because it has good uptime. Like, you'd think, oh, it's 7 turns, that's a lot. But, you know, it's still mostly 5 turns of uptime with a burst as well if, you know, shit hits the fan, so to speak. I like it. It's great. Very good. And a 5k revive means he can absolutely still stabilize after a Guts proc, combined with his skill 2 especially. So on that note, a 5-turn cooldown on the second skill, he gets 100% debuff res for 3 turns, 2.5k heal, 40% defense for 1 turn, and 20% attack for 3 turns. Just a very solid vanilla skill. Basically debuff immune at that point for 3 turns. Yes, he could still be debuffed if something really crazy happens, but man, that is some nice stuff right there. Third skill, on a 6-turn cooldown, all enemies get a minus 200% instant kill resistance down for 3 turns. He gets 50% buster up for 3 turns and a 30% battery. So yeah, now basically at most of the time he's gonna have like 80% buster up, which is quite a bit. So actually can do some decent damage even with his unupgraded MP. This was a very much needed buff as well because this skill kind of was fairly doo-doo before it. But now it's really good. That's a lot of buster up, man. Now, passive, 17.5% debuff res helps, but again, he already has a bunch most of the time from his second skill, but you know, can still be nice to have more. 10% Stargen, you'd think it would be really good, but sadly his busters are all one-hitter, including his MP, so his Stargen actually isn't as good as it might seem. But it still is not terrible. 8% crit damage.
This is one quick.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, it's just
Yeah,
that, and a little bit of the extra as well if you get that, but mostly just that one quick card that can Stargen. Crit damage also maybe not the most relevant thing, at least on base, but you know, with supports it obviously gets better. Instant kill immune is nice to have, and then 100% charm resistance. Granted, again, not immunity, but 100% resistance, but basically immune when you think about it in most cases. And then he gets this meme on attack debuff, so he has a 5% chance to instant kill the target when normal attacking, which only really works on like bronze mobs, and even then it's like you still have to roll the dice a lot, so it's just a meme. But hey, the other 2 effects, very cool though for bosses. Good passives. He's anti-saber, which not really all that relevant. As much as I love him, I don't really bring him on neutral ever. And then the one really unfortunate thing about this ban is the MP. No buff, only does damage to one target. It's a one-hitter, so don't get any stars either. And then 100% chance to instant kill on base, overcharge getting up to 200%. And because he's a boss killer, it's basically irrelevant anyway. This is the one thing that holds him back from being like absolutely cracked. But he's still very good, is the thing. But man, this MP just sucks ass. It's so bad. But it's still one of the coolest looking MPs though. Fight me on that. I'll die on that hill if needed. It's so freaking cool. I love the bells and everything. Oh, the feathers. I love this guy.
There's no fade away.
Yeah.
Which was
I'm glad they kept that because it used to be a bug,
right?
and then they were like, hey, we're just going to keep that because it's really cool.
Yeah, that's awesome.
So here's the thing. I actually will argue against not taking him neutral. Because he has like there's the loop with him of you do it when he's like alone. Because obviously he's like the quintessential like solo unit, and I didn't like how he played, and then Mighty Chains happened, and now he has a good flow.
Yeah.
You do NP, quick arts, that generates stars, and then you could, but then you can do Buster the next turn, NP, quick arts, Buster. You know, you keep...
Well, to be honest, a lot of the times you can just do MP as well if you
Well, yeah, if you do MP arts, you know, or quick arts every turn, yeah, you can usually, you know, loop. But like there is also the flow of like sometimes that isn't enough depending on the enemy.
Here's my problem with this thing with his solos though. I mean, I'm not a King Hassan solo like, you know, expert, but what ends up happening is I just click triple buster every turn and it's probably more damage because like he doesn't really get a lot out of spamming his MP. Like yes, his MP
because then the extra card
MP,
also gets really powerful at that point if you do the triple buster.
Star generation cards on his buster cards to like you generate more stars, and it kind of
you just click 3 buster. Or
it's mostly because of this buff to the third skill that now definitely BBB is the way to go for DPS.
I mean,
it does so much damage as Buster Rave.
But it's nice to have 2 different ways to do it, like because you can BBB or you can use the MP and loop. Like I think Mighty Chains really helped him. Like I mean, all the skill buffs did, but I think like what made him like feel nice for like a lot of things was Mighty Chains. He's one of the biggest benefits because he's like he has like the one quick one arts, which means and he's the one where they're actually like, you know, good. I don't know. I mean, obviously, like he's good. Like, no one's gonna argue he's bad.
Yeah, I assume it's pretty unanimous, but I can't do the top tier because the MP sucks. But I would say still A+ for this bad.
You can't. Like, he's like one of the best soloers in the game.
I mean, soloing isn't everything. Okay.
Yeah.
No,
I feel like I'm looking at A+.
I don't think I can do EX.
Yeah,
fine. Because like in farming, I have rarely seen him in farming. Technically, he has a big battery, so technically, it's not like he can't do it. But
if his MP got upgraded, you'd see
but the instant battery is 30%, and the guts one is the 50 or the 21.
Oh, it's
so if he had 50% normally, then like, it would be a bit different.
Yeah, not big battery, but still, like, I don't know. Usually in boss fight, I still like him a lot, and he's really cool because he is completely unlike an assassin. When how he plays like a berserker, which I really enjoy. I enjoy clicking red buttons. It's just satisfying. But yeah.
I would do A+.
I think A+ at least. Yeah, A+.
Like, love the man to death, but man, surely someday the MP is gonna get buffed, especially after that ridiculous MP buff that we're gonna talk about.
I will say
later,
though, if he gets an MP buff and obviously they'll add an effect to it, he would be so good.
He would
actually insane.
So that's why probably they haven't done it, because they also realize that at this point, if he gets that buff, it's gonna be a big deal.
Arthur issue alert.
It's the same thing. It really is, actually. It's this exact same scenario where they're both a big MP buff away from being just broken. Yeah. Well, true. All right, kicking us on. So next up, permanent time again, and also someone who got buffed as well compared to last year's tier list. We got Osakabehime. Good old Edith. So she's a support. I guess Buster, crits, quick, all that stuff. Kind of a generalist as well, but yeah, you definitely want to pair with those card types if possible. Attack at being in 10.8k is not that bad, because again, while you can do some funny solos with her, I don't think the attack being lower than average is a big deal at all. In fact, again, if anything, you prefer the HP to be higher in most cases for support. She's double arts, double quick, get her gains on base. The quicks are okay, the arts are just fine. So, nothing too insane. You would hope for them to be a lot higher because, you know, you want her MP, but yeah, they're not like Rhinus, unfortunately. Anyway, first skill on a 5-turn cooldown, she gets 30% defense for 1 turn, another 30% for 3 turns, so there's the morph thingy again. 40% debuff rest for 3 turns, and then the party gets 50% crit damage for 3 turns. Pretty decent. Keeps herself alive, then gives a bit of crit damage to the enemy. Not the best, but certainly a passable skill. Then this is the buff. So the second skill now on a 5-turn cooldown, full party-wide 20% gauge, full party-wide 50% star gen for 3 turns, and also full party-wide overcharge 2 steps 1 time 3 turns. Pretty cool, and her own overcharge is not bad either. It can help a bit with your damage and, you know, a bit of gains as well. But especially if your other allies have good overcharges, it's nice because it is a 2-step boost, which can make a big difference. Definitely much needed buff. I still feel like she herself needs more battery action, but it's a step in the right direction. Because it's still hard to use her MP. That's my main problem. It's still hard to use the MP, or yeah, to get to it. Anyway, the third skill, on a 5-turn cooldown, one target gets minus 40% defense for 1 turn, and then removes their buffs. Why is this not 3 turns? I don't understand. Like, Scotty can have AoE 30%, why can't she have single target 40%? They're 5-star supports, I don't understand. It's
honestly, yeah. It should have been.
It's just underpower. But at least the buff strip is nice on command. I like that. But just there's no reason. It is a good amount of defense down, but she's a 5-star support. It can be 3 turns on 40%. It absolutely can. Oh well. And defense down caps easily anyway, so it's not like it can go out of crazy. So the skill set is now decent, but certainly not amazing. Okay. 11% arts up, pretty cool. Her arts cards they're fine. 8% star gen, also cool, because again, you might actually want to pick her face cards because you want the MP if possible. It's not the best support MP ever, but it's certainly nice to have if you just can use it. And I feel like if you are going to bring her, you probably do want to use the MP as well. Divinity C doesn't do anything. She's anti-archer, which again, nah. Definitely not for support, even if she has funny solos sometimes. Buffed MP, so the full party gets 20% defense for 3 turns, and then base MP 1, 2k max HP for 3 turns, scaling up to 4k on max MP. Kind of cool, because you can use it on max full heal as well, or full health, and still get use out of it. And then overcharge, full party gets 30% quick and buster for 3 turns on base, scaling up to 50%, and I guess with the second skill active it will be 40% on base. Very cool. Actually, quite a bit of buffs. Good amount of card type effectiveness up there. So I think she's now in a better spot, but I don't know, man. She needs like a 30% self battery too. Then I would be like, oh.
I've definitely tried experimenting with her. In fights where you can spam her MP a lot, it is really fun. I actually like her with Koyan Light as a DPS because Koyan Light has party charge, and she is as much a buster support as a quick support because genuinely because it's the same numbers at all. I just think it's kind of unfortunate how he doesn't necessarily function very well with quick. The other use I do use her for quick is I just use her as kind of a tankier version of caster Scotty, and I don't expect to use her MP a second time because you know she can pair with the MLB Kiara CE now and a pen 2 at max to like instantly MP, and that's pretty strong.
And that would be max OC as well from herself alone, actually.
Yeah, it's 50% 2 card types.
Yeah, that's a cute combo.
That was my idea. You're welcome.
Wow. So you give the full party 50% buster and quick up immediately. That's nice, actually.
Yeah, it's quite nice.
Really
yeah.
And then she also has 50% crit and 40% defense down. It's a lot of buffs.
It's just difficult to spam unless you build a team around it. Like I still really like that team, even though what ended up happening was that's only possible because of the fight gimmick. But I tried Tama Caster, Osakabehime, and Koyan Light, and it was just like infinite drain and then a lot of party charge. It's fun,
Wait,
but
which fight was that?
Monte Cristo. Because like
that
on
one
kind of
with
Monte Cristo,
the-
if you spam skills, you can spam mystical skills. So like all of my
Yeah.
skill cooldowns are like 2.
All right.
So, but like that is a very specific thing. But usually it's not that good. Because if you can spam her MP, she gets the team really tanky. Like it's a lot of HP up, a lot of defense up. It's unkillable, but
Yeah.
but it's just hard. Like maybe that was their concern. They don't want her to. But like who cares? Like I really
Yeah.
think defensive utility kind of just gets thrown. Like you can go as crazy as possible with defensive stuff nowadays with Castor and all that. So yeah, they definitely could go further with this. But I like her now.
I do still think she's very good. She's always like that kind of just something that just sits in the back end that you're like, oh, you know, I can use this as an option. I don't know. I think she's
She's nice to
Good.
have now, at least.
Yeah,
Yeah.
she's pretty solid, I think.
not to
It-
go back to souls, but her souls are very funny.
Yeah, they are. Super
That's-
tanky.
That's actually
She feels kind of like a quick Tamamo.
Yeah, I can kind of
Yeah,
see
I
it.
mean, cooldown reduction on NP.
Nah.
dude.
Imagine.
That's. I mean, honestly, would that be too far? I mean, you could pair her with Tom.
Well, if they don't give her more batteries, I think it would be fine. Because it's still not the
Yeah, 'cause you
easiest
can't
to on a
spam
team
it.
environment to spam her MP in a normal
Yeah.
situation.
Yeah, you're right.
But if they give her more
Yeah,
batteries, then it might be a problem. Because then obviously
I
the
do think
batteries would
she is-
come off cooldown longer or faster too.
I do think she is exactly trying to be quick Tamamo. And like her morph is way better, right? Like,
Yeah.
So I don't know.
It's better, yeah. A to A plus.
Yeah,
I think A+.
I think A+, honestly.
I don't hate A plus.
let's go. Wow,
Frigate, dude.
We
Frigate.
are turning around some stuff. This
Dude,
year
I
with these.
want to try the Kiara thing now too. It sounds really fun. The Kiara
She is
series.
fun.
Yeah.
I like her. I've always kind of liked Osakabehime
Mm.
as like a character. I hate the NA translation, but you know what? That's fine.
She's
You get
going to
honestly,
do
I
better.
used
She's
to
going
hate it, but
would
you
you
kind of
rather-
get used to it.
Would you rather she talked like a posh Brit? Because that's what a proper translation would look like.
No,
and it-
please,
this doesn't
please
fit.
do Skibbity Hime.
No, I
Please,
know,
please,
absolutely
please,
not.
please.
Get that out of here, dude.
It's gonna happen.
Oh no.
It's gonna happen.
All right, a good topic to move on from that. Let's talk about Semiramis next. So another servant that has received a substantial buff compared to last year, like Osakabehime. So pretty fun back-to-back coverages here. So yeah, AoE Buster, DPS, and kind of a farmer too, actually. But I kind of like DPSing with her more, if anything. But not hopeless anymore, which is cool. 11.3k attack, just below average among 5-star assassins. She's got the full caster deck, because I guess she's supposed to be caster and an assassin at the same time. It's like a dual class. The lore is real. Gains on base, though, pretty doo-doo, but her skills do help. But man, on base, they are not very pretty. Not terrible, though. Honestly, decent for a triple arts, now that I think about it. But still, not crazy. Alright, first skill, 5-turn cooldown, 30% battery for self, and all enemies get a minus 50% debuff risk down for 1 turn. Well, at least it's not a high cooldown, but yeah, there it is. Helps with her buff too, I guess. Landing stuff easier if there's resistances and whatnot. Don't love it though. Second skill on a 5-turn cooldown as well. She gets 40% MP gain for 3 turns. So now with this active, she can actually generate way better. It literally doubles her MP gain, so that's nice. Now, she gets the she's full neutral to caster with this basically for 3 turns. Full on 1x for receiving damage and doing damage, which I want to say is not the biggest deal, but I don't know, maybe with the buff you can come up with some cute stuff, especially if the enemy happens to have, like, let's say they have riders and casters that you're going up against. Could be something, you know. It's just okay, it doesn't do a whole lot though. Third skill, here we go. So, on a 6-turn cooldown, does a poison on all enemies for 3 turns, 1k damage. Does a minus 50% buster rest down for 3 turns, wowzers. Then does or she gets the anti-poison power mod, 50% for 3 turns. There it is. And then also this on attack debuff for 3 turns. So before damage, she does a 1k poison on enemies for 3 turns. And it says when attacking, so not normal attacking. So this obviously applies to her MP as well. So before it does damage, it applies AoE poison, and you do way more damage because of the 50% power mod. Great. This is exactly what she needed, if anything, because damage was the one thing she didn't do at all. She was so bad for damage. But at least the Buster is down was always big on this one. So for bosses, it was pretty cute. Obviously for farming, kind of bad, because you only used it... I guess you could have used it twice with Koyan. But, yeah. Now it's very good. Just a very good skill.
Yep.
So much more damage. Like, oof. And again, it's good because it's not like a Locusta situation where you get more damage per poisons. It's just like, oh, they have 1 poison, you just do way more damage now. And this just applies it on every attack before damage. Good buff. 6.5% star gen is okay to have. 12% arts up, great actually, with the triple arts. 6% debuff success rate, also great, because again, you want to land the poison, because enemies might have innate resistance sometimes, especially in boss fights. Divinity doesn't really do anything. Anti-saber. Honestly, if you have a fat copy with this new buff, you can maybe even do neutral, but only with the fat copy, I would say. Then buffed MP does damage to enemies. All allies get 20% defense for 3 turns. All allies get a buff removal resistance, 100% for 1 turn. And then before damage, she gets 10% MP damage for 1 turn. It's getting up to 50% on max OC. So it's not ramp up, but you know, it's a bit more bonus damage. The party buff removal resistance can be kind of cutesy too. Obviously, you have to time it. And you might not always have the MP on command if it's RNG based whenever you need that, but it's nice to have. And defense never hurts on Buster teams either, especially because the MP is semi-spammable on bosses. Yeah, she's just quite a lot better now, huh?
Yeah.
Big difference with this very easy to use power mod.
Yeah, it really is funny because like the one issue she always had was her damage was just really not good.
Yeah.
But then they gave her like one of the most impactful.
Cleopatra still.
Like they were like, okay, we were finally gonna brute force her to do damage, because that's literally what this buff was. It's like the most brute force way of applying way more damage to someone's potential. For both the MP and the face cards.
I think she's better than Cleopatra.
I don't think that's a hot take, to be honest. Now with this buff,
it's a bit difficult. It's the reason she's not doing so well in Buster looping is because of the Buster down. You can't stack Buster down with Koyan Light, so she's losing a lot of damage. If you're using her in like a challenge quest where you're hitting the same target over and over again, she has like Arjuna altar damage. Well, if both of them are hitting counter class. Like it is really high, but she still has this really crappy deck. So, yeah.
What they need to do is buff that second skill to make it so it gives her like actual like caster like class advantage. So she does damage against assassins a few times.
I don't know why it doesn't actually.
Yeah, like she's supposed to be a caster as well. Why did they half-ass it?
Yeah.
Like it's only up a limited time. It's not like she's actually permanently a caster as well. Just make it so that it gives like actual caster benefits on the active.
She's just worse than Cleo in Buster. Well, not necessarily even worse. She's just like not better than Cleo in Buster looping because of the Buster down. Like her again, like it's really sad that she only has 1 Buster card because that's 100% power mod.
Yeah.
And 100% Buster down if you use like double Koyan Light. That 1 Buster card would rip stuff to shreds, and even her normal cards like still gets the 100% power mod. So it's her damage does get really good, but and her MP still has like, you know, tankiness if you like to build around like a sort of like a party wide tank unit. So I like her a little bit more than Cleopatra, but she's also not as like straightforward as Cleopatra. So yeah, hard to say.
I still say she's pretty straightforward, to be honest.
Well, yeah.
the poison just applies itself so easily. You don't even have to think about it. It just happens and you're happy about it.
Oh yeah.
Before MP, people say it's the Arjuna altar buff because debuff before
She's
MP.
also one of She's also one of two servants in the game that prefers Golden Sumo over cranking for Buster.
Oh
Lupin.
yeah.
Oh yeah,
She
Yeah.
that
just
makes
has
sense.
so much soup, so much soup.
Buster though.
She has so much special attack and Buster mod, and zero attack mod whatsoever.
They should make her 50% buster
So
down like
much
Consort
soup.
drops. I mean, yeah, that would make her.
That would be
better.
pretty crazy.
Yeah, that would
Making
make her
every-
I
better.
mean, she would still
turn
not be
debuff like
the. It would
Cosmic
be not
drops.
to be the biggest impact for herself. It would still be better because again, the one Buster card, but it would be make for an interesting support.
Yeah, and also Buster looping numbers would be better. So yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, she's good now, so that's nice.
I'd
so
at least put her as
minimum
high as
A.
Cleopatra. Yeah, I'd put her at least the same as Cleopatra. Probably the same, to be honest, just because her deck is so bad. I really hate it. Right back.
I feel like both are pretty good now. Definitely. I don't. What did we rate her last year? I'm gonna check. She was
Probably in like C.
actually she was B plus. It seems.
She was B plus.
Apparently she was.
Man,
I think
Yeah.
that
What were you
propaganda is
smoking?
really hard last time.
I don't remember, but yeah, apparently that's what I'm looking at. All right. But yeah, now it's at least a deserved A. We'll see.
Yeah,
but
it's
yeah, let's start with
deserved
that. Yeah. Okay. All right, we'll move on for now. Talk about yet another one of my favorites. Because a lot of my favorites just
guy.
happen to be Assassin, I guess. I still need one more bond level to finish that 120, but then I'll have a perfect copy. Yay. Lee Shuwen Assassin, let's frickin' go. Single target arts DPS. 11.4k attack, basically around average, if ever so slightly higher. Double Buster, double arts deck, and his gains they're good. They're good. Just good. That's about it. Alright, skills. So we have a very similar thing going on compared to Lancer, where there's a lot of burstiness happening here. So 5-turn cooldown, gets an Invul Pierce, and 100% crit damage for 1 turn. It's not just for crits necessarily, because the Invul Pierce can help with the MP as well, which I like. But yeah, obviously downtime is the thing. But for a burst skill, it works for both crits and the MP, so can't really be too mad, I guess. Second skill, 6-turn cooldown, gets a 1-turn evasion, then 500% absorb for 1 turn, and a 15-star bomb. So it's a pretty okay bursty combo again with the first skill, because you get the big crit damage, the pass from the Invul Pierce, and then the stars to help you crit better. But again, downtime is real, as always. Third skill is a little bit better on that, so on a 6-turn cooldown, it gets 30% attack for 1 turn, a further 20% attack for 3 turns, and then debuff immune for 1 turn. There's basically 50% attack on the turn you use it on. It's like an offensive version of Morph, I guess. Debuff immune can be okay as well, but sadly it does have quite a bit of downtime as well. So, yeah, his skill set is not the best, but at least his numbers are still pretty decent. Like, he can still hit pretty hard with his MP, and we'll get to that in a second, but yeah, I do recognize his skill set could be better, at least in terms of downtime. The only passive he has is 8% Arts and Stargen, which is good. So at least that one passive is very solid. He's anti-Lancer, which, as much as I love him, neutraling would be a tough sell for most people. Buffed MP, though, is very nice. Definitely drives his case more. So just damage to one target, 150% chance to instant kill them flat. It's after damage as well. Not that it really matters too much because he's only for bosses. And then Overcharge is great. Before damage, 20% defense down for 3 turns on the target on base, scaling up to 40%. So it's ramp up and it's also before damage. So while the instant kill kind of sucks, at least he has that. It is a one-hitter MP as well, so it's not like it refunds a lot, but his face cards are pretty decent at keeping his MPs going. Especially if you add some supports into the mix. Like, he's super vanilla, but I think he's still good. I think he's very solid. But I'm not sure how you guys feel about him. I think he's just good. He's very good.
I mean, it's what I said earlier. He's basically a 5-star assassin Shiki.
I
They-
have the same
they're
problems I
very
have
similar.
with Lancer Lee with him, and that is his skills are just abysmal.
I wouldn't say abysmal, but definitely could be better.
Yeah,
He's got some cool tools.
he's a bit plain. It's like, and also he has a lot of competition, right? Like it's just it is single target assassins is a pretty competitive group of units, and at least the newer ones were the ones that got buffed. So this character, I don't know, and also maybe this is a weird gripe, because Ryder, because you're trying to fight against Ryder, and her art supports are usually caster. That's a weird complaint, but sometimes I feel.
I guess it's a thing to mention, yeah.
But I don't know. He just doesn't do enough. Maybe he just like he needs to do a little bit more.
Well, again,
with
maybe
his
I'm
skills,
biased because I have a really good copy, but I think he does a lot. But again, there's downtime. I do recognize that. But at least his MP is buffed, and it's even though his skills don't have the best uptime, his MP is buffed. It does good damage, and it's semi-spammable. So even if he doesn't have a lot of uptime on his skills, the MP can still be used frequently, which I think is nice.
Yeah, I agree. I think he just has like spammable, hard-hitting MP, but maybe that's not good enough anymore. Like, I'm not saying it's not good, but like maybe it's not good enough for a lot of stuff anymore. It's just like okay.
Enough. Like, I mean,
I think out of the single target 5-star assassins, he might be the weakest.
I don't know about that.
I don't know about that. I feel like he's better than Jack.
I almost want to agree.
Really?
Well,
Jack
if you're
has
going
a
against
trait,
female,
though.
you pick Jack. But if you're not, then he's definitely better.
Okay, but there's only one other.
He has ramp though.
By the way,
Yeah.
So like,
I guess a 5-star assassin Shiki isn't a bad.
I mean that's not a bad sell.
It's not bad, but like compared to the other 5 ones where they all have some, I don't know. I've just never felt like
I would definitely not put him at least under MHX and Jack, but I can maybe settle for the same tier. But I would not put him under them for sure. Not even, definitely not under.
I honestly don't think they are. I think
realistic.
when you're playing into the traits that like, actually, well, frankly, I just think Jack shouldn't be there. I think Jack could move down one. To be honest,
maybe, yeah.
Because the more we go, like, I think Jack probably should be moved down one.
I don't know. He does feel kind of weak, actually.
Like
not
his
weak,
kid
but
is,
like he feels lacking.
Great.
I guess he feels lacking. It's like Jack.
Does he though?
Kind of
I mean, Jack does even less. Dude, he does even less though.
I guess he has the defense.
He has more stuff than Jack, and he's not even close.
Yeah, I guess. No, Jack is just the internals plus anti-female. That's
and he has decent crit potential too.
Yeah, like he ramps instead of doing like 50% PMod for one turn. Like, I think you're really underselling him here. Like,
yeah, I would recommend. Again, I could be biased because I have a big copy, but I would recommend you guys should try him out. He's actually he feels good to play. He might not look that he's impressive, but he actually feels good to play. I'm just saying.
I think you guys are
those skills are just so.
I mean, just try him out. So let the run speak for itself.
I do think he is powerful. It's just, I guess he's boring to me, but that's not.
I mean, I'm not arguing that, but
but I guess like realistic, I think they're probably similar-ish, just because he.
I just wouldn't put him at least below them.
Okay, how about we move Jack down, and then we can put Lee in A.
I mean, I think Lee and MHX is also pretty close, to be honest. I don't think MHX is like better than Lee. To be honest, I think they're the same.
But
tier.
maybe we can move Jack down.
Well, I wouldn't be opposed to the idea of Jack in B+, but I also don't hate her in A either.
It just everyone's in A.
Do we move Jack to B+, or does that make me look even more biased?
That's the thing. As a rating thing, when you're rating the 5 stars, if you put all the assassins in A, SSR assassins in A, you're basically saying they're all the same, and they're
True.
not.
No, Shuten is in B though, but yeah.
I think for the single, like, because the single targets here, there's only one other single target. It's Kama. Should go to an EX. That's not a question. But like, the rest of them are just like all in A. So like it becomes the
Okay,
question
yeah.
of like, do
I
they?
mean,
Fine. I'll move Jack to B plus.
oh
Fine.
man, she has buff removal as well. Okay, fine, whatever. Wait,
I
does she
mean-
have buff removal? She has buff removal, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's on a
Is that
skill.
crazy? Yeah, it's not. It's full pert. Okay, fine, whatever.
Okay, let's go with this for now. We'll talk about them again later. We'll talk about all this
Yeah.
single target stuff at the end as well. We have several
yeah,
topics
yeah.
to talk about there. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, then time for the big one for sure. Okay.
Dude, the fucking source of all this problem is this character because
Yeah.
everything else just feels like whatever. I don't give a shit
Yeah,
anymore
I
after
get
this
that.
character.
So yeah, let's talk
Except for
about
King Hassan. I do feel King Hassan is different, but sorry. You go.
True, yes. Karma time, yes. Single target, quick DPS, extraordinaire. 11.5k attack puts her just above average when it comes to 5-star assassins. She's got double buster, double quick on the deck, which is pretty cool. Gains cards, they're good. They're just good as well. So everything pretty good here, I would say. First skill. 5-turn cooldown, targeted skill, one target ally gets minus 1k HP or max HP as a demerit, but then they get overcharged by 1 step, 1 time, 3 turns, and a 4k heal. I always thought it was kind of awkward with this, with the HP down and then his heals as well. It's like very counterintuitive, but oh well, at least the overcharge is something. Because it's pretty weird to use a lot of times when you have max HP. Then it's just like doesn't do a whole lot. Anyway, that's like, if anything, that's the worst thing about her, so that says a lot. Second skill on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets a guts for 1 time, just flat 1 time, so there's no duration, so it either gets removed or procced or the battle ends before that, so it's just there. 2k HP revive as well, and then she gets 30% attack for 3 turns. Very cool, because it's so flexible. You can just pop it and you basically always pop it turn 1 unless something weird is happening. You're not going to waste anything. It's good. It's going to work. Definitely can easily get 2 guts out of this as well because of this longevity. Third skill on 6-turn cooldown, she gets a 50% battery. Then she is now fully anti-alter ego, literally making her like a pretender in this case. 2x damage, 0.5 taken. So that's for 3 turns. Then she gets 20% crit damage for 3 turns, and all enemies get a minus 40% charm res down for 1 turn. Which helps a bit with the MP as well. Especially now with the buff, I guess. Even nicer. Yeah, so this is the reason why she actually can be a very viable anti-alter ego option. Because normally Assassin would be a very poor choice, but while yes, it has downtime, I've come around and realized that yeah, you can just kind of go quick, and just make do with the 3-turn buff. So it's a big thing sometimes. Alter ego is still not super common, of course, but if she is a very legit choice against them because of this, so pretty cool. Passives, 20% debuff res is nice, 10% quick is very nice, 6% crit damage, instant kill resist, mental debuff res, yeah, we take those as well. Flat damage, not so much, but hey, charm immune, that's great as well. Anti-Lancer, honestly at this point, you can kind of just bring her on neutral as well, just frig it, dude. Go for it.
Yeah.
Alright, so yeah, the buffed MP. So, before damage, yeah, emphasis on before damage. 80% chance to charm the target for 1 turn. Does damage, which does super effective damage against charmed enemies. 150% flat. And then on overcharge, she gets 20% quick up for 3 turns before damage, getting up to 40%. It's even ramp up. Like, it's just a ridiculous MP. It's the only downside is that you can whiff the charm, and it's like, oh well, but 80%, and then you have the bonus 40 from this as well, occasionally. Oh man, this MP is just stupid, too stupid.
Knowing Monte Cristo, she shouldn't be able to whiff the charm, to be honest. Okay, I'm joking. So,
yeah.
Look, it's just... She is one of the highest neutral single target damage in the game, like raw.
Yeah.
The other one is not really fair, because the other one is Abigail when she has the anti-terror power mod, which is 1 turn. So, and this doesn't necessarily even need her skills to be online, because the big damage is the MP.
Mm-hmm.
So the problem really is whiffing the charm, but it's still very stupid regardless. I don't know. Like,
and then her MP is also very spammable.
yeah, I 120 her the moment I saw the buff because I already liked her quite a bit, but there wasn't really an incentive, and it was just like, okay, never mind. It's just don't whiff the charm. Look, it's possible if you're
Have you
against, like, stuff
used
like,
Love's Curse on her? It's probably really good.
which one?
The 5-star C that
That's
gives you debuff success rate up.
There's actually
Yes,
better
but
ones. There's one that
but the
I
Shinji
found.
one.
No. There's
Oh.
this one. It's this 4-star one. It has Jekyll and Astolfo on it. But it has like, I think it's like 20 crit, 20 NP damage, and 20% charm success.
Wow, that's
Oh,
oddly
15
specific.
or
Really?
20%.
That's kind of
Wait, this is
funny.
a command code?
It might be 50.
No, it's a 4-star
No, it's
it's not
CE.
command code. It's
Oh, see.
Yeah,
I might
the
actually try
episode.
that for her solos because it is annoying when she whiffs the charm. Like, bruh.
It might only be 15% charm success. I can't remember.
It's 15 because the Shinji one's 20. Well, the Shinji one's debuff success.
I think Love's Curse is 15 on MLB.
Yeah,
Yeah,
loves.
Well, I'm not even talking about one of either of those. What's it called?
just comparing.
Yeah.
Well, you can search
it's-
for that, meanwhile.
Jekyll,
Yeah, I'm looking at.
gallery.
We probably don't have to talk too much about Kaba. She can be used in farming as well, of course, because of the big battery and just self-sustaining DPS. But definitely on bosses, even she can even solo. She's just stupid. So it has to be the most unanimous EX ever. So I mean, I think we put her EX last year as well. Definitely no questions anymore. No one would question that. It's just that it has to be there. It's just done.
She just is the best assassin. Like,
Yeah,
there's
she
no
is.
one better.
Damage-wise, she's the best for sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
The only one that I would consider the best assassin
Wow.
is the support one we're going to talk about
Find
later.
an EX. God
Yeah.
damn.
Well, here's the thing: is assassins are not terrible, but I don't think that they're a class that particularly stand out.
Mm-hmm. Anyway, yeah,
I mean,
fun. I guess next up is the. Do you have something else?
No, I was just gonna say it's still one of the highest neutral damage despite the 0.9. I assume. He's
Yeah,
gonna
that
bring
really
up
is a
0.9.
testament to how stupid that buff is.
Yeah.
But yeah, next up is another big one, of course. Hasn't seen any buffs, but certainly not really in a need for buffs. So Koyan of Light, the first of the Koyans to bless this game. So yeah, she's a buster support, but she's also a fairly capable DPS herself too, I want to say. Farming, not sure if that's the best, but at least her DPSing is not bad. But yeah, most people obviously just use her as either a farming buster support or if you want to go fast at DPSing with busters as well. She's very versatile, which, very good. 11.6k attack is actually good. It's above average when it comes to 5-star assassins if you're taking her as your DPS. Double buster, double quick on the deck, and her gains are very good. They're very good. So that helps if you want a DPS with her. Good. First skill on an 8-turn cooldown. Targeted 50% battery, minus 2 turns of cooldown, and then does 1k damage to the whole party, but it cannot be lethal. So yeah, always the cooldown is mega high, but it is a minus 2. So if you use it on herself, it's a 6-turn cooldown, which at that point, it's still a 50% battery, but it helps with the other 2 skills at least, coming off cooldown faster. And in farming, obviously, it doesn't matter at all because, it's farming. Second skill on a 6-turn cooldown, another targeted skill. Target gets 50% anti-human trait damage for 3 turns, 50% anti-man attribute damage for 3 turns. Then they get this on attack buff for 3 turns. So whenever they normal attack with buster cards, they get 10% gauge. And then on use, you also get 20 stars. So the man attribute thing, very cool. Man attribute is common. Human attribute, very uncommon. But in some farming, it can actually appear. Bosses hardly ever appears though. And then...
Well, in this current challenge quest, everyone is human.
Yeah,
JP.
it does happen sometimes. Yeah, it tends to be very rare though. But yeah, sometimes it's very cool.
Not a servant, bro.
Yeah.
Draco in shambles.
But yeah, obviously the gauge thing is also limited to normal cards. Otherwise, Buster Loopers would be even more crazy if it applied to MPs as well. But then 20
please
stars.
don't ever
Let's not go there. Yeah.
Let's don't go there, please.
But obviously, it's a very good support skill. Mixed value sometimes if the power mods don't work, but still for DPSing at least to get the stars in the gauge stuff. Third skill on a 6-turn cooldown, again targeted. Target gets 50% buster for 3 turns, 50% buster crit damage for 3 turns, and 5k buster absorb for 3 turns. So at that point, their buster cards are basically going to vacuum every single star, if they can. Like, as long as they're stars, they're going to go to those buster cards, period. Even if they're Avenger, even if they're Berserker, they just eat those stars. Lots of buster, obviously, too, and the crit damage is a nice boost. And again, if you used her first skill on herself, this is a 4-turn cooldown, which really amplifies her own DPS potential, because she does have 2 buster cards. There's some very solid crit potential there. Yeah, it's an amazing skill set. Done. There you go. Good. Makes sense. So much synergy, versatility, all targeted. It's like Umu Bride, specifically for buster, and some traits. Very good. 8% quick up. Great. Her 2 quicks are actually very solid. 12% crit damage, also great again if you're DPSing. She likes critting herself too. 6% more crit damage, instant kill resistance, and mental debuff rest. So it's the same as Kama, also just all nice to have. Some obviously a bit more situational than others, but still just free stuff. 10% arts up. She only has 1 arts card, but it's really good, so sure. 10% star jet, that also helps. And then 20% MP damage for self. Amazing. That's a passive. That's ridiculous. So needless to say, these are some insane passives as well. Very, very good. Probably the best passives of all assassins, if I had to guess. It'd be hard to one-up this. Anti-archer may or may not be super relevant for her. Then the MP, so before damage, she gets 20% attack for 1 turn. Does damage to enemies. They all get -1 tick down. Nice. And then for the full party on base overcharge, gets 10% gauge, all the way up to 30 on max. It's just a nice MP as well. Like, she's a very legit DPS herself too. But obviously, just really amazing as a support too. Just all around amazing servant.
When I DPS with her, I actually like putting the battery on my support. So they could
honestly,
double skill. Yeah.
It's not a bad, again, the flexibility is nice, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it makes sense.
I mean, do we just unanimous EX and bye-bye?
I mean, it's a meta support.
I mean, I assume at this point everyone kind of knows. If anything, we could talk about her DPS potential, because I feel like a lot of people only ever use her as support. But I mean, yeah, just go try. She's good. You know? Yeah. There you go. Amazing. I feel like this year we're just gonna do the top above EX for Castoria, because I'm kind of bored of doing EX plus, because we haven't done that with anyone else so far. I feel like Castoria kind of needs it or deserves it. I mean, obviously she could be EX plus, but let's just go with EX. Frick it. Okay.
Yeah. Castoria is Castoria.
We have a lot of good servants left, actually. Like, a lot of these later 5-star assassins are really cracked. Huyan is next. The Thighs Assassin. Assassin of Suikoden. So, AoE quick DPS farmer. Definitely prefer her as a DPS though. 11k attack, more or less flat. Puts her just below average when it comes to 5-star assassins. Double buster, double quick deck certainly is a very nice one for her. And gains are good. Once again, the gains cards are nice. Especially the arts card. First skill 6-turn cooldown, she gets 30% buster and quick for 3 turns. Then she gets this double on attack buff for 3 turns. So whenever she uses quick cards, including her MP, before the damage goes out, she gets 20% star gen for 3 turns. And then when she uses a buster card, she gets 20% crit damage for 3 turns, also before damage. Just really good. You know, you get the card boost, and then you get the cards to do more what they kind of like to do. So yeah, it's like half card type effectiveness up when you think about it on top. It's like 1.5 buffs. I like it. Second skill on 6-turn cooldown, she gets an Invul Pierce for 3 turns, 30% attack for 3 turns, and 500% absorb for 1 turn. It's just a very nice DPS skill with some utility on top. I don't hate it. The star gen, or the star gather rate only being 1 turn is not the biggest deal ever, because she's going to generate quite a bit of stars as is. So chances are you're just going to get a lot of stars on her cards to begin with. I'm just happy the other 2 or 3 turns, if anything. Third skill on 6-turn cooldown, she gets a dodge for 2 attacks, 3 turns. 100% buff removal resistance for 3 full turns, and then a 30% battery. Very solid defensive skill with some battery on top, just very good. 3 turns of buff removal resistance is a luxury, if anything, for a DPS to apply for themselves. Yeah, it's a good skill set. Yeah, I don't really have big complaints about it. It has offense, defense, utility. That's kind of what you want for a DPS. 6% star gen on the first passive is nice. 8% quick up is even nicer. 10% bust or absorb. You know, we take those. She likes to crit, and busters tend to crit the hardest too. She's anti-archer, which not really relevant, I would say. Unless they're evil, then maybe you can make a case. So speaking of which, the MP AoE damage, 150% anti-evil super effective damage, 40% chance to stun all enemies, and then before damage she gets 20% quick for 1 turn on base overcharge, scaling up to 40%. So it's not a ramp up, but it's a cool bonus. The stun obviously also not reliable, but if it procs, you're just gonna be happy about it. The MP is fairly basic otherwise, but if the enemy is anti-evil, you can definitely get some good damage out of it. Otherwise, it's a lot about crits when it comes to her. But she's just really good. Yeah, just really good.
So here's the thing, and here's where, if you look at the list, where I have some problems, is because I don't think she's EX, right?
Oh, I probably wouldn't argue about
best.
EX either, honestly, but I think she's very solid.
She's the second best AoE assassin in the game. So that would put her at, I honestly think the only one that beats her is Tez. She is better than all the rest of them.
Oh, true.
The second best AoE assassin in the game, like as a DPS.
Yeah, I said DPS, yeah, maybe, yeah.
Yeah, so the problem is Tez is definitely, I wouldn't put Tez in EX either.
Whoa, wow.
If Tez is an A+,
no, he's not.
Well, okay. So then I'm gonna say A+. If you guys are gonna say Tez is EX, then I'm just gonna say A+.
I'm surprised you're not. I thought that was gonna be super unanimous, but we'll get to that later, I guess.
What the hell?
Okay, interesting.
I do think Tez has like. Anyways, I'll get into that when talk about Tez. But this character, refund wise, honestly, is a little bit tight for Looper. She barely does BG Zerk. Like it really is close. I think she refunds 49. With triple Scotty or something. And I think she's really good, the buffer will resist and all that. But I'm pretty sure she does less damage to riders than Britomart.
She has invuln ignore on a skill, and like
it's true. That is better for carding. I guess it's not really fair to bring up Britomart here. I just like to compare them both, and then it's really sad that the MP upgrade kind of.
I think she's such a good AoE assassin. Like as an AoE assassin, like I know she came out in that string of like quick AoEs.
Yeah, she has a really good kit though, and she has anti-evil. So when she hits evil, she obviously wins as well, right? So.
And evil's an easily applicable trait. Ruler Moriarty exists.
True.
You
True. You can.
And so if you want to
hers
do that,
is probably not worth comboing.
Hey, look, there's another one of those chance to stun AoE quick.
I love chance to stun quick.
Yeah,
AoE
stay tuned for that as well.
Here's
Again,
the problem with Ruler Moriarty though. If I'm using, I would just use Ruler Moriarty. Okay, I'm gonna stop with that. But like,
don't give.
Like she's really good as an assassin. Yeah, like her kit has everything you want as a challenge quest DPS, and she has anti-trait. I mean,
I think she's really good.
So like, I think she's the second best AoE assassin. Like, well, because I don't count Vitch as I don't count Vitch in this listing here. As
her farm is actually not that good. Like compared to
I just like her way more as a DPS than a farmer.
Yeah, because here's like I used to group her with the other like AoE quicks that are BG loopers because she is the tightest one. She's absolutely the tightest one out of all of them.
Well, of all the legit ones at least.
Yeah. Well, yeah, out of the ones that can actually do it. But on berserkers. So she's hey okay, yeah.
Wow, you can barely Black Grail loop. Wow.
Yeah. I feel like that's only like
No, I'm not shaming her. I'm just saying like her farming isn't
I mean, it's pretty
that
good still, honestly. But yeah, her DPS is even
it's
better.
pretty good, but like, yeah, people probably use her as a DPS because like the crit ramp up is really good. The only problem I mildly have with the crit ramp up is, you want to use 2 bust or something. Like Mighty doesn't necessarily. You don't get a full hand anyways every turn. To be honest, I take that back. So she's, I don't know. Yeah, I do agree she's very good. I like her a lot.
I would always say A+.
Yeah.
Out of assassins, she's probably my favorite assassin, but I'm still not going to grail her because I have too many things to grail.
Yeah,
I was interested in her, but then I saw the hoof feet and I was like, I'm out of here, dude.
No, okay, she only has. All right, let's not get.
It's still a deal breaker.
Who loves feet auto? Pull up Ron Gina's FA. Auto.
Wait, do you not know about my status, Rio? I feel like Otto is a small fry over here.
The first stream I ever saw from you was I was on Twitch looking around. I'm like, because you stream at times I am not awake usually. And I'm like, oh, who's this guy? Tier list. I click in and you're doing feet. And wait, it was either a feet one or
I have done one of those. Yes. I've done both. I've done both. I've done both.
I don't remember which was the first. But
I don't know either, to be honest.
I've seen you with some weird tier list of something weird.
Okay, dude. Yeah, if anything, that's a testament. Anyway, I feel like A+ is fairly unanimous, right?
Yeah, we can move stuff later, but
yeah. Okay. All right, 2 more to go, and yeah, here's the big one, which we may hear hot takes about after I cover the kid, but yeah, interesting. I was not expecting that though. Apparently. But yeah, Tez, the man, the myth, the legend, there he is. 10.9k attack, which may be like the worst part about him. His attack isn't super high, but boohoo, I guess. So it's a bit worse than average when it comes to 5-star assassins. He's double buster, double arts. His gains on base are not the best, but man, does everything else about him definitely make up for it. So first skill on a 5-turn cooldown, full party gets 20% attack for 3 turns, and then all allies with a guts buff get another 20% attack for 3 turns, which also works for himself too. So that's a free 40%er. Very cool. Second skill on 7-turn cooldown, he gets 50% battery. The rest of the party gets 30%. Yeah, that's a spread 30 with a 50 on self, no biggie. The full party gets an invul for 2 hits, 3 turns. Nice. And then there's a demerit of the party cannot get another invul for 1 time 3 turns, but chance again, this already covers a lot of your defensive needs, and then you're probably gonna bring Castoria, who either cleanses this or just applies her own special invul, which can still work because this is only for invuls, so it's not really it might seem like it's a big demerit to some, but it really isn't that bad of a thing. So yeah, it's a really good skill. Oh, this one actually has a reason to be a 7-turn cooldown for once. So that makes sense.
Yeah.
Third skill on a 6-turn cooldown, he gets a guts himself for 1 time 3 turns with a 3k revive. So again, now with this, he can, if you use it this first, you get the 40% attack for himself too. Very nice. He gets 30% arts for 3 turns, 50% anti-divine power mod for 3 turns, and 50% super large power mod for 3 turns. And then he blocks sunlight map for 3 turns. Which, again, you might think that's a demerit. It's not even listed as a demerit. In fact, sometimes it can be a merit too, in case you're fighting like Gawain or something. So it's not that big of a deal, because no one you would use with him really would want sunlight anyway. So again, it's just a lore thing, if anything. But yeah, it's a very nice skill set. It just works. And both the, well, at least the anti-divine of the power mods is very solid. And I'm glad they're both 50 as well. They could have been like 30 each, but they're 50 each. And sometimes they can coexist too, especially on farming. So yeah, not too bad. Passives, we got 20% debuff res, great. 10% arts up, love it. Divinity C, into the trash it goes. 10% buster up, cool bonus, he has 2 busters as well. And then his cool unique passive, master skills get 10% more value. So it just makes the FX 10% better basically. Pretty cool. And I believe you can stack this if you have multiple Tezes as well, right? It does stack?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. But
it's cute. It's obviously not a whole lot, but it's kind of cutesy.
Yeah, it's just cute.
It gives you a cool buff icon as well.
Yeah, the battery increase would be like 2%.
Yeah.
Yeah, two more battery or something. This is why Santa Abigail is bad. Well, not bad, but like the
protest. Santa Abby sucks.
Not like the whole servant's not too bad, but like yeah, that effect is barely an effect.
Yeah, as a passive, it's just fun to have, but otherwise, yeah, it's maybe not the most usable thing.
I
Yeah.
can't wait to reduce my cooldowns by 2.2 turns.
Wait a minute.
Yeah,
that
it doesn't work on Atlas. I hate
Yeah.
how it doesn't work.
That
on
would be a
Atlas
bit
anyway.
weird.
I can be
Yeah.
20% more invincible.
If it rounded up, it would be great.
Anyway, he's anti-assassin, which honestly in some cases can be relevant because he has a lot of multi-core potential too.
Oh yeah.
Alright, the MP then, so before damage he gets an Invul Pierce for 1 turn, does damage to enemies, full party, 10% gauge, including himself, on top of the refund from the MP hits, and then before damage he gets 20% MP damage for 3 turns, scaling all the way up to 40%, so he even has ramp up. So ramp up, utility, team gauge. Again, he loves his team as well. Oh my, this man is. I'm not sure. Okay, now I kind of want to know why do you think that he's not EX?
Yeah,
He's
okay.
like the only reason he's not one of the
thought that
best
Vitch
AOE
and
servers in the
Kama-
game is because he's an assassin, but he's just borked.
I was just of the opinion that Vitch and Kama are so far above that they wouldn't be in the same
Well,
one. So it
okay,
would
in
have to
that
be
sense, okay,
That's my
maybe
own
there's
real-
an argument, but nah.
Here's the thing though,
Yeah.
because like Kama is a really broken single target DPS, but like I still think like this character, like maybe he's not an auto pick in multi-core, right? Like that's the thing where maybe he's a bit overrated, quote unquote, because like there are many other good multi-core DPSs like Tonalika or like Lohi, right? Like you don't always pick Tez anymore, but especially amongst assassins, I think he is definitely still EX. In multi-core, you still very often pick him. If your DPS has a guts, it's really good. Yeah, you might need him at least MP2. I have him at MP2. He's fine.
Someone said
but,
his
like,
first skill being a 40% attack up with nothing else is kind of mid. No, it's not, bro. It's AoE. It's
80.
minimum 80%. That's crazy. It
it's
can be
80 for
up to
himself,
120%. How is that not borked? You're only thinking
was
of
a good one.
himself.
So my opinion wasn't that he's not like top tier. It was more so that I just considered the other two a league above, and so I was like, that was my. But if yeah, that's just a point of view thing. I would move almost everyone. Like I always would shift most people down by 1 compared to everything else here. So yeah.
I mean, I do understand where you're coming from because like again there are problems with his multi-core because like because
I don't use him that often in multi-core. Like I've used him a couple times, but like his multi-core is not the type of multi-core that I end up using.
Well, yeah, but you have 120
I don't use
Tonalito. That's the
Mm.
problem.
Okay. The problem is you have the better character. Whoops.
Well, because like they actually have a similar issue. Well, not really, but like one is a caster, the other is an assassin. Like their raw neutral damage aren't that great. Like you kind of have to make them early wave clears.
Well, the thing is, they're both the AOE's in the situation, right? Because like you don't multi-core with 2 AOE's. You multi-core with a single target
Usually,
and an AOE.
yeah.
So like,
yeah, I mean, he's just
competing
easier
for the
to
same
use.
slot.
He's also
yeah.
if you're doing like quick free quest farming, like double Tez plus anything works because of how charge work. It's
It's
60 from the party,
60%.
20 from both of their MPs,
And
so
then they both get 80% attack from each other.
Yeah, if you have a pen 2 on your third DPS, then it doesn't need a battery, right? Or you just bring mages or whatever. So like it's very convenient in like lower HP gated nodes as well. So his convenience is still like more irreplaceable. Like yeah, Kama is Kama, but like if you have a hyper melt, maybe you don't need Kama, right? But like Tez is kind of
Guess you have the hyper melt.
Yeah, that's my point. That's my point because like you don't necessarily like you kind of it's harder to find a replacement for what Tez does still, in my opinion. And like he isn't just this, like his single core is still very good. Like obviously, like
he has the best looping numbers of all the assassins.
Yeah, he has I think Spishtar damage because of the skill 1 attack up is so big. So like
anyway, I just can't not put him in top tier. I just can't.
I think
he has to be
especially
there.
amongst the assassin, he has to be next.
I can kind of see your argument that Kama is now one of the strongest single targets in the game, and Koyan is Koyan who enables things. So in that sense, him just being an amazing multi-core, single-core, DPS and whatnot, not very, you know, the best of the best. It kind of seems like he shouldn't be in the same tier, but he has to be on the top tier. That's basically it. He just has to be there.
He might not be an EX servant in the entire game. Like if we put every class together, maybe.
But the easiest EX of assassins between those two.
Yeah, I think he has to be like.
Yeah.
Come on.
Right.
Okay. That's fine.
Yeah. So yeah, I can.
And
now
from
that
highs to
you
lows.
putting the context out there made it a bit better because people were about to tear you apart otherwise.
Oh yeah, no,
Yeah.
I didn't think I was thinking a little bit differently, I guess, but
Yeah, at
the
first it
context
sounded like
matters.
it was gonna be super spicy, but you actually had some arguments that made sense. Okay. Anyway, let's talk about the last 5-star servant. Again, not a new one because the only one that was new was Shining Star Hassan. But yeah, we got Spider Mommy Kashin Koji, releasing this year in NA as well, with the EMIYA Fest lottery event. So we got an AoE quick DPS, I guess farmer too, but again, I think I like her more as a DPS, for sure. She's a bit gimmicky though, we'll see why, but yeah, 11.6k attack puts her above average, which is nice among 5-star assassins. She's double arts, double quick, not actually triple quick, surprisingly, but her gains cards are really good, so I guess there's some niceness to it. It does hamper her maybe face card damage potential a bit, but at least her MP is very spammable. Now first skill on a 7-turn cooldown, the full party gets an invul for 1 attack 3 turns. She gets 30% battery and 20 stars. I really feel like this could be a 6-turn cooldown. 7 is a lot. That's a lot. But the effects are still good. But
It feels like it should be a team 30% for that cooldown.
Yeah.
She's general pool, though. You have to remember. And
I mean,
yeah,
we have a
all
certain
general
general
pool
pool
servants
servant nowadays that we'll talk
Except
next
for, you know,
week.
the
Yeah.
most recent one.
Yeah, but as a general rule, general pool servants have some sort of penalty, like all of them, like where they have something.
Yeah, but this is also as an assassin. Come on, the class already
Penalty of
sucks.
not having AoE
you know. So why did they have to give it to one of the best classes as well? Well, this is one of the worst classes. So yeah, who knows? Anyway, it's a good skill effects wise, but man, cooldown should be lower though, unfortunately. Anyway, second skill, 6-turn cooldown. She gets 30% quick for 3 turns, 20% attack for 3 turns, then this on attack buff for 3 turns. So whenever she uses quick cards, sadly only normal cards, so the MP doesn't get included, she gets 10% gauge flat. So it's just these 2 quicks on the normal deck. But not bad, you know. Quick up, attack up, good uptime. It's just nice. Okay. Third skill, 7-turn cooldown. 100% chance to bound stun one enemy for 1 turn. Then she gets 500% absorb for 1 turn and 100% crit damage for 1 turn. Another 7-turn cooldown. This one maybe stings even more because they're all literally just 1-turn things. And while her MP obviously does have some AoE stun or bound action, I'm a bit mixed on this being single target, especially if it's 7 turns. They could have made this AoE too, right? They surely could have made this AoE. So it's a bit awkward. Because she would like to have all enemies stunned, of course, or bound rather, bound specifically in this case. Because again, bound is not the same as stun. It is almost the same, in exact same, but in this servant's case, it actually does matter whether it's bound or stun. Like charm doesn't work the same, stun doesn't work the same, sleep, it has to be bound for her. But yeah, you'll see it in the MP. So yeah, it's sadly not the greatest skill either. Burst is real, but man, that downtime. 10% star gen is cool, 6% quick and debuff success rate up, also very cool, because again, you want to land those bounds, helps especially with the MP. 10% crit damage and debuff rest, also cool, so all passives are actually just nice to have on her. Nice, good. Anti-alter ego, a bit unfortunate. Unlike Kama, I don't think I would bring her against alter ego, unless you have a really fat copy. Sure, I guess, because of her, you know, own power mod, I guess. Or super effective rather. So yeah, the AMP then. So does AoE damage, 40% chance to instant kill enemies. It is after damage, so if you actually want to try farming with her, it's not going to be a deal breaker, although something else might be. But yeah, then the overcharge effect. So before damage, there's a base 60% chance on base overcharge to bound all enemies for 1 turn, up to 100% on max overcharge. And then the other overcharge is the super effective damage against bound enemies, the standard 150 to 200 range. So if she hits bound, it's great. But if she doesn't hit bound, it's not the most damage. And again, the only AoE bound she has is RNG based, and again, there are individual calculations too, not like all or nothing.
It's like the AoE version of the comma MP buff thing. Like they are very scared of this, and it's kind of justifiable because like if you just raise that bound chance to like 80 to 90%, then this character suddenly becomes, oh, you can't.
That's a big
touch me.
difference. Yeah.
I just infinitely lock down all enemies and do super effective damage.
Also,
like,
she is one of the biggest reasons why the idea of like we've been kind of theorizing if they're going to make a new meta quick support that they should have some kind of party-wide debuff success rate up.
Yeah.
She's one of the biggest pushers towards that. Many other quick servants too, of course. A lot of them have RNG stuns and whatnot, charms, but this one in particular, yeah.
This I don't want it.
Yeah, I mean, equal more damage.
That would also make Kama more consistent. So like it's just they can never balance this. It's like
it's scary.
It's scary. It's just they have to balance it with RNG, which is the worst way to go about it. Especially like I wonder if the way the bound like chance calculation works, if like all targets are unanimous, would it be less frustrating? Because this is
like instead of individual calculations, you mean?
Yeah, it's like everybody's stunned or nobody gets stunned. Then maybe
I honestly would prefer that
like,
personally. I think.
Yeah, because like if I want to save scum, it's like easier.
I didn't think about that, but yeah, I guess it works better for that too.
Yeah, it's annoying. It's kind of like it's not actually like that, but it's the same problem I have with like Aoko's AoE Buster card. The crit chance is calculated separately on each target. Like, bro,
right? Yeah,
it's like So it's just. Like I understand why, because crit resist has to like apply differently, but I don't know. It's just frustrating. I think her MP is just frustrating, but it's actually not bad. But her skill set, they really did kind of neuter her skill set as well. So there's like two things
there's high cooldowns. This is not AoE. This chance is low. It's definitely this servant could have been insane, but because of all those things that they held back, she's not insane.
Yeah, they're holding her back very hard because of that 1 MP. So
you gotta make up for her weaknesses, and if you make up for her weaknesses, she is pretty ridiculous.
Yeah, I feel like her potential is still very solid.
It's one of the reasons why one of the supports I use with her a lot is Kazgil, just because he has the debuff success. It's a shame it's only 30% when she needs 40%, but if she's overcharging her NP with someone else's NP, then it's 100%. So, like, if you can throw a support into your
just throw an Oberon in there with his passive.
Like,
big brain, dude.
It's like throw like some sort of even if they don't have the normal offensive buffs you're looking for, like quick buffs and such, if they can guarantee her super effective, then like it's
actually on that note, I want to bring it back to the topic again. Have you tried Love's Curse on her? It's probably actually one of her best options then, because it's 15%. So and then if you do the Kazgil, it's
it pushes it up to 75% for each one. So sometimes I do,
And then she can MP turn 1 because that's 50%, or then you have the 30 from this, and then you append.
If you're using her as a DPS, you then like on the Black Grail damage. I think you're better off gambling.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know though. She would hit hard on bound though without Black Grail.
Okay,
right?
but if you're gambling with Kazgil, I think you're better off just taking that gamble and having Black Grail.
Unless
I
doing
guess
stun blocking, maybe.
Yeah.
I don't. I wouldn't go with Black Grail anyways. If I'm gonna be stun locking, I'd rather go with something that gives a bit more gain, like Magical Gorilla Sapphire. Because if I can get another NP off, that means the enemy's not attacking. That means I do more damage.
Kazgil's buster only so long, so I imagine if you were doing that, you're trying to push 3 turns of really high damage, not like because stun locking. I say here Stunlock it, I think of like, oh, I've made my team of Stheno, Medusa, and Uriel, and I'm like locking down freaking Woodwoes for 50 million turns. The furry's not moving anywhere.
Well, I mean, his third skill isn't that long of a cooldown, so like if I can keep her NPing over and over again, then it's worth Atlas cooldown reducing it.
Wait, can she not BG?
No, it seems like her farming numbers are pretty bad, actually. I guess her refund is just not very good.
Maybe I'm wrong.
Is that
This is
that
with
include,
Cherry
like-
Icicle, so it's a
is that
50%.
including if she?
The third wave damage is calculated with bound. It would be 154k without the bound.
That's what Cherry Ice.
Yeah, it's a 50%.
Wait, this is with
thought-
bound?
Yeah, this third wave damage. It's 154k without
it's
bound.
Not BG, of course.
Yeah.
That's very nice.
Why isn't it BG though?
Can she not? I mean, there's not a whole lot of options in
can't do
this
it
unless they
BG.
just didn't do them. But yeah, I assume they
She can
tried.
BG on Zerk, probably.
Okay. Well,
I think she can
hold
BG
on.
on Ryder. I think she can BG
Yeah, I'm
on
not sure.
Ryder.
That I actually don't remember if they calc these. If you can also do like Zerks as well in every case.
I mean, I can do it now. But yeah, I mean, this character is just... I genuinely think people really dislike her because... Well, she is still kind of underpowered because her kit is really scuffed. But it's just the frustration of using this character. The highs are too high and the lows are too low. And they're preventing the highs from happening too often. So, yeah, I don't know. But like again, like any buff success rate up meta support happens for quick, bro. This character goes.
I don't think it's mentioned here either. What like if it calced against Zerks or not? Oh wait, this says all servant refund will be calculated against 3 enemies with neutral refund class and trait.
Oh, then she can't. Ryder has like slightly higher refund, but maybe still no. I guess I'm wrong. I'm just remembering wrong. I think.
Yeah, maybe I don't know. Maybe she could.
I don't remember it being bad enough that she can't do that. Like her refund.
Triple Scott. I thought Triple Scotty could work.
Try
But
that.
yeah, I could.
But
I could be remembering. Are you sure Riders have? Does it? Do
Yeah,
they
it's
not? I
plus
think Ryder has
10%.
better. Yeah,
it's
Ryder has
10%.
better.
Riders are
Slightly
like one of the
higher.
best classes to be against because it's like 10% star gen and NP gain.
Mm.
Wait, what is
So-
Caster's then? I think
Caster's
Caster's 10% bonus.
Caster's more,
20%.
right?
It's the highest.
Yeah,
20.
yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought Ryder
Yeah,
was
it's better.
1.05. I thought it was like a Lancer to Berserker type situation for damage, like 1.05. You know, 1.
I don't actually remember the number, but I'm sure Ryder is higher. But yeah.
Anyway,
Um,
personally, I would maybe see B plus or A for Kashin Koji.
Nah, A.
No.
Nah, A.
B at best.
B at best.
B?
Ooh.
I mean,
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Honestly-
Miss, they're haters. They hate her so much.
I'm mostly
honestly-
thinking
Up to
about
me, I'd put
she
her in
does have
C.
potential though.
I mean,
Potential. Yeah, but she has potential to
honestly-
get a buff later and
Mm.
maybe make her good. But as it is right now, you got a one turn on a one
Yeah.
one guaranteed stun.
These are
It's not
what's-
AoE on a 7-turn cooldown.
I
And
kind
other
of
than
have
that,
to
just kind
go
of like a
on this one.
mediocre skill set. Like
Because like, okay, here's a question: would I take her RNG damage or would I take Shuten's guaranteed damage?
I would take shooting.
I might take Shuten's guaranteed damage, so I think they're probably same.
I hate saying it, but you're going to be spamming your NP more with Kashin.
Yeah, I think she
Look.
she has high cooldown. She still does way more than Shuten on the average.
Alright,
She also
hold on.
protects the team.
Hold on, moment of truth. She does BG on Ryder. Okay, she can be better than Shuten.
I would do B plus probably then.
Yeah, she can BG on Riders. It's not even that close.
Oh.
It's 54 refund. Like if she overkills.
But I hate her.
She can BG on
She-
Riders. Come on,
she's like-
that's
She's like
that's,
the one spook
that-
that you get when you're rolling.
I never
Okay,
get
wait.
spooked by her. I don't think
You
I've
know
ever
what?
seen her.
Maybe in Assassins, you can call her B plus. In an actual like full character thing.
I mean, yeah,
she's
again,
like
this
a
is class
C or a
contained. It
D,
is not
or,
all the
no,
classes.
In like a full, let me just say that in a full FGO tier list, she's a D. But
Wow.
maybe we can. Since it's,
I think I
Oh,
got spooked by her like
she's
3 times. I might have her
Oh,
at MP4.
that's
just from
crazy.
Spooks.
I think I only have
actually-
MP1 from her
do
release
have her at
banner.
MP4. I've never
Have
rolled
her
for her, but I have 4
MP2.
copies of her. And every time I've tried to use her, she just makes me upset.
I rolled the first copy.
Yeah,
Or
that's
the only
because
thing
it's
she's
supposed to
done
stun,
is
and you don't like that she stuns. You don't
the,
like
well,
stun
no, for a
characters.
character whose damage is based on stun, I want the stun. Of course, you just plan around that. I hate stun on cause or drop because it doesn't help cause or drop do what cause or drop wants.
But yeah, I mean, wow,
Fair enough.
bro, I lured her skill 1. What the fuck is wrong with me?
That's a great question.
Anyways.
But I
Like,
guess with that, we conclude the initial placements of all the servants. It's almost like a middle finger again. And now we're gonna see if we want to move
It's
stuff
another
up or down.
Simpsons face, but he has the worst underbite.
Yeah, true.
Alright.
I can see
Overbite.
that as well. All right, let's
Elephant
talk.
in the room 1. Single target assassins.
The 4-star ones, I assume, or all of them?
No, the 5-star ones.
The fight.
Okay.
Actually, no. We're already dumped on Jack. That's probably fine.
True.
So wait, okay, I guess we can talk about the 5-star single targets then. Okay.
Yeah, that's what I mean, because we already.
So it's mostly the ones in A and B plus, right? That you're talking about, not the ones above. I feel like those are pretty firm.
Yeah, no, the ones above are solid.
Yeah.
I think I think Lee and MH. I guess they're close. I actually kind of like Lee better than MH, but it's the same. Whatever.
I mean, to be honest, I like him better too, but I don't think MHX is bad either. But that's also me being biased.
I'm not biased. I have every MHX Grail, but I'm not biased.
Liam actually go down to B plus.
Actually, I don't have the newest one Grailed, but you know.
Koyan.
Too many
No, we're not
grails.
doing EX plus. Like Koyan is.
Yeah, only Castor
Koyan
gets
is
the tier
Koyan.
this year.
We know, like we know what she
EX
does.
Plus is lame.
We know
Yeah.
what she is. I have been appreciating
you are.
Koyan on non-buster support nowadays though, because like I do think cooldown reduction is pretty broken. So okay. I do think Kashin Koji would be. I'm sorry. I think she's worse than actually no, we don't have any SSR than Jack and B plus. But I
What do you
she's
think, Otto?
worse.
She
I
should
mean,
be
she's worse
should
than
she be in
Jack,
B?
so-
I think she's as good as Shuten still. I
Uh,
don't know. Am I crazy? Which is surprising because Otto does defend Shuten sometimes.
Plus, she auto
I
defends
think they're on
slop all the
par.
time. He
They're on
loves
par?
slop.
I mean, I'm not super mad
Yeah.
if she comes down to B because I don't have that much
Yeah,
of an attachment to her.
I think she's close to Shuten. Like Shuten has more consistent damage. She has like better MP spam. But like her skills are still kind of I don't know.
Yeah, I guess that's fair.
I think
At least Shuten is not reliant on her charm. It's just you want to land it, but it's not like make or break.
Yeah, and Shuten has the upgrade MP. So like she kind of on a technical level, her MP damage like always lands the bind. Kind of like on a well, that's not a very good way to put it, but you know. Chiyome? I don't think Chiyome should be.
What about
as
Wu
good as
Zetian to
Shiki.
EX?
Wu Zetian to EX?
Alright.
I mean,
Right,
I
we
can
shouldn't
see it.
consider that.
I can see. I also like her support. I also use her for like once. I think for buff removal on the MP. Is it defensive buff? No, it's buff removal on the MP, right?
Yeah, it removes all buffs on the MP. It is
Yeah,
after
it's buff
damage, but
removal on
it
the MP.
still removes buffs.
Yeah, I needed her to remove.
And
like,
then she
all
buff
pierce or
blocks
something,
too.
So yeah, buff block. If there's one 4-star to put in EX, I guess it is Wu Zetian.
Hey, I think if we do one, it would be her, yeah.
Yeah.
But the question is, do we do it?
Star is B. Shining Star is where is he? Shining Star.
Is B on the
Shining
middle
Star
of B?
is like the same as Summer Valks and as the same as Nitocris. Summer Valks slightly higher. Actually, no. You know what? No.
Do you think
I was
they
gonna
should
say
come
Summer
down?
Valk down.
Ah,
But she is free. But she's
yeah.
free. Never mind. Yeah, she's free.
I mean, yeah, free MP5, they can Black Grill farm at least. It's not bad. It's like we put Sieg in like A or something, right? We can't put them a full tier down.
Yeah, true.
Great to A. A lot of people are saying that.
I really don't like her
I don't think that
skills and deck.
I don't think Kiritsugu
than
is like more than a whole tier.
Yeah, that's what I
below.
was saying when we placed him in there. Like he's 1.5
Really?
tiers below
Yeah.
Shiki.
He's no.
They're
I think it's
they're
deserved.
largely replaceable, I'd say.
Yeah, but okay. Yes, he maybe on a technical level is B, but just like you would never use him because there's the
I
identical
never used
servant.
Shiki either.
Really?
I
You'd never
guess.
use Shiki. That's a you
Look,
issue.
I
I mean,
guess. I mean, I don't use Shiki anymore, but
like they suffer similar
is
issues. It's
Kiritsugu
just
better than
he
Carmilla?
he has.
You sure
like,
Kiritsugu is
OP
better than
involved, doesn't
Carmilla?
No, he's not.
Like at least I have anti-female
he? I don't
and
know.
like
Is
heal on
Carmilla
MP.
is Carmilla that low?
No.
I feel like they can
No.
be in the same tier.
No, I mean, I think she is that low, and I think Kiichi is in the same tier.
Mm.
It's just look, because okay, if we're looking at servants without the welfare lens, Shiki is half a tier up. Actually, no. Shiki would still be a full tier above. That's difficult. I don't know. One has to go from B plus to A. Why? Who? If there's one unit to put from B plus to A, it's probably
Yanqing.
fucking Valkyries. Oh, Yangqing.
That's what I would maybe do of all of those B pluses, or maybe Jack. But I feel like Jack is fine there.
Damn.
I feel like he's on par with Chiyome.
Yeah, that's fair.
I feel like they're about equal.
Yeah.
Does he have battery?
No. But he's more damage oriented than she is.
She spams her MP better, but he also has crit potential too. So
yeah.
I'm not moving him up a tier. I can take Chiyome down one.
No, I think they're fine there, both, honestly.
No, I thought he meant Chiyome and Kiritsugu.
Oh no, we're talking Yanqing.
I was saying
Oh,
if like someone said, if we had to move like from B plus to A, would it be? Yeah.
Yeah,
but I think those are fine there.
This is.
I agree with the chatters. Lee really A. Shouldn't he be in B plus?
Frick.
Why do you hate him so much?
I agree. I feel like you guys have to try him out more.
Buffs. One turn.
But his MP is spammable and it hits hard.
I don't think he is worse than MHX. I think MHX
definitely not worse.
I don't think he's worse than MHX. Because like, are you really using her against Saber unless you're hyper?
Yeah, you're not. You're not.
Well, she against Saber, she's kind of it's
maybe
not,
like an archer,
like Berserker. So like,
actually, no. Question. Does MHX do more damage to Sabers or Kama? Probably still MHX.
I mean, probably Kama, right?
If Kama still does more damage to Sabers than MHX, then I don't know, man.
Hold on. Like, what team comp are we
Raw
postulating here?
Raw.
Hold on.
MHX has to win Raw. Like, come on.
Now, okay, I'm gonna keep Lee in A, and I want to hear. Now, I'm asking for the YouTube comments as well. Do you think I'm biased or not? Come on, surely people understand his value as well. Come on, he's actually good. Try him out. He's good. He's great. He's fine.
Yeah, I just don't understand why you guys.
I don't either.
Lee so much. He's just like. He's a good hard hitting single target arts and B. It's
okay. Like yes, his skills have downtime, but his MP is spammable. It ramps up and it's upgraded. Like it's good. It's on paper. It's good.
I think Lee in A is fine. Like
Thank you.
He is not worse than MHX.
Yes,
no, he genuinely. I
like
it because okay. Let me just report. MHX when hitting both Saber and Saberface does beat Kama, but MHX when she's only hitting Saber loses the Kama when she's hitting Saber.
Unless she has a third defend.
Hold on.
It doesn't counter third defend.
Oh, true. It doesn't counter. Yeah. You're right. Third defend actually matter, bro.
Another 30 power mod. Wait, is it attack up? Yeah. So it's
attack up.
Is it 20? It's 20.
30% attack, isn't it?
It's 30.
Oh, it's 30. Oh wow, I forgot it's how big.
Let me put this in here. Let me pull up comma. Also,
I mean-
like competing with Kava, like okay.
Look, you are against Saber. Kama hits everything. Kama hits Lancers as hard as she hits Sabers. What do you mean? Oh no, she hits Lancer higher, right? She has
Where's
anti-Lancer.
Kava on this stupid list? Oh, there she is.
She hits like she hits Pretenders as hard as Sabers. It doesn't matter. Like
Yeah.
like she has to, like, you have to beat her. It's like when I'm evaluating like loopers nowadays, I usually like to compare their counterclass damage to berserkers, right? Because like if you can at least kind of like outpace the berserker, then you know there's some merit to that. If you cannot outpace the berserker, it kind of don't have that much merit, unfortunately. But
Okay,
I don't think no one is biased on Kama. We all unanimously agreed she's the best.
So I put in the numbers against Sabers. If you have MHX's append unlocked, then
wins.
MHX does more damage against Sabers.
Okay.
Is the
thank
append
God.
actually the deal breaker? Is that the one that makes the difference?
Yes,
Yes,
it
it
is.
is.
That's funny.
It increases MHX's damage from like 106k to 130k, where Kama's at 121k.
Wow.
So the append does make a difference here,
That's funny.
but it's an append that plays in. But like,
See, here's actually the good thing, because Sabers have magic resist passive, so she's gonna whip her
Oh,
charm.
of course. Yeah.
True.
Yeah,
Also,
true.
what if they are? Then if MHX is hitting in an Artoria phase, then she's gonna do
True,
like
there's a lot of Sabers.
almost 200k. So like when you think about it that way,
At
MHX
that point,
is
bring
actually
Musashi. Oh yeah,
basically
true.
Kama.
At that point, bring Musashi. Bro, what
At
is
that
wrong
point,
with
bring Musashi.
archers? What is happening? Everybody's like, let's steal their jobs. CL's also stealing their job.
Yep.
True.
Anyway,
you know what? We just hate archers.
Anyways, yeah.
I
sorry,
feel
you
like
should
I'm
keep
mostly satisfied with this already. I don't really feel like the need to move much. Is there anything else that we should discuss about before I log in? Because I'm feeling pretty solid about this list about now,
Other
after
than
considering a
Wu
lot of
TX, I
different
think it's
things.
fine.
What was that?
I think Wu.
Yeah.
I think Wu can go.
I
EX,
wouldn't be
'cause-
mad about Wu 2EX because I like her a lot. I use her a lot
It'd be
myself
cool
too.
to have a 4-star in EX.
And that too, yeah.
Yeah, Woo to EX. Let's go.
You know what? Frigate.
I don't think it's
we're gonna
biased,
we're,
because,
we're
like,
gonna do it. We're gonna do
because
it.
she's a lot of utility.
Yeah.
To the point where I actually used her MP as a utility tool, which is surprising to me. But when that happens, I'm like, yeah.
Yeah, I'm totally okay with this. I use her all the time. Okay. With that, honestly, with an EX upgrade, I think I'm just gonna lock it. Okay, there's obviously
Lock
gonna
it.
be some agreements and disagreements about certain placements, especially now that there's 4 of us talking at the same time. But yeah, I personally I'm okay with this list. I'm satisfied. Okay. I can't wait to
feel
hear
like
about
4
people
worked
about
against me
calling
more
me
than-
biased, but it
I
is
didn't
what it
work
is.
against you, dude. I think
I'm hoping to
look,
hear comments about supporting the arguments too, but it's probably gonna be a lot of biased
In the
call-outs
comments,
there.
Lee sucks.
Nah, dude. Boo this man. Boo this man.
He doesn't suck, but he's not A.
Come on,
This
he's
is-
really, dude.
no,
I
he-
want to see.
no, okay.
I want to see you do a video of him using him.
If he's down, MHX has to be down.
Yeah,
Like,
true.
I-
That
the-
true.
the
Yeah,
MHX
that's the
has
stipulation.
traits.
Okay.
Those traits
MHX
against.
has
Oh
traits.
yeah, that's so good. We literally just proved
Sabers.
our traits matters. Doesn't matter.
Look,
We're
Rio,
comparing to Kama.
Well, yeah,
but she's a
Kama hits
full tier
everything.
above.
Rio, here's the problem with moving Lee down for me. Okay, the arguments that you can use to justify moving him down also justify moving Shiki down. They
Yeah.
are very,
Yeah.
very similar.
And probably a lot
No,
of others
Shiki's
too.
free.
Oh yeah,
Shiki
Yeah,
has
but
one
Lee is
more.
not
Shiki's
free.
free.
Yeah, but
Shiki has so
honestly,
many.
even MP1 Lee is
Yeah,
not
but
bad.
her-
He has an upgrade, but he still hits hard.
If his NP1 is
Beats
as
Shiki
good
at
as her
NP5.
NP5, yeah,
Yeah.
like her NP5 and his NP1 are basically.
Her
Yeah.
MP5 is still
So that's not. It's not an
cheaper
argument
than
to say, oh, she's free.
What does that mean? What do you
know.
mean cheaper? We're assuming that you have the servant.
And he's story locked. You can pick him for free, even
true.
from the
Yeah,
starter
you're right.
thingy.
But he's
You're right.
also he's story locked, so he's never gonna spook you. So you gotta go
Okay.
out of your way to
Okay,
get this
okay,
guy.
Yeah, and you know what? That means
I guess
we
we
need to-
shouldn't go too deep into this. Yeah,
that
this
means
is
we
not
should rank Shuten even lower because she's gone 2
Limited.
years
Yeah.
without a
Yeah,
banner.
you're
Yeah,
right.
that makes sense.
Yeah, you're right. That's
Honestly, I
we
can't
should-
believe we
Any-
actually had an episode where it was like me and Otto versus the others for once.
There's
Because usually I'm
actually
the
one-
one kind of,
It's
you know,
me.
offending Otto. So now we're kind of
Is-
agreeing
you
on
kidding me?
something. Yeah.
Is
Are you
is
kidding me? Like,
no.
I have had at least probably 5 or 6 tiebreakers I had to do for no reason.
Yeah,
Dude,
again, especially
I'm the
this
fourth
time around.
person,
Yeah,
not
that's
the
what I'm
third.
saying. Because normally it's
But
me
me-
like trying to like put your waifus down, but now we're kind of at least agreeing on something here.
Lee
Okay.
Shuwen really isn't worse than MHX. I'm sorry. It's
Okay, that's the bottom line. We're gonna lock it in. Beautiful. There you go.
Dude,
Okay, let's
this
get a
We were already
nice
locked
screen.
in. I thought we were
There
just
we go.
yelling
Yeah.
afterwards.
Well, now it's formal because the bit went on, but yeah, there it is. There's your assassin tier list, 2025.
it's so funny.
Boom.
I was like, oh man, I want to show up on the assassin list because I have 120 assassins, and like the 2 is Kama and Koyan Light. I just have nothing to say. just
They're gonna
immediately put the
self-explanatory.
I just have
What's there to
nothing to talk
say?
about 120. Yeah.
It's like, yeah, they're the best. Whoop-de-doo. It's like when we go to Berserker and you're like, hey, so what's your opinion about Ibuki and Berserker Castoria? Like, what opinion?
Yeah.
My hot take is I use Lohi more than Summer Ibuki, and my Summer Ibuki's at
You know what?
level 100.
That is
MP5.
true. I do actually
genuinely.
like Lohi more than Summer Buki.
Yeah.
We'll get into that in a bit later.
yeah,
Not in a
that's-
bit, even. But
Wait,
like-
is that next week?
actually, no,
Probably,
yeah,
yeah.
it is next week.
Yeah, it should be.
Yeah.
Yeah, true. Where did the caster? It is
Anyway,
next
tune
month.
in to
Let's-
some
let's-
fun
Also-
Berserker talk next week.
Oh, also, question: can we do low stars between berserkers and extra classes? Just
You think
to-
that should be smart?
just
Eh,
yeah, because I feel like the low stars aren't hype enough to close it all on. You know,
I can kind of understand that, to be honest. Well, I'll consider it. And honestly, I'm gonna include this in the video as well. Let me know in the comments if we should cover the low stars before the extra class golds, because feedback is important as well.
And the
I'm
VC has to
wondering
work
if-
extra.
Oh yeah, Coffee would have to make new templates.
Oh yeah.
Dude,
True.
just don't do looping. Just don't do looping numbers for low stars. I only
No.
do looping
He
for low
makes the
stars.
tier list. He doesn't do the sheets. He does the tier list templates.
Okay.
I was gonna
Yeah.
say to not have to do, because by the way, there's like 45 of each of the extra. What
Yikes.
if you broke that up into 2 smaller ones of like?
We should probably. I'm honestly tempted to
some
do
on
maybe
each.
even a 3-way split between extras at this point.
I think there's enough that you could do it.
Yeah, we'll
but-
consider it. We have time. Yeah. But yeah, on that note, if you're watching this on YouTube, this should be the not lowest, the shortest of the tier lists. There you go. I'm sure a lot of people are sad though, because a lot of you guys seem to like long ones, but don't worry. Again, there's gonna be long ones still.
It's still
yeah.
pretty long. Like,
I mean, yeah, it's like close to 5 hours probably, so yeah. But yes, indeed, if you enjoyed this, hey, press the thumbs up button if you can. Even if you obviously don't agree with everything, because no one's ever going to agree with every single placement, just press thumbs up for the effort alone. That would be great. Really gives us motivation to keep going. Myself, most importantly, I get a lot of motivation for seeing the like counter go up, of course. And also another counter you should up is the subscriber count, so press subscribe right now, not just for my channel, also my co-host channels, links in the description, because we are still not done with tier lists. Also catch Otto's Smobcast every Sunday live on his Twitch channel, and if you miss it, he's gonna upload it on YouTube as well. Very cool. I'm sure you're going to hear about, they tend to cover a lot of the stuff we talked about in tier lists, so surely there's going to be some assassin talk in this Sunday's Smobcast as well, so
I don't know.
stay
Since we're
tuned.
all here. I don't know if.
I mean, you were
might
all here, but
play a lot
you
of-
guys will probably have at least some kind of segment where you talk about this, right?
No, we can say all the mean things that we don't want to say around Myst. Then yeah.
Oh, okay, I
True.
see how it is. Okay. I mean,
That's how it is
fair.
over here, usually.
Understandable. So big shout out to my patrons and Suit for being a big YouTube member on the screen right now. Very cool, and that'll do it for me. And anything you guys want to say for a bye-bye?
Bye. Thank you. It's fun.
Thank you, third person.
Thanks, third person. We don't know who you are, but you know what?
Glad to
We
have you
appreciate
here.
your
Yeah,
inputs.
very cool. There you go. See you in the next one. Bye-bye.
I'm gonna go to sleep.